that we have each other. And for that we have each other. And we will rise. We will rise. We will rise. Oh, we'll rise. I'll rise up, rise like the day. I'll rise up in spite of the ache. I will rise 1,000 times again. And we'll rise up. I like the waves. We'll rise up in spite of the ache. We'll rise up and we'll do it 1,000 times again. You're broken down and tired of living life on the merry-go-round, and you can't find a fighter by sitting.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everybody doing after the Easter holiday? Man, I'm glad to be here right now. The weekend was good. I got a chance to recharge my battery. We had a very emotional week last week. A lot of ups and downs on the channel, but we're still here and we're still continuing. Good morning, good morning. We're still here to continue to build the most inclusive space here on TikTok. As you come on into the room, go ahead. You know we got to tap the screen. Tap, tap, tap the screen. Push this out to the For You page. We have a lot of new members to the family, and they're finding us on the For You page, which is a result of what the community is doing for the platform. So we need to tap as we come into the room. That's the only way new people will find us, is that we have to tap the screen, push this out to the For You page so more people can find the most inclusive space here on TikTok, where you will be allowed to say what you need to say. But if we hear something, myself or one of our moderators, we're going to push back and ask some questions. We also will allow, we want to respect everyone's experiences. They will not be dismissed. They will be respected here on this platform. And sometimes that does get me into a little trouble. One Live Mike, how are you, brother? That does get me into some trouble because sometimes people, I think, are hearing things through their emotions and not actually what I'm saying. I'm not responsible. I'm responsible for what I say, but not what you hear. Because sometimes two people can hear the same statement and hear something completely different. So that's what we're building, and we're continuing to build, and we're having great success at building this. I'm humbly appreciative of all the love that I have received from the DMs I get after the show, also through the show, from what we're building. People like the platform. People want to be heard. We know what the challenges are here in the country. We just have different ideas on how we can fix the challenges in the country. So we need to tap the screen so we can push this out to the For You page. Not only tapping, but also sharing the live to other people so that they can find us, so they can come to become part of the most inclusive space here on TikTok. I do appreciate everybody's help in this 100%. Thank you so much. I'm humbly appreciative of the of people who come in and share the live, donate, gift the panel, gift myself, because that's how the platform is going to be able to grow. And we have had great growth. This is the start of our 7th week of full-time consistent shows. And, the love and the support has definitely humbled me. And I want this platform to continue to grow so that we can have more members, where more people can have their voices heard. And I definitely appreciate what everyone has done. I want to give a special shout out to our moderators, One Live Mike, MCM001, Dr. Shay, Natashay, Mia, Zeus the God. We had a special segment with Zeus last week. Is Zeus a socialist? And he came on, he gave his things, and Natashay pushed back a little bit. So I think it was a good segment. Definitely food for thought, thought-provoking conversation. That's what we want to have. We want to make sure that everybody's voice is heard. So thank you so much, Zeus. Also, my girl, Hunter Girl Rhea. Want to give her a special shout out here in Conyers, Georgia, as she does what she does. Now, we also did have our first Mr.Denali XXL After Dark. We had some good people in there. If you looked at the page, you saw some clips. It got very, very spicy, which is what we were looking for, some adult conversation. Put the kids to bed and come on over with your favorite beverage and enjoy some adult conversation. It got very, very spicy. I was very, very happy with the level of engagement. Was happy with the conversation, and people could let their hair down. It was really, really good. I had my home open, so there was no banner behind me. So people got to see a little bit of how Denali is behind me and what my home, part of my home looks like. So it was good. We all got to let our hair down. We got to get some more insight on some of the people like Miss Goldie, like Sean, Nata Shay, Dr. Shay. We found out some very interesting things about Dr. Shay. She is definitely she is polarizing, to say the least. But she's a good friend to the show. She's a good friend to me personally. And but she has her opinions. You like it or love it, indifferent, she's going to tell you what she thinks. And she can stand up to the heat, 100%. A young lady called her out and wanted to have a battle with her. And I was ready to set that battle up. We also had possibly a battle between Sean and Birdie Dog. So we're going to do these one-on-one things sometimes where two contributors or two people that are regulars come on and they have challenges with someone else. And we'll go ahead and get it set up so that they can go ahead and battle. So we got to continue to tap the screen. Let's get over the 5K like goal. That's our first goal for the morning. But as you can see in the backdrop, domestic DV. This is something that has got to stop. It's got to stop. It's no good. We have to normalize healthy conversations. There is a healthy way to have arguments with our significant others, but words should never bring about violence. Let me say it again. Words should never bring about violence. That's not normal. That's not how normal people should behave, especially with the one that you love. Love is not supposed to hurt. Okay? Love, Love, is not supposed to hurt, especially physically. Now, listen, we hurt people's feelings sometimes inadvertently, and hopefully most of us apologize for that. But physical pain should not come from a loving, interpersonal, romantic relationship. I'll say it again, love is not supposed to hurt. It's supposed to feel good. Yes, it has ups and downs, and we get emotional in our relationships, 100%. But for you to anyone, man or woman, and I think I'm primarily speaking to men, because I don't think anyone would disagree that we are stronger physically, and we can do a lot more damage in a very short amount of time in the event that a man makes the dreadful decision to put his hands on his woman. No good. No good. And I think it has to start with men calling out other men who think that's good, who thinks it's normal, who tells, oh man, I had to, slap her around a little bit. I had to choke her or push her or something just ridiculous because of something she said or something she did. And we know from our good friend JP what can really happen when these things get out of hand. It's just no good. And we need to normalize healthy debate and not get into our feelings. I even see it here, men get into their feelings and they want to attack me. And I'm like, why are you attacking me? Why are you attacking me personally? We're having conversations about political issues. We are all not going to agree. How boring would it be if we all agreed with one another? We all have opinions and things like that, and people's opinions differ from mine. But no problem. I can stand on mine. I don't think I have attacked anybody personally since I started this channel. That's not what I do. I want to talk about the issues. But when you make a personal insult, I think you lose the argument. And to talk, when you're in a interpersonal relationship, you should not, not. Come on, boy, stop. You should not be putting your hands to physically harm your significant other. It should not happen. And men, I think we have to take the lead to stomp this out. We want to be leaders. We want women to follow us. Some men want submissive women. You want to be the head of the household. We got to start acting like it. Not only with our words, but our actions. We have to be able to take constructive, respectful criticism as well. It's not just going towards women, giving them best advice, but we also have to give ourselves and our other brothers good advice on how they go about into the world. So I think it has to start with men, stomping it out, normalizing that that's not okay under any circumstances. There's nothing that a woman should say to you that should bring about you putting your hands on her. Choking, slapping, pushing, punching. Nothing. But on the other hand, we also have to normalize, in my opinion, there's some, I've heard the thing, well, if he doesn't do that, then he doesn't really love me. I've heard that before from females. And I'm like, wow, really? So to you, pain is love. Pain is love. Think about that. How can pain be love? That's just, they need, therapy is much needed in the communities, I believe. But I think it has to start with men. I'm going to read a statistic to you guys. When I was doing some research for the show, and it says, this is from the domestic violence statistics. It says, how often does domestic violence occur in the U.S.? According to the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, the NCADV, every year nearly 10 million women and men become victims of domestic violence. Every minute, about 20 people are physically abused by an intimate partner in the United States. Every minute, 20 people. 10 million men and women each year say that. It also says, same organization, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men. Now read that. 1 in 3 women, 1 in 3, and 1 in 4 men have experienced some form of physical violence by an intimate partner. That includes a range of behaviors: slapping, shoving, pushing, and in some cases might not be considered domestic violence. 1 in 7 women and 1 in 25 men have been injured. 1 in 7 women and 1 in 25 men have been injured by an intimate partner. That's pretty telling, in my opinion. One, I think men can do more damage because we're physically stronger. But guys, drop it, boy, drop it. Thank you. Guys, we can just do a little bit more damage because of we're physically stronger. So that's why I say it has to start with men. It has to start with men who don't do this, to tell our brothers, men that we hang out with, men we may be talking to, how wrong this is. And in some cases, shame them so that they don't continue this kind of behavior. It's an epidemic. And I've thought about this weekend, women that have been in my circle and what they have talked about, how they have been the victims of DV. It's an epidemic. But I think men have to take the lead. We say we're leaders. We need to lead on this, and we need to stamp it out. We need to stamp it out. It needs to stop. We have to normalize healthy debate. Please continue to tap, tap, tap the screen. Before anybody comes up, we need to get to the 5K like. So please tap the screen. You know, support is a verb. And the minimum you can do is go ahead and tap the screen. Tap the screen so that more people can find out about this platform and how we're building the most inclusive space here on TikTok. But that's why I think it has to start with men. You know, this has definitely hit home to me. You know, have a friend who is going through this. And, you know, I'm trying to give her the support that I think I can give her. But I do feel a little helpless because there's not a lot I can do. But I can give her best practices, from my opinion. I'm also going to, for her to be able to protect herself, I'm going to send her to a Second Amendment training course. And I've been in contact with the training course. I'm trying to get a discount code for Mr.Denali XXL. So if there are anybody in the audience, I'm primarily talking to women, that they can use that code if that's what they think how to best protect themselves. They can use that code and get a discount on a 2-hour training course. It also gives them a discount on purchasing a Second Amendment to give them some protection. You know, because again, like I said last week, the police are minutes away when seconds count. And sometimes you don't have time for the police to get there. And you might have to take things into your own hands. And I think, you know, with the fact that men are stronger than women physically, they need a equalizer. My opinion. So that's what I'm doing. That's how I'm helping her where I can't protect her, but I can try to give her the things to protect herself. And I'm not sure if she ever thought about it, you know, but I think that's something that I want to do for her so that she can take back some of the power and she doesn't feel somewhat helpless. And I you know, I've never been in an abusive relationship where, you know, a woman was beating me up or anything like that. You know, I think I have been hit before by a woman, and I don't really play that because I think that's not good. Normalizing hitting on either side, I don't think that's ever good. We have to normalize healthy debate. So that's what I'm going to do for her. I'm going to send her to that class and assist in purchasing a Second Amendment so that she can take back some of that power. Because I can only imagine you feel a little powerless if you think that someone is going to physically harm you. That can't be a good feeling. I tell you, the first time I felt vulnerable walking out into the world about 2 years ago, I was on crutches. And I had to go to the store. And I'm getting out the car gingerly, trying to get my crutches and walk and I felt very helpless. I was like, wow, I had never had this feeling before. Whereas if someone came up to me, I'm a little bit at a disadvantage. I never, ever have felt like that before. I'm a 6'1", 280-pound guy. I never felt that before. So I can only imagine sometimes how a woman may feel walking down the street, walking to her car, in a parking garage, or whatever it may be. So, you know, I want to do what I can do to, number one, raise awareness, hold men accountable, and I want men to hold other men accountable. Okay? Because if you put your hands on a woman that you love, any woman, you are a coward, in my opinion. A complete, utter coward. Because you're only doing that to somebody who you think that you have the physical advantage over. You are a coward. You heard it here first by Mr. Denali XXL that you, sir, are a coward. Coward. Coward, 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 coward. And that's what other men should tell men when they hear that disgusting behavior. Sir, you are a coward. Do it to me. Do it to somebody who is a fair shot. Don't take on, because a coward takes on weak. You know, my dog is he's probably 132 pounds, and when we're walking the little chihuahua down the street, and my dog just looks at him like, what the hell am I going to do with you? You're about 18 pounds, and I'm 130 pounds. It's not a fair, it's not fair. But if my dog was to attack him, it would be, I mean, there's no win in there for my dog Denali. He just looks at him like a little kid, like a little baby, But that's how, we gotta call this stuff out. And we gotta be leaders of our communities and call it out. It's never okay. Never. Never, never. And those men, in my opinion, are cowards. Cowards, 100%. No more. That's it. Cowards. And we need to let them know. The men need to let them know that they're cowards. Please tap the screen. Tap, tap, tap the screen. Let's get over 5K likes. Appreciate the people who have been tapping. But that's what they are. Cowards. Cowards, 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 cowards. Hey, Carolyn, how are you? That's it. That's all. You put your hands and you punch a woman, or you slap a woman, choke a woman, and this is somebody that you supposedly love. Love is not supposed to hurt. We also have to normalize that with our young girls as they're growing up, that love is not supposed to hurt. I was starting losing about $70. Yeah. Yeah, love is not supposed to hurt. Thank you so much, Candy, for sharing. It's not supposed to hurt. Never supposed to hurt. And, we have to help women who want to get away. And, listen, I think even in the law enforcement, we can't dismiss this kind of stuff. I know, some police are, oh, well, she'll be back with him again. What's the point? Well, it's a psychological thing. The confidence is gone. They may be trapped financially. And, it's not only a physical thing, but it's also a psychological thing. Verbal abuse, you're nothing without me, those type of phrases that can seep into our psyche, and we start to believe it. No one loves you. I think it's a grooming process. They try to separate these women from their families, to isolate them. A lot of women may call it love bombing. They're so great and they're doing everything. And oh, wow, this is the perfect guy. And, he tries to separate her from her family, to isolate her on the island. And then the true him comes out. And then you're feeling stuck. You're feeling stuck. You're feeling embarrassed. You're feeling like, oh, wow, what am I supposed to do? So there's a lot of levels to it. And I don't begin to think as a man that I know it all. So I'm here to learn just as much as anybody else. But it's a really, really epidemic that, in my opinion, men have to start to stamp it out. We can call out other men and tell them that they are cowards for putting their hands on a woman, their wife, their girlfriend, because she said something, or because dinner wasn't ready on time, or all those different things, excuses, and that's all they are excuses of why they're doing what they're doing. Zero accountability on their part. It's always somebody else's fault. Absolutely. It's a planned thing. It doesn't happen by accident. It's very calculated. Natasha, good morning. How are you? It's very calculated. So we got to normalize it. I think men, that's my opinion. If we want to say we're the leaders and not have lip service, oh, we're leaders. Well, prove it. Prove it that you're a leader. Leaders make tough decisions. That's what they do. Unpopular decisions. Okay? But we have to normalize healthy debate. Again, I'm going to continue to say words should not bring about violence. It's tough. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to say it's easy. But you got to do your inner work to make sure you're not triggered by certain words. We say we're stronger physically. We need to start acting like we're stronger physically, or strong, period, physically and mentally. And walk away from situations. If you know that you have a woman who, is very, she, says triggering words to you, man, you got to get out of that. You got to get out of that. Because verbal abuse is a thing too. Verbal abuse is big. You know what I mean? Because you can't unhear something someone said. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. So, we got to normalize, I think, like I said, and I'll continue to say this, healthy debate and not bringing violence, not striking a woman because she said something you did not like, because dinner wasn't ready, because she looked at a guy the wrong kind. You do not own your partner. They're independent people. You're together, and love shouldn't hurt physically or emotionally, but that's sometimes a little harder to avoid, because sometimes you may hurt somebody's feelings. You may say something, but if that person does say, hey, what you said to me hurt my feelings, then you should say, not only apologize, but say, I'm sorry. Tell me why, what I did. Try to get an understanding, and then attempt to do better the next time. Because we're all imperfect people. We're all flawed. We are all hopefully trying to be better today than we were yesterday. But I just want to put this out there, because I was struggling with this, for the last probably 2 weeks, been dealing with this. Not dealing, but helping a friend get through this. And it brought back memories for my own personal life as a kid, seeing that as a 7-year-old, 8-year-old child, seeing that and feeling helpless, feeling completely helpless and scared, and all those things like that. And sometimes people see that in their youth and they continue it. I said at that moment, I probably was like 10, I said, I would never, ever do that to somebody who I love, or anybody, unless I was in a self-defense. It was self-defense or something to that effect. Because love is not supposed to hurt. Love is not supposed to. We need to normalize that statement, especially to our young girls as they're growing up. Love is not supposed to hurt physically. In the moment you see any of those red flags, no matter how great he is, no matter how many gifts he may buy you, no matter how sweet, the flowers, the dates, the trips, it should never hurt physically. Never. And you got to walk away. But we have to set up resources for people to walk to. I don't know what all the answers are. I don't pretend to know. A lot of these things are above my pay grade. I don't know. But we have to start talking about it more. It has to be something that is put out there, and these men that do it, that strike the woman that they love, are cowards. COWARDS, cowards. And men, we have to let them know that they're cowards. They can't come to the barbershop. They can't come to my home. We can't go hang out together. They need to be put on an island and isolated, so they know it's not okay. It's not okay. And that's what we need to do as men. We need to stand up and be leaders, whoever is doing that. And if you know as a man they're doing it and you're not doing anything, you are just as cowardly as that person. That's what you are. You need to call it out. Enough of this. It's none of my business. Enough. You can't come and tell me that. You can't come and tell me that you struck your woman because she didn't have dinner ready, or she said something, or she looked at somebody while you were out. You're buying makeup so she can cover up the marks that you put on her. It's absolutely disgusting. There's no place for it. So we gotta do something about this, because this is absolutely ridiculous. The abuse that's going on, the torture, the violence that's going on is just ridiculous. And I think it starts with men. That's what I think. So continue to tap the screen. Great job. We're at 7.1. Let's see if we can get over our next goal of 10,000 likes. But that's what we need to do. This was on me for the last 2 weeks. And I've been thinking and feeling helpless. Feeling very helpless. And I hate to have a helpless feeling, because I feel like I can do stuff. So I said, this is what I can do. I can go on here and I can raise awareness. Okay? I can raise awareness. We can have a conversation about it. People have come up here and shared some of those situations. Miss Sylvia, she shared something from when she was I think she was in her early 20s. We all know our friend JP Strong. She was pew-pewed 6 times, and now she's in a wheelchair. But she's a great advocate. She's saving lives. She's saving lives. Saving lives, giving people hope. Women. And there's a lot of stories out there of these cowards putting their hands on women, on their partners, because they think they own them. And you don't own, this is not the slavery time where you own a woman. She's not a commodity. She's not property. She's an adult, two consenting adults deciding to get into an interpersonal relationship, and it should not hurt. Love should not hurt. So, got that off my chest. It's been on my chest for the last 2 weeks. I didn't know how I was going to help, but I think I found a way to help. As I said, I'm going to send my friend to a Second Amendment class, 2-hour training class, to learn how to use the Second Amendment, and I will assist in her purchasing a Second Amendment, and that way, I think that can give her back some power, where she does not feel powerless and feel scared of this coward. So that's what I'm going to do. And like I said, I reached out. Absolutely. I think everybody needs to keep their hands to themselves. That play fighting or things, I'm not really into that. Not really into that. So yeah, you're absolutely correct. Everybody should keep their hands to themselves. The only reason that I am saying I'm starting with men, because a lot of men come on here and they say they're leaders, myself included, then we need to take the lead. Leaders lead, okay? JP is a leader in what she's doing, but because, and this is my opinion, men are physically stronger, they can do more damage, and I'm not saying it's right that a woman should strike her man, because I've been struck once. I was like, what the hell are you doing? I don't do that. She thought that was okay. I was like, no, I don't want to be hit by anybody, and I'm sure you don't want to be hit. So yes, we do need to normalize everybody keeping their hands to themselves, but because men are so much stronger than women physically, and they can do so much damage in a very short amount of time, I want to start with the men. If you are a man like myself who is not going to hit a woman, if a woman, when that woman hit me, I let her know that that's not what we do. And if that's the way that you would like to interact, then I'm going to bow out gracefully. I don't care how beautiful you are. I don't care how much I like you, because you are a danger. You are a danger to me, and I don't want you around me. That's not the energy that I'm trying to deal with, so you got to go, because that's just going to end bad. You're going to hit me one day, and, I'm not above getting into, feeling that, and, like, whoa, and it might hurt. I don't want that. I don't want to be hurt. Love is not supposed to hurt. So we need to normalize that. Normalize healthy debate. Normalize not putting our hands on one another. But I'm starting with the men. I'm calling men out. Men in the audience. Men that are listening have listened to Mr. Denali XXL. You need to call out friends, family members. Don't hide from it. You need to tell them the same way that we're passionate about sports. I mean, I've been in barbershops and man, a sport debate breaks out, man, and people are just, man, they're all in their feelings. No, you wrong. Michael Jordan's better than LeBron and this and that. They can name off their top 10 basketball players of all time, baseball, football. You know, no, that call was wrong. I mean, they get so passionate about it. Get passionate about this. This is really what's important. Don't get passionate about sports. Fine, you want to do that, that's fine. But get passionate about this. Get passionate about this. Get in somebody's face about this. I've seen people in barbershops and lounges almost get into fisticuffs because they said something about their team. You can't talk about this guy, blah, 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 and you ain't getting paid. They don't even know your name, bro. They don't even know your name. And you buy the jersey, fine, do it. But get passionate about this, because this is real stuff here. People are being unalived. People are scared. There's psychological damage, PTSD from violence. Get passionate about this. If you're going to get so passionate about sports and about boxing and all these different things, get passionate about this, because this is what really matters. Call the men out that they are cowards. Cowards. That's what they are. When you put your hands on a woman that you love, you're a coward. And then, listen, this also happens in the LGBTQ plus community. Both ways. You know, homosexual men, sometimes I guess one, is the more dominant one in a relationship. I've seen that. And then also with lesbians. I've seen that. So this is a people problem. But I'm dealing with the men right now because we need to call it out. You're passionate about sports. You want to go to blows for sports to protect and to defend your favorite team. Get passionate about this. Get passionate about this. Bring that same fire that you bring about LeBron James being better than Michael Jordan, or bring that same passion that you bring about if someone says something against Kobe Bryant. Okay? Bring the same energy for this topic. Bring the fire for this topic. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. You're going to be passionate about some sport team that don't even know your name, does not help your bank account, but this you're going to be quiet on. Make that make sense to me. So, that's what's on the topic today. We're going to talk about this today. We're also still talking about Trump, talking about Fani Willis, what's going to happen in that case. We're also talking about immigration reform. We're also going to be talking about prison reform. And don't forget, this Thursday morning, Mr. G is going to be on the platform. It's going to be our very first one-on-one interview with Mr. G, who spent 37 years incarcerated for unaliving. He says self-defense. He was convicted of unaliving in the second degree. Spent 37 years. He's on parole for 1 year. We spoke to him last week very briefly, but we're going to have our very first here, Mr. Denali XXL one-on-one interview. After the interview, we will open it up for questions. During that interview, you guys can put questions into the comments, and the moderators will send me the questions, and we'll ask some questions of Mr. G, what's going on, because he's definitely an advocate for prison reform. You got to think about the man was incarcerated for 37 years from the age of 17, and he just got out now. I think it's 55 days that he's been out. 55 days. He went away in 1987. My son wasn't even born. 1987, he was sent to prison, and now he got out 54 days ago. Think about that, what was going on in 1987. To the simple thing of making ice. There were no automatic ice makers At least not in my where I was from. I mean, maybe they were, but not that I was aware of. And he was dropped now. It's like he was in a time capsule. He was like Gilligan's Island, trapped on an island, and that what you say Deadpool, my main man Deadpool up in New Jersey. And now he's out here trying to navigate the world, trying to figure out all this new stuff. So we're going to talk to him on Thursday. And that's going to be the first of many one-on-one interviews that we're going to have. I've been talking to a former U.S. ambassador. Talking to her. She's been in the not the comments, but I've seen her. She's watching us, how we do things over here. So that's something else. There are a lot of things we're working on behind the scenes. Also, I'm going to put a banner up to go ahead and follow my YouTube channel. We have the clips up there. We're trying to build that up as well. It is the same name, Mr.Denali XXL, and you can find that on YouTube where you can find clips and things like that. So, we're building it. This is 7 weeks old. 7 weeks. And we've come a long way, but we have a long way to go. Even though we have a long way to go, we're going to celebrate how far we have come, though. We're not going to not celebrate how far we come, because we have come a very, very long way in a very short amount of time with your help. And like I said, support is a verb. Support is a verb. It is not a noun. And if you go around TikTok, you probably will see that phrase now bantied about, because people have, looked at us and said, wow, we like that. And they've taken bits and pieces of the show, how we run the show, things that we do, and taken it. That's fine. I'm not gatekeeping. We're over here doing our thing. As I've told my team, we need to have blinders on like a thoroughbred, because we have our eye on the prize. We have a goal in mind, and we're going to reach it as we march towards 10,000 followers. And I can only do it with your help. Share this with a friend. There are many, many people who reach out to me who say, oh, I've been watching you for a while, and now I want to subscribe. Now I want to become part of the most inclusive space here in TikTok, where your opinions will be heard. You will be able to say what you need to say in a complete thought. But if we hear something that doesn't sound quite right, myself or one of our moderators will call it out. Be prepared to have your thinking challenged, because we all are a product of our experiences, and our experiences will be respected and not dismissed. That's what we're doing over here. So enough of me rambling on about this, but I was very, very passionate about this, and like I said, I was trying to figure out a way of me doing something, because I don't like to feel powerless. I'm a man of action, and I want to put action out there. And I'm calling out any man who decides he wants to put his hands on a woman because of words or because the dinner wasn't ready. You, sir, are a coward. And other men need to call it out. Be as passionate about your favorite sports team. Be as passionate about Patrick Mahomes or LeBron James or any of these sport athletes or actors, entertainers. Be as passionate about stopping and stamping out domestic violence. Be as passionate about that. So, that's what's on the table. A lot of people have shared some things in the comments. People have come up here and shared, like we talked about JP, Miss Sylvia, some other people have come up and talked about that. So, definitely appreciate everybody's help with that. So let's get going as we continue to build the most inclusive space here on TikTok. Let's see here.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mia. How are you? You're up early.
I'm always up early. Spring break is over.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, I guess today is the last day of spring break.
Right. Well, you have 3 children who are in school, right? Because you have 2 7-year-olds, so they're in school, and then you have a 14-year-old, right?
Yeah, and they go back
Okay.
to school tomorrow.
Mhm.
For I guess the teachers go back today, students tomorrow. But my kids get 2 weeks for spring break instead of the normal 1 week.
Okay. Okay. How was your Easter?
It was pretty chill. We went to the park, went out to eat, and hung out a little bit.
Where do you take your
What's
five
up?
children to eat? I'm curious. I'm interested.
Well, we went to
Yeah,
Fanny's Days. We were gonna go to Papa Do's, but everybody goes
that's
out
what
to
you
eat
about to
on Easter,
say.
so we didn't want to have to
Yeah.
wait a long time. So we just
Right.
went to get barbecue,
Okay. Okay. All right. Cool. All right.
and it was a disaster.
Is it you and the five children, or are you bringing their father along or something? One of their fathers?
It was me, my children, and my ex-husband. He actually took us out to eat.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Wow. So that's five, and that's seven people. Seven people part. Seven person party. Okay.
Yeah, huge family.
Yes. 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 Okay. Do you have anything on the topic?
It depends. Like, what are we talking about in relation to domestic violence?
Well, I think that it has to start with men. That we have to call it out. Only because I say that because men can do more damage if they decide to turn it violent. Yes, women do hit men. It happens, but men can do so much more damage with that
I
if they decide to do something like that.
I agree, and I would add this on. It's a generalization, but growing up in California, um, I mean, I wouldn't say there's not domestic violence. There's definitely domestic violence, but what I noticed about California men, in my experiences, they are raised to not put their hand on a woman, so it's much less there. But
You think it's okay? I don't know. All right.
here in Colorado, these men, I don't know, it's just crazy because they actually believe in hitting a woman. Like, they were raised like totally different down here. So, like, the conversation is different. Like, I know with my mom, she raised my brothers to never put their hands on a woman no matter the situation. And I know a lot of people that I grew up around, they kind of, are the same way. And then when I moved to Colorado, I was like, these men here are different because they don't care.
Okay.
But like I said, it's a generalization because I don't know, all the men here, but I know the ones I've encountered. The way they talk about domestic violence is like, there's not a afterthought. It's like, well, they don't mind it.
Well, here, according to domestic violence, intimate partner violence out on California.gov, it says 1 in 5 women, 1 in 7 men report having experienced severe physical violence from an intimate partner in their lifetime. California, that's ca.gov. So I don't know if it's
Five and 1 in 7.
yeah, it says 1 in 5 women and 1 in 7 men have reported having experienced severe physical violence from an intimate partner.
So that number is pretty low. So I don't know. I guess it kind of,
Unless you're the 1 in 5.
but that's still pretty low.
I mean, listen, I don't, my thing is,
Look up the statistics on Colorado. See if it's much higher. Because that's what I'm basically doing. I'm basically making a comparison to say, like, they were just raised differently down here. Like, as far as their beliefs on putting their hands on a woman. And it's actually, encouraged down here by some mothers. Like, I don't know. It's kind of, it's different. So I bet you that number possibly is a lot higher for Colorado.
it says 36.8% of women and 30.5% of men have experienced intimate partner physical violence, or SA, or
So,
stalking.
so hold on. I got to do some math on my calculator. You said how much? 36%?
36.8 of women and 30.5 of men in Colorado.
Okay,
This
let me
is
do just.
from the CDPHE 2022, Colorado.gov.
I'm gonna pause and get my calculator real quick.
Go ahead. Ashley, how you doing down in Columbia, South Carolina? Good barbecue spot. How are you feeling, my dear? Because I know that you messaged me and said that you were
Yeah,
positive for COVID.
I'm feeling a little bit better. Staying
Now,
mask.
wait, 1 sec. Do you have a mask on right now?
Yes, I do.
Okay, fantastic. Because I didn't want it to come through the airways. I'm joking. I'm
Yeah,
joking.
whatever, D.
I'm joking.
um, this is my thing. I left my ex for good. I gave him more than three chances, more than two chances, because I thought I was doing what I was supposed to do as a woman in a relationship.
Okay.
Um, and um, whenever I got home from work, he would have both men and women in the house without my knowledge. Um, and he went in about between 2 and 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm sleeping. He's up, waking me up, wanting me to reheat him food or cook him some food, and it's like, uh, and I kept saying no because he knew I had to get up and go to work. But I gave in because I did not want him to put his hands on me. But over time, but the last 2 times I said, no, you hungry? You're sober. Get your behind up and you cook and leave me alone, and went back to sleep. So he got mad, and when he fixed or reheated whatever food we had, he'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You don't know you don't know how to take care of me. And I said, I'm doing the best I can to take care of you. And he just, and whatever didn't go his way with me, or if I didn't agree with him on certain things, or and then he would be like, well, I'm not trying to be mean or disrespectful, so don't yell and scream at me. But he would bring my disability up.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm. I'm sorry.
And yeah, exactly. Thank you. And he would tell other people that I have a disability. I've had both men and women walk up to me and say, "Oh, so you get a check every month?" I'm like, what business of that is yours?" And he would get mad at me, come up to me and get mad at me and be like, "Oh, you're telling people all your business." No, you're telling them that I get a check every month from the state and how much it is. And I don't know these people. You don't really know these people, but you so-called know these people because you smoke and get high with them. So, and he has put his hands around my neck. He has pushed me to where the back of my head hit the corner of a small apartment-sized refrigerator,
Oh no.
and it busted wide open. And I was on my knees, just balled up with my hands over my head. He
Oh
said,
my
"Oh, it
goodness.
didn't hurt that bad." But when he saw the blood come to my fingers, he's like, "Oh shit, I am so sorry." And I was like, yeah, whatever. But to make sure he didn't put his hands on me again, I agreed with
Right.
him. And he would not let me go. I said, I need to call 911. I need to go to the hospital because I don't know how bad it is.
Right.
I know it's bad, but I could have a concussion. He said, yeah, but I don't want you to go because I know what you're going to tell the doctors and the cops. And I'm like, doggone right. And then when I left them for good this past July,
Mm-hmm.
I've told not everybody but certain people that I've known long, way before he and I met, and even people I met through him, of what he did to me, abused me physically, mentally, and emotionally. And because of all that, I have PTSD. They agreed with me, but then he come to me and be like, well, motherfuckers and bitches out there are coming up to me and telling me that I beat you, I put my hands on you, and they tell me that it's my fault. But but then again, it's my fault because I didn't tell them that it's my fault. I made him get to the point where he had no choice.
Mm-hmm.
Sober, sober or high on crack, and it's like no, no, and it's no one's business to put my mom's business up there, money wise or not. My mom had to come and try to see what was the situation was going on a few times. And after she left, he was like, "Well, yeah, she took your side because you're her daughter, but she doesn't really understand that it's your fault. It's because of you." And it's like, no.
Right.
And ever since I left them, I've had men who be like, "Well, you need a man. You're single. You need a man." No, I don't need a man. I like to have a man one day, but I don't need one
Right.
because, like you said, women who have been damaged, like as I was old first, and once we get into a relationship, we're afraid to get into one with a really good man, with a better man, but we'll think, okay, it's good, but how bad is it going to get later on? Because
Right.
that's
Well,
always going to be in the back of our heads. And if a man cannot understand that and try to help us forget about it and not rush just because they want one thing, knowing they're not going to get it just because we're with you and we want to see where it goes from us meeting,
right.
then nah,
Right.
nah.
Absolutely, Ashley, because it's
And
never
that's
okay. It's never okay, and I'm here to call it out. And like I said earlier in the broadcast, any man that's putting their hands on a woman is a coward, and they should be held accountable by other men and things like that.
yeah,
And
but then he would get on the phone to his baby mama and bitch and complain to her and tell her that what have I done or whatever or however I said it, I would make him more paranoid, and he needs for her to come over here and talk to me and do whatever it takes to get me to stop making him paranoid. And I'm looking at, and he's got her on speakerphone, and I'm looking at him sideways to side eye, like, really?
right, yeah, I mean, it
I
sounds
mean, his baby sister does not want to have to do anything with him because she knows how he is.
mhm.
A lot of his family doesn't
Right. Well,
because
listen. I think that brings up. Give me a second. Let me mute your mic because you got a lot of stuff going on in the background. But I think that's a lot of what happens. Sometimes the families and friends ignore it, and I think the men become emboldened by it because they're not called out by people who know what's going on, and that's what I'm talking about. That they have to be called out. They have to be held accountable. Become as passionate about you are with sport teams and who's better, LeBron or Kobe or Patrick Mahomes, the Super Bowl, all these sport things that I've seen personally at lounges or at barbershops or even at parties where men become very, very passionate about these things. We'll get passionate about this topic here and let's call out men who are damaging women with DV
And I
physically.
say this, I did run the numbers, so it is much higher in Colorado.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so, and I think that just goes to show like California has a much higher population
Hmm.
than Colorado, which means it's way worse in Colorado considering, that they have a smaller population here but higher
Hang on one
number.
second, Chelsea Love. Why are you saying why are you lost in this convo? Let me hear why you're saying you're lost. Because she says, "Am I the only one who is lost in this convo?"
I think
Let me help you, Miss Chelsea Love. If you can explain to me in the comments, or you can come up why you are lost. I don't know. Does anybody? Me? Am I crazy that she's saying this
I
comment
think
here?
she was referring to like what Ashley was talking about. Like she couldn't keep up with the convo, so she kind of was.
Well,
I guess
the
she was.
the overwhelming thing is that the DV needs to stop, and I'm sure Chelsea Love would agree with that.
Yeah, of course.
So,
Like that's not a good thing. But like I said, it all goes back to how these men were raised in their household. Like I said, in my household, my mom did not believe in a man putting their hands on a woman, so that's how she raised my brothers. That
mhm.
no matter what, you do not put your hands on a woman. Versus, like I said, here in Colorado, you not only hear it from the men, but the women too. Like women are in support, especially those people raising boys, they excuse the behavior and things
Right.
like that. And then you have the men that's like, well, women want to be equal. So, and when I hear that, I'm just like, that's crazy because that's not how I was raised. Like, no, nobody should be putting their
That's,
hands on each other, but a man knows his strength at the same time.
yeah,
Right.
my ex wasn't
Because you
raised
got
like
you, you
that
know,
either.
for Ashley, you have something you want to add there?
Yeah, my ex wasn't raised like that either, but as he got older, to him it was like, well, if a woman disagrees with him or what have you, it's like, well, what the fuck is wrong with her? It's not me, it's her and whoever he was with before me. When he was with me, he was like, well, us women make men like him get to the point to where they have no choice but to put their hands on us, and it's like, no, not at all.
I don't think it's that they have no choice. I think some men lack emotional control, so they can't
No,
use
no.
their words, so they resort to other behaviors.
Well, what they also hate is when we get up the strength to finally ignore them. Oh, they hate that. Because it's like they said, so, oh, I'm sorry, it'll never happen again. But over time, that gets so old and too old to where it's like, yeah, whatever, and we ignore them, and they hate that.
Right. Well, what do you guys think about my thing? Is that so we can have the great equalizer? Sometimes, with me, I'm sending my friend to a Second Amendment training class
I agree with that.
for her to because I think
I agree with that.
give me a second, Ashley.
Go ahead.
I think uh, I think that with DV, I think sometimes you will become feeling powerless,
Yes.
and you have to, I think, do something to gain back some power.
Not
Yeah.
me. No. Medea said, if you want peace, keep a peace on you. And I believe in that
Oh,
wholeheartedly.
I didn't first you scared me. I was like, I didn't know if Mia was going with me on that, but okay. If you want to keep the key piece, keep a piece on you. Okay, so that's what I'm sending my friend to a Second Amendment class. It's a
Good.
2 hour class, and I've reached out to the people I'm going to send her to see if we can get some kind of discount code for Mr. Denali XXL. If some women in the audience may feel that's what they should do, that they can get a discount on a Second Amendment and then also a discount on the class.
Do they really need that? I know here in Colorado, like as long as you don't have a felony, we're an open carry state, which means you retain the right to carry a firearm. You just can't conceal it
So is
unless you
Georgia.
pay for the concealed carry course.
No, no.
Georgia.
Well, I just want because I don't think that you should just go out and buy a Second Amendment. You definitely need to know how to use it properly.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? I think
Okay.
that's
Yeah.
the main thing is education on the use of the Second Amendment because you just don't want because the worst thing that you can have happen is have it and have it taken away from you. and being the victim of violence with your own Second Amendment. And that has to be probably the worst thing that can happen. So my good friend Karen Lynn down in Louisiana, because the LSU Tiger women beat, did they beat South Carolina or beat Iowa? Who they beat?
Oh hell! Don't
Iowa
make me
just beat
lie.
Colorado.
We won, but I can't. I saw the end of the game.
Okay. Were they playing Iowa? Is it Caitlin that they beat?
No, Iowa played
No.
Colorado.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, Carolyn, go ahead. 'Cause I know you're a big Tiger fan, so go ahead
Yes,
and
sir.
if you want to
Go
speak on the
Tigers.
topic, ma'am.
Yeah, man. My first husband was very. It started out emotionally, and I was young, and so I didn't even know what I was into till 10, 12 years down the road. But I ended up leaving him over drugs, not really the DV,
Right.
but
I like them over both.
but my second husband, it kind of triggered me when I heard the whole Second Amendment thing, because I remembered there was a point where we had a Second Amendment on the refrigerator in the kitchen,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought, like, there was a point and it's a psychological, like you said, it's a grooming,
Yes.
and it started out slow, and this is like 20 years after I left my first husband, and I'd had long-term relationships in between that were not in any way bad, like that. So I just happened to marry the two people that abused me,
Mm.
and by the time I realized that I was in it, um, I tried to get out, and then when you like, I would go back to get my stuff, and I wasn't prepared with somebody, and he would always, like, in 30, 45 minutes have me talked into, I promise I won't ever happen again, we need to stick together, and you can help me, and la la la. And there I was, right in the middle of it again. And people always say, well, why don't people leave? And they don't realize the emotional, psychological
Right.
abuse that happens, that makes you in a place that you just, one minute you think you can save this person, and the next minute you're just lost because they isolate you and play games with your head. And it's a really, for somebody who hasn't ever been through it, to speak on it,
Right.
it blows my mind that when people say things like, why don't you leave or whatever. But I came up here to say about the Second Amendment, because there was a time when I was so beat down,
Mm.
and there was that Second Amendment up on the refrigerator, and he was asleep after a horrible situation, and I contemplated that Second Amendment just to of rid myself, but then there was going to be another one after me. There was, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And there was a time that for a few seconds in my life, that I thought, if I take this Second Amendment and handle this, no other person is going to have to deal with this.
Right.
And thank God I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
But mentioning that just brought me, this has been 15 years ago, and it brought me right back to that night that I contemplated that. And thankfully I left. He choked me and threw me against a wall, and
Mm.
I finally got to leave and never looked back. But yeah, I think that mental therapy, women need that, and they need to protect themselves as well.
100%. Carolyn, thank you so much for sharing. There's so many stories like out here about like this, unfortunately. And like I said, I'm calling men out that we need to be in the lead of trying to stamp this out, which means that when you hear it, when you even may see it at the barbershop, guys talking about it at a club, at a sporting event, at home, we need to call these guys out because some guys think that it's showing some machoism or, I'm able to handle a woman, and that's just wrong. And we have to be at the forefront to stamp it out, in my opinion. Miss Goldie, how are you?
I'm good. You caught me with something in my mouth.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I was just, we had a great time on Friday night, our first ever Mr. Denali XXL After Dark, and you definitely were a highlight. I
Oh, I
appreciate
can't
your.
tell you how many times I listened to that and just was cracking up.
Mm, Miss Goldie is spicy. All
Mm.
right, what say you on the topic, Miss Goldie?
Well, hold on, let me swallow here.
Your time. Take your time. What are you eating like that anyway?
Leftover meatballs I made last night.
Oh, okay. Regular ground beef or turkey or ground
Mm.
chicken? What was it?
No, there's a gentleman, he's on TikTok and
Mhm.
he's got a cookbook called Kitchen Culture,
Okay.
black gentleman.
All right. And you got
And
some
I went
meatballs?
ahead. I went ahead and purchased it off of Amazon. It's on sale for TikTok, but I really don't purchase on TikTok. I'm always afraid my credit card number is going to be stolen.
Right. I got you.
So I bought it off of Amazon, but he has some wonderful recipes in there. Very simple. He's not asking you for truffle oil. We're just down home Southern cooking, salt, pepper,
Okay.
your jerk seasoning. So, but that's what I'm eating
Yeah.
for breakfast.
No problem. You're making me
Um,
hungry.
yeah, I had to get up early because I had to go and drop my car off and get the loaner. They give you a
Okay.
loaner, so. But back to the your topic.
Sure.
Um, the majority of domestic violence is usually from, I'm going to say, the stronger partner. Um, because now, I don't want to leave out any type of different relationships that people have out there.
Right.
I can only speak on the man and woman relationship.
Sure.
First, I want to say domestic violence does not occur because the woman is weak. It happens to doctors, lawyers, from teachers, any occupation you can be hit by
100%.
domestic violence. Now, with that being said, I left my ex husband 3 days before Christmas with the
Mm.
baby, with the pew pew. What I couldn't put in a heavy duty lawn garden bag
Mm.
stayed in that house.
Wow.
I never ever took anything out of that house except for what I could leave within 2.5 hours. Somebody was going to die in that house, and it wasn't going to be me.
Wow. That's
So the relationship started out as him treating me as a queen to I wasn't worthy of the lint in his pocket.
mm. Take your time.
Um, this happened in 2003. The child is now 21.
Right.
I came home. Uh, there were several things that happened to me, Denali.
Mm-hmm.
For the first time, I found out how much I was really, really a black person. And I don't want to use the derogatory term. Being on the East Coast, him being lily white, blonde hair, blue eye, even though I was the major breadwinner, even though I paid all the insurance, I still wasn't worthy to the courts more than Lent. But I flew back and forth every month. They made me pay. I'd have
Mm.
to leave the baby with him and whoever girlfriend of the week he had, fly back to Colorado. But I needed that year or partial year to get myself together.
Right.
And when they came up with the decision, because the child was born in Delaware, I wasn't going to relinquish custody of my child because of my ex-husband. So I got myself together, surrounded myself with the people that were my friends. They left because of threats from him, because he has federal credentials behind him. So, those weren't my true friends. But the ones that did, they wrapped their arms around me. And when I came back, I told him, I said, the woman that left is not the woman that is returning.
Wow. Taking back the power.
I had to take back my power. Now, it had to, I had to gain the strength, through a process. I would say maybe a couple years for the anger and all that to let go. I was in some sort of semi state of depression because I didn't want to move back to Delaware. All my family and friends were here in Colorado. Into 6 months of me going back. So this would have been January of 2005 that I had to go back. I woke up one day and I just started laughing. I was just like, look, you can either just lay here and grovel in this crap, or you can go out and just do you. So at this point, I'm in my 40s.
Right.
So that is probably a lot of the reasons that I have not gotten myself involved in relationships. I can spot within 30 seconds if I know this is going to be somebody that I want in my life. And I want somebody to bring some value into my life. I can't do any more babysitting. Men have to take control. Some of them are living with traumas that their boys kind of hype up. They need to go to this helpline as you're, I'm thinking behind you. Is that a domestic? Yeah. But they need to make phone calls. Therapy is something that's not a huge thing, but now we're getting better as a community that it's okay to seek therapy. I think that's important. I think anybody who's gone through domestic violence should go therapy. Your friends can't help you with everything. It's good to talk to someone who doesn't know you nor can offer any opinion. Also, if the therapist gives you a piece of paper and says, go home and write, no, that's not the right therapist. You want somebody who is not going to go off of what they learned in their working experience to make it so that everybody is a one fit. Each patient is different. So you have to find the right therapist. But I think that is very important because we end up holding that in and it ends up affecting us later. So the choices that I make in my life now are for me. I thought he was my absolute soulmate. He fooled the heck out of me and family members. Only one of my friends, she didn't like him. And she's my best friend to this day. We've known each other since we were 4. And I said, why did you never tell me? She's like, I couldn't because everybody else liked him. But she saw right through it.
Wow. That is powerful. And I think, like I said, with my, friend who's going through this, I want to try to help her to get back her power because she's a beautiful woman and she's a powerful woman. She's done some amazing things. Absolutely amazing things.
One really quick thing, Denali, it's interesting. I don't know where this young lady saw me, but I got a message and she was asking me for help. She had a friend here in Colorado and she needed to know who she needed to contact. And I gave her the best advice. First of all, don't ever tell them you're leaving. And
Right.
so I said, please call her. And I then went ahead and got phone numbers for her and everything. But it's interesting that this topic comes up. And I think it was like 2 weeks ago this happened.
Really?
But she did get to a safe site.
Excellent.
She is safe. I checked in with the young lady like a couple days ago.
Right. And that, that's what that's about. When someone reaches out to us, they're looking for help. And we got to try to give them the best help possible. And it does require sometimes for us to make some sacrifices. You have to determine what does that mean to you? But people need help because it's a very, very scary situation. I can't imagine, but I'm calling on the men to call out other men who they know are doing these type of things, and they are cowards. COWARDS, cowards. Because love is not supposed to hurt. It's tough to not have emotional pain from interpersonal relationships because we do things inadvertently sometimes. But it definitely should not be physical pain. It should not ever be physical pain. And as Goldie said, it takes a while to get back your power and make you feel like yourself again. But there's a form of PTSD that goes long after you have been, struck and things like that. So I want to thank Goldie for sharing her story with us. Miss Goldie has many different layers. We learned about some of that on Friday night, and we learned about that as she has become a friend to the channel. And I definitely appreciate her perspective and what she brings to the platform 100%. A round of applause for her strength to be able to tell the story. And I know I would imagine, because I felt it, Miss Gold, you tell me if this is accurate, that even when you were telling that story, you kind of went back there mentally. Is that right?
Yeah, you do. I mean, it's, you grow, but the thing is that it's always a part of you.
Right.
It's always going to be a part of you. So I can go back there consciously now, and there's no anger. There's none of that. The kid's 21 now,
Right.
But I had to work through things because not only did I have a child with my physical and verbal abuser, we shared custody.
Right.
So that meant parent teacher conferences together, all of that.
Right. Yeah. And that's tough.
So you have to be really, really strong because regardless of whatever happened in the relationship, it's not our child's fault.
100%. Yes, Carolyn, you're absolutely right. She says the trauma stays in the back of your mind, but you have to work and walk through it, and you still have things to do. So listen, I don't begin to think that it's easy, but I think that what I feel is that men have to call it out. We have to call out, and we can't normalize it. And what I can do is I can help women in getting some of their power back where they're able to protect themselves in the event that this thing continues or the person follows you around. And I'm committed to that because I don't want to see people hurt, especially people who I care about, who I love. I walked back when I was 7 or 8 and I saw it. And, I said, man, I would never do that to somebody who I love because love is not supposed to hurt physically, in my opinion. So thank you so much, Goldie, for sharing your story. I want to now go to Mr. Straightforward down there in Mississippi. Straightforward, what say you, sir?
Hey, good morning, everybody. How y'all doing?
Good morning.
I had to witness my dad beating my mom constantly, and he also abused me as well.
How old were you, Straightforward?
Well, this happened up until I was 8 years old, and my dad left my mom for another woman right across the street.
Oh, my goodness.
And I'm not going to go into details as to what was done or anything else like that.
Gotcha.
But I do remember the day before he left, he went upstairs and got a shotgun. And
pew, 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 pew. We want to make sure we stay with TikTok rules.
Sorry about that. Pew, pew, I forgot. Pew, pew, and came downstairs and he handed the pew, pew to my mom, put the other end of the barrel into his mouth and said, shoot me. And the thing is that he had and then laughed because he presented he had already taken it out. I won't forget how I felt because I swore I wish I was behind that trigger
Mm.
because
Mm.
of all the things that he did.
Wow.
But here's the problem.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we do. On that day, I actually thank him. I actually thank him because I vowed at 8 years of age that I would never ever lay a hand on a woman ever,
Right.
or even on a child, unless of course it's for disciplinary purposes. So sometimes you have to, only at a very young age, and after that you shouldn't do it no more. But I wouldn't even pull a pigtail from a girl in school. That's how extreme I went to that, and I lived up to that vow to this day. Um, the problem that we have though is like you got HR 1620 sitting in the Senate.
Okay.
Okay,
HR
it's still sitting there.
1620.
Yep,
Okay.
which is the hang on, I gotta get my iPad. Hang on a second. I'm in
I
another
tell you
room.
one thing about straightforward, boy. He's got these bills, man. HR. Did you say 1620?
Yep. It passed the House,
Mm.
but there were actually 192. This is back in 2021,
Mm-hmm.
but there were 192 Republicans that did not sign on to it, and now it's in the Senate where with the 50-50 and still sitting there today. Hasn't made it out of the committees. Um, the Violence Against Women Act, Reauthorization Act of 2021.
Okay.
The Democrats presented it, passed the House, never made it through the Senate.
Mm.
And when you have things like this here, that's just putting women on their own, unfortunately.
Right.
And I agree with you on this thing here. It's up to men to call it out and do what they can to stop. I had a really great friend, my best friend, when I was stationed in Germany, and she had a boyfriend that just continuously beat on her. But the bad part is that no matter what you did, no matter how much you tried to do something about it, um, she always went back.
Right.
She always went back until finally, you know, she did take a stand for a little while. Now they're married, so I don't know.
Mm.
It's
Wow.
and yeah, when you try to help somebody, but no matter what you do, you just can't reach out to prevent that. And it's for somebody like me, I'm a people person. It hurts, to see that.
Right. Yeah. Well, I guess you still have to give support, have the lines of
That's all you can do.
communication open, and just be there. Hopefully, she doesn't need you for that, but if she does, be there for her to give her
Oh
support.
yeah, always, always. Like I said, I mean, like I said, that was my best friend, and we talked a lot, especially about that. And but the one thing you can't do in a situation like that is just say, well, you got to get away from. That's the wrong approach. I think sometimes you have to go a different approach.
Right. You
But
got to
I
expand your thinking on that because I guess the regular approach might not be the one because it is a psychological, dare I say, mind fuck that goes on that
yep.
they're being groomed and they kind of isolate them, attempt to isolate them from their family and their friends with love bombing, and they make them think that wow, this is the greatest guy in the planet, and uh, this is my soulmate, as Miss Carol Ann said, and then you come to find out that that's not the case. It was kind of like a mirage, an illusion. They do use a lot of manipulation, and it can make a woman feel like, wow, doesn't know what's going on. And then they're embarrassed and they feel powerless and they use those psychological things. Nobody wants to talk to you. Your own family doesn't want to talk. Just those different things, those triggering words that can seep into the psyche. And next thing you know, you're caught on an island by yourself and you just don't know what to do. And it happens, unfortunately.
Yep, exactly. Okay, I'm
Straightforward.
going to go on silent. Somebody
Go
else
ahead.
wants to talk because I got to DoorDash real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead.
going to shut up, Denali. Denali. I'm going to shut up.
No, you know you're always welcome over here, straightforward. You are a subscriber. I appreciate what you do down there in Mississippi. I appreciate you sharing, because that's not always easy to do on a public platform. But you know over here that you will be allowed to say what you need to say, and your experiences will be respected and not dismissed. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate you saying what you said. Thank you. So
No
yeah,
problem.
that's what we're talking about. We got to call this stuff out. We have to normalize healthy conversations. Love should not hurt. I don't believe words should bring about violence. Just because someone says something and you get upset, learn to deal with it, not with your hands, but maybe just being quiet, or, having healthy debate. Just because we're having a difference of opinion, it shouldn't turn to violence.
Can we normalize the price of chicken again?
What price? What's the price of chicken out there in Colorado?
So I went to churches over the weekend.
Churches? You eat at Church's chicken?
I love churches. I'm from California.
Really? My
Yes.
my ex
I
mother-in-law,
love
she's not on this
greasy
planet
chicken.
anymore. She loved Church's chicken. I never understood why, but
I
go ahead.
love the greasy chicken. I love their fried okra, especially
Okay.
if it's fresh. So delicious. But anyway, I went over the weekend to get a family meal. Family meals, $20, $30. Their base price was $53.99. I was pissed.
Well, you got a big family, so you got to feed six people.
That's for a 12 piece though. $53.99, that's insane.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't say I never bought a 12 piece. I love if I go if I if I get fried chicken out, if I'm just out, it
Don't say
will be
Popeyes.
absolutely spicy. Oh my goodness! Especially it's got to be fresh, like at 11 o'clock in the morning, and it is, man. That's some good chicken. I ain't gonna lie. If I do eat fried chicken, and I did have some Friday. Actually, I think I was on the phone with you, Mia. Maybe it wasn't you. I was heading
No,
home
we were on the
Friday.
phone Friday, yeah. But I would think,
Louisiana
of course,
chicken. Yes, Sandra, you are absolutely right. Louisiana chicken is good.
yeah, I
100%.
would assume down there, down toward the south, of course Popeyes is gonna be more popular. That's where it originated. But I am a Cali girl. I love Church's big box of grease. I'm sorry. One thing I never have to worry about from Church's is their chicken being dry. Ever.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, anyway, listen. Like I said, my
Yes,
mother-in-law,
with
she's
the
not here.
pepper. See, she know. She know. That's what
Who
I'm
said
talking.
that? Oh,
Dr.
Dr.
J.
J.
With a
See,
pepper, yes.
you don't know what she's talking about. Because she's got that doctorate degree doesn't mean she knows what she's talking about.
Church's is
Carolyn, doesn't
fire.
Louisiana have the best chicken? Isn't Popeyes one of the best places to have chicken?
We absolutely do. And I
See?
want to give a shout out to, they have some new wings
Popeyes
that,
does?
yes, they have a garlic Parmesan
Mm-hmm.
wing that is like, it's so good.
I like
Wow.
their ghost pepper. I will say the mini wings that they just introduced like 6 months ago. That is their best menu item thus far. Is those mini wings.
Hey, Karen, I
Yeah.
need some slap your mama.
You like that
Oh,
seasoning, Miss Golden?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You know what
I
I'm
have
loving
some
right
in my,
now, as far as seasoning? They have this thing called Kinders. Have y'all heard of that
You
seasoning?
know, I think I've heard. Where is that? Like Texas or something? Why would I
I don't know.
see?
I get it here in Georgia, but man, this Kinders seasoning, it's like a buttery kind of. They have a buttery poultry. They have a buttery steak, and man, I am in love with it. It's about $7. I am absolutely in love with that season. I don't think I'm going to go back to Tony Chachere's or Slap Your Mama or any of those other ones. I am a Kinders kind of guy right now. Give them a
You
free
know
plug.
what will
Oh,
change.
we also have a new sponsor. I didn't talk about our sponsor. Did you guys see the sponsor on my page? I should have. Where is she? Where is this at?
No, no sponsor.
We have our first sponsor for Mr.Denali XXL. Let me see if I can pull it up. They're paying me. I should have done it. Hang on a second. Yeah, we got a new sponsor. She is here in Georgia. She's a nail technician, and she likes what we're doing over here. And so she's a sponsor. I should have it pulled up. Hang on a second. Now I'm embarrassed that I don't have it. I should have started with that.
Oh, by a
Oh,
contract violation
hopefully
already,
she
Mr.
doesn't.
Denali.
Kelly, you're
Yes.
fired.
Yeah, she might fire me. I got to make sure I do this properly. You know, this is brand new. She said that she liked the program and she wanted to. How could she support? Because she said support is a verb, and she's absolutely correct. So I got to find the graphic, and I'll get it up here in a second. But yeah, well, talking about chicken is making me hungry as well.
Yeah,
So
can
I
we get
can't.
these prices down? I only even thought about that because that's what I'm eating for breakfast, the leftover churches. And I just think about the amount that I spent on that. And
$53 for a 12 piece.
that wasn't even the total cost. That's literally the base price.
Mm,
So and like I had to add my jalapenos. Like
right?
I had to
Don't they have poppers over there? Jalapeno poppers?
they do.
Yeah,
But
those
I
are good. I
had to
like those.
also add, my half gallon of lemonade.
Half gallon of lemonade.
Anyway, I spent 60 something dollars on that meal and I was pissed. And I'm like, we need to get these prices back to normal. Because when I used to regularly eat fast food, I can get a family meal for like 20, 30 bucks.
So what was your total cost, Mia?
It was 60 some dollars. I don't know the exact amount, but I know it was
$60. Wow.
and I was like,
That's a
this is just ridiculous. But I mean, I can't complain too much because my ex-husband put 35 on it, so I paid the I didn't pay the full price, but I was really upset that it was so expensive.
yeah. You with that ex husband, y'all. I don't know what's going on. Isn't that the one you drove to this weekend, Denver?
Yeah, I'm still at his house right now.
Oh, okay.
He's
Oh,
all
Yeah.
you
Well, this is the new
still in
sponsor.
Denver? You still up this way?
Yeah, I'm still down here. I'm going home today. See, my kids are on spring break. And believe it or
Oh,
not, I have two SUVs, right? One of my SUVs have been in Denver for a month. So I'm getting my cousin to drive it back to my house today. There's nothing wrong with either one of them, but my the one that I ride, that's the bigger one for me and the kids. It caught a flat tire, so I got to get up here in a little bit and go to Discount Tire. You know, they repair your tires for free and stuff. So I need to get them to fix my tire, and then I'm probably gonna head home later today.
that was my problem today with me dropping my car off. They can't, and I just purchased the brand new tires.
So my 14-year-old has a birthday coming up, right? Or she's about to be 14 next week, right? She asked me if she can get acrylic nails. I said no. I'm like firm in my decision on no. She wants to know what you guys think about that.
Why are you saying no to acrylic?
Well, because being a person that wears not technically acrylic but gel nails, just the fake nails in general, I know that they're not really good for your nails. You know, like the look of it, you know, they look really nice, but they can really damage your nails.
Oh, okay, really? I don't know. Okay.
If she was going to do anything, but you're absolutely right. I ended up just recently taking all of my nails off. I was doing acrylic. Then I tried the dip. What my problem is whatever that chemical is in either the acrylic or that they use in the dip to do your dipping, which is less stress on your nails, but uh, they really can't handle it. But with me being around all these animals too, it was just like, ugh, I think I'm just going to take these off and give my nails a rest. But I don't see anything wrong with.
And not only is it not healthy for your nails, I just think, just these teenagers grow up way too fast. I mean,
How
I
about a
get my nails done
manicure? How about
with
just a manicure?
until
Taking
I mean manicures are no, she wants the fake nail aesthetic. And really it's because all the kids are getting it. Like they start wearing those fake nails in like 6th grade now. And so because everybody's doing it, it puts pressure on you as a parent because, kids, they just want to fit in with their friends and what their friends are doing. Where I'm just like, no, like I don't think it's age appropriate.
you stand firm, girl. Stand firm in your beliefs because you have to explain to her too that it's an upkeep. This is not something you just go do willy-nilly. You have to make the decision that you're going to do this every 2 weeks. But I didn't have nails, and but I'm old school. But I think you should stand and just sit her down and talk to her and say, just because your friends are doing it.
We've already had that talk plenty of
How
times.
about, did you give her the
For
information
Hunter
that it's
Girl
not
Rio,
healthy for her nails?
for Hunter Girl Ria, I am trying to encourage her to go with the press-ons, which will be better on her nails than, the actual, because we know what the process is going to the nail shop. And like I said, it's not healthy at all. It's more so for aesthetics. So I'm like, the press-ons are just as cute. They make all kind. She is standing firm on the fact that she wants to try out the acrylics, and she's trying to talk me into it, like, I'll even get them really, really short. And I'm like, that's not the point. Like, I have a lot of different things going on in my head. Like, for one, like I said, I feel like she's too young. For two, I know it's not healthy for her nails. And what were
Now,
you
when you gave her the information, what was her what did she say?
when I had the conversation with her about why I'm not, in agreement with it?
No, I mean like the information that's not healthy for her nails. Did she have a comeback? Did she receive that information? Or she like, Mom, I don't care. I just want what I want.
I mean, of course she's gonna, I don't think she receives it. Like, I think it's kind of like, you're talking and then there's like bricks in the teenager's ear. So it's like they pretend to hear you, but they're still gonna come back with like, that's just something they want. I mean, imagine all your friends having it and you're the one person that just, your mom is just like, no.
Well, do you have acrylic?
I do.
But you okay, so all right. Well then I guess that's when it gets a little
But
dicey.
see, this is the difference too. I didn't get to go to the nail shop with my mom until I was 17, and it was for a high school graduation to get my nails done. So this day and age, things like these teenagers, they just move too fast. Like they want, like I be seeing these middle schoolers with full blown wigs and
Well, I
weaves and
think that
makeup.
as parents, we are moving too fast too. As adults, the dating process it moves very quickly because everything nowadays is expedited. Would you agree with that, Mia?
Yeah, but I don't agree. I think kids should stay kids as long as they
I'm not
can
saying
be.
you're wrong. I'm just saying it gets a little dicey, because they're not illegal. It's not illegal to have acrylic nails. It's not like drinking. It gets a
Break
little
a nail
dicey
though.
where
And this is what I told her. You break a nail, you're gonna regret it.
I get what you're saying, but I'm sure she's looking at you as you have it. I'm not saying you guys are equal. And I guess if we went the route that it's not healthy, well, Mom, why do you do it? And you'll say because I'm an adult.
I also use the age appropriate thing. It's not the fact that it's just not healthy. I want her to be in an age where I feel like she understands like what she is doing, like
What age will you allow it to happen?
I told her 16.
16. Okay, so she's got one more year.
Two more. She's barely turning 14.
Oh, I thought she's turning 14 to 15.
No, don't put another year on me, Denali. I just say she's 14 because her birthday is like right around the corner.
Oh, she's 13.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought she was 14 turning 15. Okay, well, yeah. Okay, she's 13. Okay, so she'll be 14. So she got 2 more years. And
And
tell
it
her,
doesn't make me feel any better that her dad's not on my side. He's like, well, just get your couple grades up, and yeah, I don't care. You can go ahead and do it. And I'm like, bro, you're supposed to be on my side.
well, I mean, he has a perspective. He
I mean,
doesn't see
of
it.
course, but you can't just like circumvent the other parent. Like, you hear me saying no and the reasons why, and because it's not a big deal to you, you're like, so now it's like 50-50. Like, one parent is saying one thing, the other parent is saying a different thing. But I'm like, I'm the parent that's going to stand firm. I just don't feel like it's age appropriate. I'm sorry. Like, I'm a part of that, generation where my parents raised me a certain way where I'm not going to let the pressures of the world dictate how I parent. And just because somebody else's parents is okay with it, it's not going to make me okay with it. Like, no.
Well,
No.
the compromise is the press on, and she's against the press on. Your daughter.
She's totally against the press-ons, even though that's what I want her to get. I will even help her make the press-ons look really
Why
nice.
didn't she want to get it? Because her friends are going to know that she has press ons.
I think
Is that
so.
like wearing fake Jordans or something?
I don't know. I don't like. I've never had the press-ons, but I will say this. Um,
No, I
She
guess I'm saying why is she saying no to the press-ons? She
because she
give
has
you a
this
reason.
friend. She has this friend,
Hmm.
and her friend's sister is a nail tech, and she wants that nail tech to do her nails.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, listen, you are up against it with the teen. That she's 13, about to turn. What she's no. What is she? 13, turning 14.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. She's young, and she'll have to get over it.
I mean,
And
she has her whole life to get her nails done. Like, yeah, stop rushing it. It's
well, you
not
know
that
how it is.
great.
When you're young, you want to be older, and when you're older, you want to be younger. So that's just the
That
way it goes. But stand firm in what you believe as a parent, because it is peer pressure on parents as well. I know I have felt it myself.
that's what
Just
she
stand.
needs to hear. Say that again. When you're older, you want to be younger. When you're younger, you want to be older.
Yes. Is she listening right now?
Yeah, she's in there washing dishes, but she can hear because she's the one who told me to ask you guys, what do you guys think? Because she is really
Mia's
trying to put the
daughter.
pressure on.
Mia's daughter. Listen, when you're older, you want to be younger. When you're younger, you want to be older. 2 years will fly by. 24 months, and try to do the press-on nails. That's a good compromise. Respect what your mother is saying. She has a perspective, and she does have experience on her side. So make a nice compromise. Design a great-looking press-on. Get it.
You
Wear
know,
it.
you can already buy these like
You'll,
designer press-ons. Like you can get Louis Vuitton
you'll,
press-ons. Like
you'll be
Beautiful. They're
fabulous with
beautiful. She
you'll
could
be
change her
fabulous with
nails
the press
every
on
week.
nails and everything like that. So that's what I say. And Mr. Denali XXL knows what's going on.
Hey,
I'm an authority figure.
hey,
right.
Mia.
Yeah.
Th- I wanted to get my nails done too, but my parents told me that if I want a certain thing done, whether it's my nails or not, wait until I get a job of my own, part time or full time, save up some money, enough money to it I can keep it up.
Well, that's not a good
It's not
compromise because
it's
my
not a
daughter
money thing, I
hustles.
don't think, for
No,
me.
My
no,
my
no,
daughter hustles everybody, so she be having money. So if I straight up
I.
and told her to pay for it herself, she gonna have her nails done because she hustles her grandpa, my grandma, her
Oh,
my
wow.
sister, her cousins. Like she be getting money out of everybody. So I trust and believe the money's not gonna be the issue in her paying for it herself, which is why I won't go there with her because I promise you, if I tell her that, she'll have some money from her grandpa within like an hour or something and be like, well, can you take me to the nail shop?
Wow.
I'm gonna tell her when she's old enough to drive herself to the nail shop, then we can talk.
That's a good compromise, and
See,
she
I
should
had
try
to
to
wait until I started
embrace.
starting to do that.
She should try to embrace the press on. It's a nice compromise. Let her be
And they're
fabulous.
beautiful.
With Give me a second, Ashley.
Go
Uh,
ahead.
she'll be fabulous with the press on. She can work it, and 2 years will go by like that. At least that's a compromise. Me, his daughter,
Cause what
and
does the eighth grader need with nails? Like what
well,
are you doing in the eighth grade that you just gotta have nails?
Mia, everything is expedited. Us
True.
as adults, we
You know
are.
what I was doing in the seventh and
No,
sixth,
but
seventh
you
and
can't.
eighth
I mean,
grade?
you're talking
I
about
was getting
25. You're talking about 25 years ago.
we were
23 years.
having fun dumping people in the trash cans for being sixth graders.
Yeah, but I mean, think
That
about it. I
was
mean, 20 years ago, people were not having these fast relationships. Everything's expedited. It's just the way of the world. We live in a lightning quick world nowadays.
see,
So
they don't
True.
know how to have fun anymore. I'm
Nope.
telling you, when I was a sixth grader and I used to have to beg the seventh and eighth graders not to throw me in the trash can because I was sixth grader. But then when I became that eighth grader and that rite of passage, like, yeah, I better not see a sixth grader around here. I don't know. That was our kind of fun. We weren't worried about nails and hair and man, come on. We're riding dirt bikes and stuff.
When I went to school, it was seventh, eighth, and ninth grade, Mia.
Yep.
Middle
My
school.
mom, my
Oh,
mom was like
you
that. Yep.
so y'all had seven, eight. See, I went to school with sixth, seventh, and eighth graders. Um, yeah, that's weird. But see, I didn't go to school in Colorado neither. I went to school in California.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, they had elementary was kindergarten through six. Middle
Yeah.
school was 7th through ninth, and high
Yeah.
school was just 10th, 11th, and 12th. And my senior year was the first year that they made that change to the grading system. So, sixth, seventh, eighth was now middle school and ninth grade. So the ninth graders came to my high school my senior year.
How was that?
Sure.
With the ninth graders coming,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know what? It really didn't matter because my high school's in Denver. I don't know if you know East High School, Mia.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know how tall it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the freshmen were on the first floor. By the time you're a senior, you're up on the third and the fourth floor. So we didn't really associate with them. I mean, unless they were on the track team. Um, but I'm just trying to think back now. I don't think I really knew too many ninth graders, but it was no big deal. I mean, the school is huge. So, I mean, it was just more kids, but that was 84, 1984, girl.
Look, I am that parent that is fighting for my kids' rights to stay kids. Like, I don't even agree with my kids being on social media. I hate it. I hate that, like, we're pressured so much to allow your kids to do things that's just, like, not kid appropriate. Like, social media is not kid appropriate. I don't know.
No, it's
It's
not.
so hard parenting in these days, I promise you, because it's, like, so much out there.
There is, you got to really wrap your arms around your children.
You know how many times I have to block YouTube? Like, I got YouTube blocked on all my TVs in my house. I have to constantly block it out on my kids' tablets and their phones, because I let them have kids YouTube. The adult YouTube, the regular YouTube, no, because they can search anything on there, even when you put age restrictions. So I'm okay with, like, kids YouTube, but I'm like, it's so hard parenting in the generation of social media.
Yeah, when we were growing up, there was no. Well, I don't think there was YouTube when we were growing up.
When I was growing up, if something came on TV and you missed it, that's it. You missed it. There was
Yeah.
no, you were praying somebody had a VCR. We had 3 channels, 10 o'clock. I think, shoot, on the weekend, didn't they go off? Didn't the TVs go off like at a certain time, like 10 or 11 o'clock? And they would ask you, do you know where your children are?
See, no, I have to have gadgets and gadgets. I got cameras in my whole house. I do have timers on all the TVs. They're set to shut down at 9 o'clock. Internet is set to shut down at 9 o'clock. So even if the TV mistakenly stayed on, my kids don't even watch regular TV. They don't like cable. They are strictly app
Well, you
babies.
man, you sound like a warden.
What do you mean? Okay, so this is the
You
thing
got
about it.
timers on the TV. Oh my goodness, I would not
Yeah,
want to
so
be.
the
I would not
TV,
want to be your kid.
so the TV is off from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m.
All right, okay. I don't know.
And
All
then
right, I mean,
and
listen. I just okay. All right, okay.
how else are you gonna? Okay, so I have a 7-year-old. Because remember, I got two of them, right? My son can be trusted to go to bed at 9. He's usually in bed before 9. He's a early riser. Let's say I didn't put those timers on the TVs and the tablets. That other 7-year-old, she will stay up till 3, 4 in the morning and then want to pass out.
All
So
right,
it's automatically set for the TVs and the internet to go down in the house at 9 o'clock.
all right, okay.
Motion sensors come up, cameras.
All right. Okay. All right. Listen, I think, and this is just my opinion. I think sometimes we hold on too tight to try to keep things away from kids. They have a way to find them out, and then it becomes even more. Let me finish, Mia. It becomes even more attractive to them because why are my parents trying to keep us away from stuff, as opposed to giving it in small doses but controllable. If you hold on too tight, when they get out, they don't know how to regulate because this is all brand new and things like that. So,
Hey,
but
they
as a
got
parent,
until 9 o'clock to watch TV.
I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying sometimes I've seen parents hold on too tight, trying to control every aspect, and then when the kids get a little freedom, they go a little overboard because this is all new. So that's just my opinion. That's all. I've only raised one child. He's 18 years old,
Yeah,
and
I would invite you to come stay in my household for a week. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the timer and internet off of everything, and I want to see you naturally get the kids to bed, get them up for school on time, and see if you can do that without all these gadgets and gadgets.
okay. Again, I don't have five children, so I'm just giving you my perspective. That's all. That's it. That's all. But anyway, I'm interested. Why is it we only had one guy come up here when I'm talking about this DV situation where men need to call it out? We had one guy, straightforward. Sean was up here, but I know Sean is working, and he had to get back to what he's doing. Where are the men at on this? Why do we have two, four? We've had five women up here and only one guy.
I wanted to add just one thing to that last
I'm
subject, if I
inviting some
could.
guys.
Go ahead, straightforward.
Okay. Would you encourage your kids to smoke?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, but anybody. Would you encourage your kids to smoke?
Hey, Mr.
Because they
Denali.
got the same thing.
Hey, what? That I mean, not
Deadpool.
We were talking about when we were talking about the nails, right? And Maya did a great job by compromising with what she did, but for the unhealthy part, we're supposed to be actually protecting our children. Would you encourage your teenagers to
Are you
smoke?
comparing smoking and getting acrylic nails?
I
Straight?
am. I
Why?
am.
Why?
Because smoking is something that's unhealthy, just like getting the acrylic nails is unhealthy, right?
But Mia gets the acrylic nails.
And
I
adult smoke.
understand that.
Hey, hang on a second. Straightforward. Mia gets the acrylic nails.
I
I
understand
find
that.
it. Go ahead. I find it.
But adults do
When
things
I
that
heard
can
my
be
mother
prohibited.
say I couldn't do something and she was doing it, I was like, "What do you mean?" And
Yeah.
my opinion.
And so you sit down with the children and you explain why it's not good.
Well, she did.
I know what you're going to answer. But
He
you have
did
to draw a
explain that
line.
to her.
When you turn 18, you can go and do what you want, have what you want.
Okay.
That's something I believe in also.
All I'm saying is that when Mia started diving deeper into it about the timers and things like that, I'm just saying sometimes when you hold on too tight to try to keep things away from children, when you're able to do it, they go a little wild. That's my opinion. That's it.
I know.
Would you
I know.
agree that you have to give them things in moderation? Like, I didn't say they couldn't watch TV, but
Absolutely.
they're on a timer.
100%. I just said it, I feel like I would feel like I'm in North Korea, but that's my opinion with the time,
What?
timers
Whoa,
and
listen to
everything.
Dolly.
Listen. Hang on a second, everybody. I'm being funny, as everybody knows. Let me just put that disclaimer before I get DMs about you have no idea what North Korea is. Like, stop it, okay? I'm being funny. I'm just saying I wouldn't want to be a kid in Mia's household. How about that? Anyway, listen. That's me. That's me. That's all. I don't want timers and everything. But anyway, Deadpool. What say you? Let's see. We're gonna try this with Deadpool. Every time we try it, he's good about 2 out of 10 times. Let's see what we get this morning. Deadpool. What say you, sir?
What topic are we on today?
Well, tell me this. I've been railing on.
Sorry, Mr. Denali, can everybody
We
mute?
talking
I
about domestic
can't
disputes.
hear.
Everybody mute up except for Deadpool for a
I
second.
I was in a domestic dispute one time.
Yes, sir. Turn down your
Between-
TV, Deadpool.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry.
Turn your TV down. Come on, you know how this goes, sir. There you go. All right, now we're cooking with gas. Go ahead. You have the floor. He's got something to say. I know. Let's go.
I went to go to school one day, and I seen this
How old
couple.
were you? How old were
I
you?
was like 30 years old, 32.
You were a grown person. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. I was on my way to school and class, whatever, and I seen this couple arguing. Now, at first, I didn't know what they was arguing about.
Right.
But make a long story short,
Okay.
I heard marijuana was in the bubblegum was mentioned in the conversation. So she was like, "Why you keep doing that around our son?"
Mm.
So she went to get on the bus or whatever in front of me, and the dude looked like he was, I mean, getting ready to do something to her, but he thought I was gonna step on the scene and snatch him up. But I didn't do that. I just went about my day. And the guy kept looking at me the whole time I was getting ready to go to class, whatever, for the day. Then another incident happened to me. I was going to the store, I think, to get some clothes or a beverage or something like that. So I'm walking up the block where I live at or whatever. I seen this Spanish guy and his girlfriend arguing.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay. Next thing I know, I turn around like about 5 minutes or so. He yokes the woman up. So the moms are screaming outside the SUV, somebody help my daughter, somebody help my daughter. I'm like, yo, my man, what are you doing?
Okay.
So I grabbed the dude up.
Mm-hmm.
So the dude looked like he was getting ready to fight. So I was like, yo, somebody need to call the cops right now because if I lay this dude out, he ain't gonna get up.
Okay, Deadpool's about to put in some work.
So I told the mother, I said, call 911.
Right.
Don't just stand there screaming out somebody help, because 9 out of 10, when people help in situations like that, they either get hit up or they get laid out.
Right.
And I wasn't trying to be both. That's why I told her once I did that to call 911.
100%. You did the right thing in that, Try to, step in, try to de-escalate, and let's get the authorities on here, as opposed to you taking it into your own hands as far as subduing the guy and possibly get into a fight yourself, because it can really spiral out of control. So I think that was a good course of action. And that's what I'm talking about. We got to step in, but not only in those type of situations, but also men that we have in our circle. Because I think we all know, just like police officers, they know who the bad apples are. Our friend group, we know who the bad apples are, and we need to get them out. And we need to make sure they know that if they put their hands on a female, that they're cowards. My opinion, 100%. And we as men have to stand up. We have to be the leaders that we say we are, and we got to stop this from being normalized. 100%, in my opinion. The only reason why I'm going hard on the men is because the men can do so much damage, because we are physically stronger than women. That's why I say men. All right. Sniper, welcome back. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. Thanks. Thank you.
Good to hear from you again, sir.
Thank you. Just before I start, I don't know. There's some pretty strong women in the Army.
Not what you. I mean, that they are the exception.
Yep.
That's not the rule. I'm talking about rank and file, general population women. Generally, men are. I mean, are we agreeing on that?
Oh, absolutely. I was just
okay. Good. Okay. Good. I just want to make sure we were in agreement on that. Go ahead, sir.
I kind of came in a little bit late.
Sure.
I think we were talking about children and parents and all that.
Well, we started the program talking about DV and how we need to normalize healthy debate. Love should not hurt. Love should not hurt. A word should not bring about violence. If someone says something you don't like, it shouldn't be immediate to go to violence. And if you're in an interpersonal relationship, you shouldn't just automatically strike your partner. And I'm just dealing with men because men are physically strong and they can do a lot more damage in a very short amount of time.
Oh, I see what you're saying. A man should never hit a woman, ever.
Right. Right.
No circumstance at all. I thought you were talking about growing up with, I grew up in the 70s where we had a lot of respect for our parents. We listened to what they said. We gained value. We learned things. I grew up in a military family, since I'm military. Just different times now. I don't say it's not all the parents' fault. It's just a combination of parents of today and their children. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Sniper, for your perspective, 100%. Is that Pay? Is that your name, sir? Pay? Or Ray?
y'all talking about? Domestic violence?
Hang on, Pay. Is that your name, sir? Is your name Pay?
Patrick, but I put
Okay.
Mr.
Mr. in
Denali.
there.
Can everybody mute up? Because somebody's got a fan or something going on. It's distracting me. Who is that? Okay. Yes, Pay. How did you hear about the platform, sir?
Oh, I just went on it.
You saw it on the For You page, sir?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I just, you know how you swipe and then it goes to the next page?
Awesome. That's how important it is to go ahead and tap the screen, guys. If you guys can continue to tap, we've been up now. We've been up now 2 hours and we got 10,000 likes. We should be well over 25,000 K likes.
What's that about domestic violence? Sometimes it's not taken seriously, and then they just lie to the police or something, and then they just go back in the house, and it just starts all over again. Of just a circle of violence, and nothing is done.
Right.
Are there?
100%. Yeah, you're you're absolutely correct. It is a circle of violence. It is has a psychological aspect to it where the abuser, tries to separate their partner from their family and friends, and then try to put them on an island. Love bombing also happens where they think, oh, this is the greatest guy ever, and then they're caught in a situation that they're finding it difficult to exit for many, many reasons. A lot of psychological, I'm not worthy. It's my fault. They always, sometimes I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, ladies, look at always see the best part sometimes, especially after, because, I guess big apologies, big gestures of
No.
apologies, whether it be gifts, flowers, whatever it may be, and to try to make that the one that got abused to forget about it, or they're conflicted because they're like, oh wow, in so many instances he's good, but then the parts that are bad are really, really bad.
No,
Correct
it's
me if
the
I'm wrong.
better
Or
programs
they'll
in
say
place
he
for
really
these.
loves me.
No, I don't even think it's that. I think 9 times out of 10 in these abusive situations, I feel like the abused party is typically usually financially dependent on the abuser. So I think what may help them, because that's what I hear a lot. Like, I hear a lot of, them saying, like, oh, I wouldn't know how to leave. I have nowhere to go. I don't have any money saved up. I don't have, all. So programs and resources, if there were more programs and resources to help these people out, and more protection, because you can have a restraining order against somebody, but at the end of the day, that is just a piece of paper if somebody is really coming for you.
Yeah, that is true. And they try to leave a situation. Sometimes they'll go after, do anything to find that person.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of like, they need to put better measures and programs in place to really help these people not stay in the situation. I think people would be more willing to leave these situations if there were more resources out there.
Well, that's true to some extent, but a lot of them are, like you said, they'll stay with their partner for those reasons you just mentioned.
Yeah, but
Right.
let's say we had like housing put in place for these people. Like, how they have low income housing?
They
Why
would, but
not
you'll
create
have a
housing
party.
for domestic victims?
Right.
Or or like some kind of, like, I remember Colorado last year, they were giving out money to the homeless, like $2,000 a month of funding that we had. Why not give funding to, like, put that money, oh come on, give it to domestic violence victims or survivors and things like that. Put them in a housing programs, so that way they don't really have much of an excuse to go back to their abuser.
That's a good point. But they'll have parties that say, well, we don't want to fund it. We don't want to spend money.
Yeah.
They got the far right does that, a lot of them. Oh, it's taxpayer dollars or whatever their argument is.
Right.
I find it really, really interesting that I see the people in the comments, and I see people who come over here, and they come up, and they sometimes may have smoke for me because of topics I may have. but I don't see them coming up.
Who got smoke for you?
Well, I got called out last week by Last Prophet. I got called out by Royal. If you saw the clips on the on my page, Last Prophet had a lot of choice words for me. But I don't see these guys now coming up.
They're cowards. I prefer
I
this
don't see them coming
conversation.
up. I mean, where are the men with this? I see them entering into the room, and they got so much to say. Now here's a real topic,
Yeah, I
and
like this
they're not showing
conversation.
up. They're not
Better,
showing up.
better than
I find it very, very telling that
They just
they
had
don't have a voice on this.
what I don't like is we can't just have any platform without people getting mad. That's why I can't go into certain political conversations because they'll get violent.
Why Dave, he's a subscriber, so those are the ones abusing their partners. I don't know, but I find it interesting that I see them entering into the room and then they leave, but they got a lot to say about all this other stuff. But this serious topic here, they don't have anything to say. They're not
they
lending their voice to this very, very, very serious topic that needs to be stopped. I'm watching. I'm watching and I'm listening. And the silence is deafening. The
they just
silence.
running through to see so they could fuss at you for your topic. But since it's a great topic, they're like, oh well,
Yeah.
I can't get onto them for that, so let me go somewhere else and abuse
If you
somebody
got
else.
voice on me talking about whatever I talk about throughout, and I think most of my topics are pretty well thought out. I think they're topics that we all have opinions on. But this one here, I'm calling on the men out. I'm calling all the men that got smoke from Mr.Denali XXL in this channel and this platform where we're building.
I
I'm
mean,
calling you
nobody's
out.
gonna agree on everything. I
That's
Huh?
mean, you can't please everybody. Nobody's gonna agree on everything.
No, I'm not saying, of course not. But
yeah,
you
but you
got
don't have.
smoke for me on certain things. But this one here, as I'm calling men out specifically, they got nothing to say. Pay has come up, straightforward has come up. Sean was up here, but I know Sean is working.
Because some men are going to defend domestic violence. Because you know what I hear from domestic offenders? It's always, well, she should have kept her hands to herself.
Come
Why
up and
is it
say
that
it, and
all these
we can have a conversation about it. Come
But
up
why
and
is it
say it.
no? Because they know I'm gonna chew them out. Because why is that always the excuse when they
There
have a
is no excuse. There is no
and
They
justification.
want to give the
this is what
power
I
to
don't
the men.
understand is when the police comes out to a domestic violence situation, they get both sides of the story and they usually go off the evidence as well. Now, if there is no physical evidence, then they try to determine who may be telling the truth or not. So I'm like, how does the man 9 times out of 10 end up with a domestic charge and not the woman? But their excuse is going to be the same thing like child support. The system is against men. And that, that is just not a valid argument.
Well, what you're supposed to do if you have the family and the child, they separate the child and say, "Will you tell me what really happened?" If they're not
Well,
still to the
I
parent.
don't. I think the child support issue that can be experience based, but violence is just violence.
Yeah,
No,
but
I don't think child support is experience based at all. I think it's
Well, hang on one second, Mia. Men, you can't say that men have not been railroaded in the child support court.
because they're
Where,
not doing what they're supposed
stop,
to be
please let me
doing.
finish my thought, Mia.
yeah.
I know that you're passionate about it, but let me finish my thought.
Okay.
I'm just saying men have an experience, and if they're making a certain amount of money, and then they got to go back and live with their parents and eat off a hot plate because the money's going to the children and the mother, that can cause you to have a certain opinion
So the money
based
goes
on.
toward the children, and this is where you're not going to excuse it. This is one topic that's never going to be an agreement for this reason. The courts are set in place. If a man does not want to pay child support, he has options. He can go for 50-50 custody. 9 times out of 10, if he can't get custody, is because he's not stable or he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing.
I don't think that's true because I know many men who are stable and the children go to the
Is that true?
mother.
You in
I have
Texas or some states you can deny child support because
Well,
I know
a
someone.
man has choices after, but we had this conversation last week. If a man says, I don't want to be a father, he has no options whatsoever.
They
After
should
the
have.
child,
They should be have to be forced.
What pay? You got to let me finish my
I'm
thought, sir.
sorry.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
All right.
Let me finish my thought. He's got no options after that. It's up to the woman. If the
Yeah,
woman
he's
wants
not
to,
gonna put on a condom,
if the
Denali.
woman wants to terminate and he wants the child, too bad. If he doesn't want the child and the woman wants to keep the child, too bad.
Well, maybe science needs to make it to where men can carry babies, because once he didn't put on that condom, you are right. Her body, her choice. You don't have no say so in the matter, but you had a say so before conception. So men need to take more responsibility. This is not a new thing. It's not like they don't know how women get pregnant or how babies are created. The problem is they want all responsibility absolved off of them once they've made their decision, and that's not okay. Accountability.
Who helped them make the decision?
The woman.
How
And
much
9 times out of 10,
responsibility?
the woman is raising that baby.
How much responsibility do you put on the woman?
I put 50-50 on both of them.
I just said you because he the only one that
But
can
you're
say
not
put.
going to get me to agree with you.
Is he the only one that can say put on the condom?
No, he's not. But it doesn't matter. Once that decision is made and that baby is in her body, he no longer has a choice.
Right. So he doesn't have any options.
Okay, so he should have thought about that
So
before.
should she have?
Obviously, she did, because 9 times out of 10, the woman ends up with the baby.
No. I'm talking about before the intimate act happens. She should say, "Let's put on a condom."
Or the man should say that. It's equal
I
responsibility.
agree, but I
And the men,
agree.
actually, that's a lie. It's actually more on the men. You know why? Because then you guys complain about not having a choice on whether a woman carries a baby or not. So therefore, that makes him more responsible, since he's not going to have any choice once the baby is.
I didn't want to get into a whole
So you
child
don't think
support
that puts
thing,
more
man.
responsibility knowing
I'm not
that
really,
he doesn't get
listen,
to
you
determine?
have a, I think you have a, from what you've told us, you have a very good working relationship with your ex-husband, and you're getting a lot of child support, and it's working for you, right?
Yeah, but I don't.
You don't have any
really feel
complaints,
like,
do
I feel
you?
like men just have some men, because there are
Hello?
men that are
Excuse me.
caught up in the system of child support and they have no complaints about it, and they pay their child support. And then there's those men that have the excuse that the system are against them. Like, for some reason, the
But
government.
do you think that's possible that that's their
No,
experience?
I don't
That's
believe the
not their
government.
experience?
The courts are nothing but a middle party to a
Are you
situation.
telling me right now that the court is not in favor of the woman over the man?
No, they're not.
That's
For
not true.
example, I already told
That's
you.
not true.
I already gave you. No, yes, it is.
I
I
don't
already gave
care.
you.
I'm telling you, I'm speaking not from your experience. I'm speaking from men that I know who have been railroaded in child support. What?
Men that you know. So you don't know
just
all
said
the
that.
ins and outs.
Okay. All right. Okay.
The courts is only there to determine
Yes.
who's
Yeah.
the
You know what?
safer.
No men get railroaded in court. It's always fair.
In my divorce settlement, my
I'm not
ex-husband.
talking about you personally.
Okay, but I'm speaking from experience, and you're speaking from other people, and you can't do that.
Because
You
it
can't
works for you,
discount.
but you can't say
You
that
can't
men don't get
discount
railroaded in the
somebody who
family
has-
court.
You can't discount somebody who has experience
I'm
with the
saying
courts
to you,
to
but
say,
you're saying, Nia, you're saying that men don't get railroaded in
I don't
family
believe
court.
it. No, I don't believe it. I
Mia,
believe
just
it's
because
equal
that's
on
your
both sides.
experience.
I believe it's equal on both sides. I know men that have full custody of their children.
Okay, listen, I think we're getting away from the topic. We had a
Yeah, completely.
we had a we had a conversation about child support, Mia, last week, and we will have more conversations about that.
See, this conversation is not even about child support, though. It's about men being railroaded by the system, and men want some men. I'm gonna say 25%, because
Where are you getting that number from?
I gave you a very low number because I think it's more than that.
All I asked, where are you getting that number from?
Just for the sake of argument, let's say
It's not a real number then.
let's say 25% of men believe that they are railroaded by the system. Where would we have the? Because if that was the case, I would not see men that are full-time fathers out here that either have 50-50 custody or 100% custody. And those men aren't the men that are complaining about the system. They're like, well, I went to court and did what I got to do. I was on a panel speaking with men about this, mainly the men that believe that they're being railroaded by the system. And you know what the problem was? You asked them how many baby mamas they got. They got 4 baby mamas, 6 children. They got all this stuff. And then, I don't like going through the court process. So basically, you're not doing what you have to be doing. So now, and then you make a biased opinion about the system when you're not taking the necessary steps to get where you need to be. And then if you do make it into that courtroom, they ask both sides the same thing. They want to know where your kid goes to school, where your kids go to the doctor, how often they do this, who's paying this. They're trying to determine who's the most stable parent so they can make a decision on child placement. 9 times out of 10, it just always ends up being the mother.
Because the dad has to work to pay the bills.
So the mother's not paying her bills in her household?
I don't know. Are you what percent of your child support is versus what comes out of your pocket directly?
Okay, how about this? I'll give you my child support's $1,800 a month. My mortgage is $2,600. So what? So even if I took the child support and put it toward my entire rent payment, where is the other money coming from for me to survive for the rest of the month and pay the rest of that?
And that $1,800 is based, and that $1,800 is based on how many children?
3.
3 children. So you get. I thought you had three fathers.
Huh?
I thought you had your oldest one has a father.
No,
right?
My oldest one is with my ex-husband.
Okay, the 14-year-old, and then you have 2 sets of twins by 2 different men, right?
My twins are my ex-husband's as well, and then my little twins are not.
Right, you have 3 fathers.
2.
Oh, the oldest and the twins together, and then okay, all right, gotcha. Okay. So the other two sets of twins are somebody else's, and is he active paying child support?
Yeah, he is.
So the total you get for all 5 children is $1,800.
That is correct.
Okay.
So $1,800. Let's say I took that and put it toward a portion of my rent, or we'll put the whole thing toward my rent. How would I survive making a car payment, feeding these kids, clothing these children?
I thought based on the conversation we have had, they're getting taken care of lock, stock, and barrel by your ex-husband.
What? No, that you got me confused with the other girl that was getting $6,000 a month in child support. I'm not fortunate enough to get that much.
No, I thought like you can call him up anytime to get what you need and he gives it to you.
Oh, I can. I just told you he took us out to eat last night. But he's also one of those men that don't complain about paying child support.
Okay. All right.
You know what? And it's great that you got your panel today and that I am at his house because he's going to be back in a couple hours. I be telling him all the time, like, you need to come to this panel, man, because not yours in particular, because we don't really talk about this kind of stuff with yours. This is new. But I be wanting him to come to the panel and say why he has no issue with paying child support and helping out.
I think what I'm hearing is that you're not getting enough.
No, because if I didn't feel like I was getting enough, I can take him back to court at any time and ask for an increase.
You are getting enough.
I mean, I feel like it is what it is.
Would you like more?
No, like if he wasn't an active and involved.
You don't want more. Okay, you're happy with what you're getting.
Yeah, it's cool. Like, I understand he has to live too. And, we had that conversation too, that child support in some states are only 20% of a man's income. Each additional child is an additional 10%. So, but the maximum, they can only take a maximum percentage out of your paychecks. So it never hits the 50%. Like no man is ever paying 50% of their income toward child support.
Getting off topic, but what you're getting, you're happy with, you don't have a problem with it, but you have a problem with men saying that they sometimes get railroaded in the family. Let me finish.
No, I have a problem that make
Let me finish my sentence, please. You know that you have plenty of time to talk, but if I'm getting my thought out, let me finish it. You feel men that what they're saying is their experiences are not accurate, right?
I feel like I don't agree with men that have a lot of excuses for why they can't do something. A
Well, no,
real
I'm talking
man,
about when men say that they have been railroaded in the family court. You don't believe it.
nope.
Okay, gotcha.
And
Stop.
I don't know all these men and all their situations. I'm going by, another panel, which, and I'm not gonna, I don't have to hide her name, Neek's panel, and because her topic is mainly child support all the time, so you hear a lot of different men's stories. So based on hearing their stories, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and then they want to blame the system for why they're in the situation. Like there
Okay.
was this
I
one
would
man
love to
on
go
here that
live
Hang
said,
on
again,
one
but I
second.
am
Hang,
currently
Mia.
working right now.
Whoa, everybody, quiet.
I'm just trying to get Mr. J
Quiet.
to mute up.
Please mute up. I got it, Mia. I got your point that you don't think men
Hey,
get.
hey, what's up, brother?
What is going on here? I got your point, Mia, that you think that men are making excuses for things that happen to them in the family court. Got it. We got you on the record. I want to go to my good friend Block Simps. What say you, sir?
Yeah, I'm a expert on family law, and you run into these women who are in denial about how crooked it is, and want to invalidate men and the truth that they tell. So take me for instance. I 50-50 custody parenting time of my children, and I'm being made to pay $1,000 a month to my child's mother. She's married. I have my own house. She has her home living what she does. And what's happening is when the children are with me for the 2 weeks out of the month that I have them, I'm taking care of them, doing the things that I do, practices, homework, going to bed, waking up, bus stop, picking up, everything, parent teacher conferences, all of it. And nobody pays me nothing. But yet, when it comes to the other parent doing their half, I have to pay them to do their half. I don't know what planet you're on to think that's fair. I've been fighting it in court, federal court. I'm in the federal court of appeals for the Sixth Circuit over this matter. And if you didn't know, the states get paid federal grants for putting men like me on child support orders who their children and want to provide for their children outside of government control and coercion. But the state doesn't like it that way. They say, hey, we know you can take care of them on your own, Mr. Scott, but won't you just get under this child support order so we can get our federal grant money? Just do it that way. We're gonna force you to give money to your child's mother, but we want to do that so we can get a federal grant from our big buddy federal government. So they're gonna use me and use the custody I have with my children and the relationship and put it in jeopardy, all so they can get federal grants. And then
Mia?
I help men who do not have any biological children, yet they are fighting child support orders unconstitutionally. These men had DNA tests lined up saying they're not the daddies, yet the state is taking money out of their hard-earned pay, making them involuntary servants again, so the state can receive federal grants. That's why the child support system is the biggest revenue stream for each state in America. That's where they make the most of their money. They cannot receive tenant funding unless they have a child support system in place voluntarily. Not land.
Mia?
okay, so I can't come on here and just discount his experiences. Do I believe that he has 50-50 and paying $1,000 a month? I do not believe that. But if he say that's what his situation is, then
Show
that's
you the
what his
order.
situation is. I blocked him. I just muted you because I let you talk uninterrupted. Um, I do know that at least I'm only going to speak for the state that I live in, where I have my order out of, that I got in my divorce settlement. And I know it was set up for both me and my ex-husband to have equal 50-50 custody, and the judge wouldn't have put a child support order in place. Since he did not want 50-50 or shared custody, they gave him discretionary visits and placed a child support order. So that's why I do think the courts are just the middleman. They work in favor of both parents, and they need something in writing, on file, in the court system to say both of these parents are sharing equal time. If they agree to equal time, there is no monetary anything set in place. Now, if a woman, I do know in situations where a woman is receiving government assistance, that she's receiving government assistance, the man is responsible for paying that back. So even without a child support order, a man is responsible for paying back the state for those benefits that she received for his children. So I do know that is some men experience where they're paying back the system for benefits received for their children. But this is another reason I don't believe child support is a railroaded system or a one-sided system. There's women on child support as well. There's more men on child support because there's more single mothers, and mothers typically are the primary parent. So of course there's more men on child support, but there's also women on child support. I know a couple of women on child support. I'm just saying, how come when it comes to that conversation, only the men are saying it's a railroaded system? In fact, what I'm going to do is get my daughter's phone. I'm going to call up this girl that's on child support. I want to see if she's going to say she's being railroaded by child support, or if she's just going to be like, yeah, they just...
If we have more men on child support, wouldn't more men have an opinion about child support than women?
Why is it that these women always tend to have the children? That's where the real problem comes in at.
Do you not think that a lot of times they ask the child, who do you want to live with? And
no, they don't. They don't even bring no. My child is about to be 14. She was 10 years old when we got a divorce. They did not bring our child or our children into our matters at all. They didn't ask to, they didn't know. 9 times out of 10, children aren't even allowed to come to court with you for these family matters. They want to keep the children out of it. They just basically, what they do is they figure out, like, for example, at the time that I was going through
a man is working to pay the child support. Mm-hmm. And he can't take the child to school, or he's having some, because usually, would you agree that men?
What about the?
Do you?
Okay. This is why this
really have a conversation if I can't get my thought out.
Okay, go ahead.
Like, I mean, I understand you have particular opinions on it, but you're not letting me. You're not even letting me speak.
An excuse for men, it's hard to have this conversation. You're talking about he got to work to pay child support. When I got my divorce, I was working full time, making more than my ex-husband. So what about the mother that has to work? Why do the men always?
Do you think? Hang on a second. Do you think you're triggered by this conversation, Mia?
Yep.
Okay, great. I'm glad you admitted that. So with you being triggered, it's tough to have a conversation because you have an opinion and you want to get your opinion out. I think we all know, if you've been listening to this channel, where you are on child support. This young man, this guy's talking about his experience. And earlier in the conversation, you say you don't believe it.
Yeah, but I bet you wouldn't let him have 50-50. My kids are at their father's house every weekend. In fact, we're all at their father's house
Again, you said you do not believe that this family court railroads men.
I don't.
Okay, that's fine. Is that a fact or is that an opinion?
Everything's going to be an opinion on this topic.
Okay, great. I'm glad you admitted that. Fantastic. I block Sims. Do you want to say something, and I'll go to Why Dave?
Sure. Yeah, I tried to post that in there.
What is that you're posting? I saw you. What is that, sir?
It was a document showing that I was $15,000 overpaid, and they upped my child support still. And it shows the amount of days. I have 182.5 days a year, which is 6 months, which we divvy up the days between us. So yeah. So, but
okay, can you put that on the big screen? Okay, it's showing that you have 50-50.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Give me 1 second.
Okay,
I'm gonna put iBlock Sims up on the big page. Go ahead, iBlock Sims. Go ahead and put what you had up there earlier. Mia wants to read it, and I'm sure that she has an opinion on it.
I just want to make I know arrears that he's owing and all
Why do you think? Whoa! Why do you think he has arrears?
because he said $15,000.
You have arrears, I
But he
block
only
Sims?
pays $1,000 a
No,
month,
it
which
was
will show that he has.
$15,000 overpayment.
Oh,
What I
you overpaid 15 grand.
Yes, you can see it is circled in red. It says $15,000. You know, I don't have to lie about this stuff. I've never been in arrears.
Yeah.
Never, ever been in arrears.
Okay, hold on. Just hold
And
the
I,
paper. Kind of level it out and straighten it.
I don't know how to
Bring
get
your
it.
camera back. Zoom your camera out some so she can see the
Well, no, it's
whole.
a photo.
Oh, it's a
Okay.
photo. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Oh,
why don't you screenshot that, Mia, and then you can read it.
Yeah. Well, I
Does that
can't.
work? You got a screenshot,
no,
Mia?
I'm just reading this. I'm looking for. I'm trying to see what he's talking about.
I know if you screenshot, then you can read it a little bit better. You think, or no?
No, because the whole page isn't. The parts that's cut off is still
You
going to
can
be.
kind of get the gist of the document, the body of the document. Did you screenshot it, Mia?
No, but I do see that the arrears say $0.
Oh, you were concerned that he was in arrears.
Yeah, I see that the
I was
arrears say
fit.
0
So
and his actual payment says
I'm always
918.
curious. Why would you immediately think he's in arrears?
He said he owed $15,000. I'm going off of
no, I
what
said
he
I was
said.
$15,000 overpaid.
Overpaid, he said, not arrears.
Michael,
Yes.
you got so much to say. Why don't you come on a panel? If I wanted more money, I would have been took my ex-husband to court for more money.
Michael said you want
Thing
more
is,
money.
I want to communicate with this because I think is to go at this so emotionally is not the answer in my opinion. I help fathers be pro se litigants in court and mothers who come to me for my expertise. And I teach them how to win in court without the use of a lawyer. It's called being a pro se litigant. And so, man, let me tell you, I am an expert on family law. Nobody knows this stuff better than me. And it is very, very, very corrupt. And I'm sorry, my opinion is Mia, you don't know what you're talking about. You're up here just an emotional bag of wind.
Boy,
And
you know what? You can't say that to me when I've been through the
well, I
process.
say what I
So
want, and that's my
Well,
opinion
we
about
don't.
what
Hang
you.
on, but I don't want to. I don't want to
That's
get
my opinion
into.
about what she's
I
saying.
got you.
Okay.
I got you. But I don't want to. I don't want to give the personal insults or anything like that. She
I'm
has
just trying to
a.
calm the emotion down and let's
She
listen
has.
to
I know,
facts.
and I'm. You know, she
I'm
has
all
a.
about
She has
facts.
a. She has an opinion based on what has happened to her with the two
not only
children.
that, just the fact that me and my ex-husband don't have these problems. Like we don't sit here and argue
No,
about
but
child support.
would you
He's not
say,
going to sit here and tell you he's being
would you
railroaded
say,
by his.
Mia, would you say your experience can be different from someone else's?
Of course it can, but he can't
Right. So
come up here and say that he knows.
when you said earlier that you do not believe that men have been railroaded in family court.
I don't believe it.
Right, but this man is telling you right here that that does happen. And you're dealing with based just on what's
I
going
just
on.
wanted to see his document to see that he had 50
Right,
50
Mia,
custody, and that's not something that he just proved. So, therefore, my statement is still valid.
This is just
all right. You know, Mia, you know what you're doing now is you're doing what we don't want to have happen over here because you're talking over everyone because you have a particular experience. And we've heard what your thing is. You do not believe it. This man is telling you something different. And you're basing your beliefs based on what's in your particular case and what's going on with people that you know in Colorado. Would you agree with that?
Of course, I can only speak on
So
Colorado.
this man is saying he helps men. He's an advocate for men to help them navigate family court. Is that what you do, Block Sims?
yes, that is exactly what I
Okay.
do.
So he probably and I would imagine, Block Sims, that you help men around this country, not just in your particular state. Would that be correct, Block Sims? Okay. Yeah.
He had
You
to
help
go.
people around the country, Block Sims. Is that correct? Block Sims.
Might be on the phone.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm saying you help men around the country. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So he might have a better perspective on the family court system here than yourself because he's talking. How many different states would you say that men have come to and you tried to help them navigate family court?
I would say six
Six
states.
states. Okay, great. 6 states. And he has a perspective based on the experiences from the people that come to him.
I've
A
beaten
little bit.
five lawyers.
You did what? 5 lawyers?
I've beaten 5 lawyers in court.
You beaten personally 5 lawyers?
Yes.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
I've beaten 3 on my personal case, 2 for other people's cases.
Okay. That's I would say he has a definite perspective on it, 100%. Not that your perspective me is not valid, but we can't invalidate him when him helping 6 different people in 6 different states at least in this family court situation. So
I will tell you this, Mr. Denial, is that I believe that if Mia really dove in to just say what she said, to say, you know what, let me see if these guys are telling the truth. It just really dove into it, looked at all the laws, look at 42 USC 655 and 658A, where it says the states get payments from the federal government for putting people on child support. They get paid for paternity establishment. They get paid for that. They get a paid for how many people are in arrears. They get paid for how well the system is working overall. They get paid for something. There's 2 more measures that they get paid by. It's five and all. These people are making money off the public. They're not allowing people to just be parents to their children without any involvement. They are bum rushing themselves into people's families because the only way they can get that federal money is to put people on child support. That's it.
all
And it's
right.
when you really learn and look at the millions of dollars that they're getting when you go to tax.gov, which stands for Tracking and Accountability for Government Grant System, .hhs, which stands for Health and Human Services.gov. When you look at that and you go through all the clicking other measures and child support enforcement, you will see a Rolodex of payments to every state, millions coming from the Social Security Administration. This is the biggest scam in U.S. history, that they're just breaking up families and destroying people and fathers and children and everything. And they're supporting women, skipping state, keeping the kids from the child so they can get a bigger child support payment out of the dad because he can't spend any time with the children because she skipped 2 states over.
Right.
So that the bigger the child support payment, the more federal funding they get. And it's such a asinine system. It's crazy.
Right.
But it's getting ready to be exposed because you got people like me.
It's a money grab. It's a money
Yes,
grab.
you got people like me who have federal lawsuits in place. I'm in the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals, and I'm taking this all the way to Supreme Court. And they
Wow.
know they are in trouble. I'm not the only one doing this. There's a lot of people around the country that are suing. A guy in Minnesota, he won his at the Supreme Court level because these lawyers, the Bar Association, they know what they're doing.
Absolutely,
It's
it's
all
all a
about
money grab. I mean, the
yes,
whole court system sometimes can be, especially on the civil divorce, family court. It's all a money grab. You're trying to get a divorce, and they drag it out, they drag it out, they drag it out, they drag it out, and it's all about money at the end of
lawyer fees, all that stuff. It's all a
the
big money grab for them. And
money.
Mia, I would encourage you. I would encourage you, sister, to just dive into it. Don't take our word for it. Don't take these men's word for it. Dive into it. I would encourage you to type in Google, "man pays child support for child that is not his." Just type that in Google and click enter and watch the stories and videos that you see of these men having their lives ruined, being made homeless, and the children are not theirs. It's crazy. It's right there on it. These are news stories.
I
They're
heard
not
it's up
just
to 30.
videos
I heard
people
it's
are
up to
shooting with their phones.
35% that happens.
Yes, it's not just videos these people are shooting with their phone. These are actual news stories of men being railroaded like this. And the only way that the child support system will stop is when they're exposed on the news. There's a story out of Memphis. There's a story out of Michigan, out of Detroit with Cornell Alexander. And they did another story, a follow-up to Cornell's story. They showed white men, black men. It transcends race.
Right.
getting all railroaded and men taken to court, getting their riches taken from them. They never touched the women. They just wrote their name on a piece of paper saying they're the father of the child. Next thing you know, they're getting their money taken, and the men are being made to fight in court. And no lawyer will help them. Why? Because the Bar Association is what created this debacle to bring money to themselves.
I think Black. I know what your answer gonna be, but I'm gonna read the comments. So, do you think it should be mandatory to get a DNA test at the birth of the child?
Absolutely.
I know. I
Mr.
agree with that.
Denali.
Yes, Mia.
So when I was on somebody else's live, this is why I don't agree with all this nonsense being spewed.
Wait,
So
hang on
like,
1 second, Mia. Stop for 1 second. Do you not believe that it's up to
see, you can't
35%?
do that when I'm trying to give my thoughts. Like,
Because
and
you just said it's nonsense. I'm trying to understand. Do you think that 35% of men are finding out that the
no,
children that
no,
huh?
no.
Why do you say no?
Where do you get 35% from? Did you go and look at those
That
statistics?
that yes.
Okay, well,
Okay,
until
okay, hang on a second. Do you think it happens?
yeah,
And what
and
percentage would you like to
and
put on it?
that's I'm not gonna put a percentage on it. That's what I
So
was
do you think
coming.
if one per it happens, do you think that man was railroaded?
No, I don't.
He wasn't railroaded if he has to pay child support for a child that's not his.
Nope, because
Then what?
I know how that process works.
I'm saying if it's one person,
Oh my,
did he get railroaded?
no.
How is he not railroaded paying child support
Because
for
this
a
is the
child that's
thing
not
about it.
his?
Like, this is the thing about it. When a woman goes and says, this man is the father of my child, what they do is they look for that person. They subpoena them to court. There are 3 subpoenas sent out. Hey, this person,
You're
this person.
jumping
No, I'm
ahead.
not. I'm
Hey,
explaining the
let
process.
me give the premise of the question. Are you saying that there have not been court cases where a man went to court where he was paying child support for however many years, and it comes out that that's not
I didn't
the
say that doesn't happen. Stop putting words in my mouth.
if that happens, did that man get railroaded?
No, he did not.
Okay.
What's up?
Part of this happens from a person not taking care of their responsibility.
Huh?
So there's default orders put into
Oh,
place. I want you to go look at how a default order is put into place.
oh, okay.
A default order is put into place by a man not cooperating with the court system, meaning he refused to put his DNA on file for a DNA test. Therefore, the courts decided in default favor of the mother and child, which is why he is responsible for now paying child support. Had he went and subpoenaed his DNA, they could have found out years ago that he wasn't the father. And that's why the money is not reversible. That's why you can't avoid the court system for years and years and years and then be like, oh, well, now I finally have the DNA test and it's not my child. Give me my money back. Well, we asked you to have it 5 years ago.
Put me on the screen, guys.
I don't. Hang on 1 second, Mia. Are you? I don't know what happened to this right here. Give me 1 second. Go ahead, sir.
Father is. Yet they're still demanding he pay up. Now he's turning to On Your Side investigator Stephanie Skurlock for help. Talk show TV makes millions off the catchphrase, "You are not the father." But the reality in Memphis is just because you're not the daddy doesn't mean Shelby County Juvenile Court won't make you pay.
I was down there in handcuffs and chains.
Over the years, Edward Bowdery had his driver's license stripped and once even found himself in handcuffs over child support payments for a child that's not his.
I would hate to see somebody else go through the same thing. I've been going through this. I mean, headaches.
This mound of paperwork shows a juvenile court judge ordered him to pay child support even before the birth.
I didn't do a voluntary acknowledgement. I didn't sign the birth certificate. All I knew is we legitimated the child in your name.
Bowdery asked several judges during several hearings for a DNA test, but no judge ordered one.
I said, how did I even get put on child support? And I never said this was my child. And they said, again, this is not what we're here for.
In 2009, he took the child himself to get a DNA test and found the son he'd supported for years was not biologically his. He took the documentation to court. The judge wouldn't accept it, but ordered a new DNA test done that showed the same results. Probability of paternity, 0%.
They never did do what they were originally supposed to do, which was give me the opportunity to take a DNA test. I was just a voice not being heard. So I guess I needed a choir.
Juvenile Court Magistrate Nancy Kessler agreed in October to allow Bowery to disestablish paternity, but only after, he says, she admonished him for taking it this far.
The judge stated that, well, I find it very distasteful that you're bastardizing a child.
The judge stopped the child support going forward, but Bowery still has to pay $460 a month to the mother in back pay. He doesn't believe he should have to pay anything. In fact, he believes someone owes him money, the $30,000 he's already paid. Administrators at juvenile court denied our request for an interview on this case, saying it's not appropriate to comment about rulings. What are the chances of him getting its money back?
It is very unusual and very infrequent.
Family lawyer Miles Mason says in a similar case, the Tennessee Supreme Court ruled a man in Middle Tennessee could sue his ex-wife for fraud. He got a $100,000 judgment.
There was a very large judgment awarded against the mother, but I doubt it would be likely that they would be able to collect in most cases.
This bill is simple, that a person who is proven not to be the biological father.
State Representative G.A. Hardaway says he's heard from a number of fathers in his district who were like Bowery. He introduced a bill letting them file civil lawsuits against the biological fathers, but it never made it out of committee.
To a degree, justice needs to be served. I think it needs to be a totally different, a new law or something.
The question many people might ask, why is Bowery still paying back pay to the child's mother? Well, we're told by law, the new judge he's dealing with can't undo another judge's ruling.
There you go.
All right.
I can show you 5 more if you want to.
Well, I don't think we need 5 more.
Yeah.
Mia, you have something to say? You have a comment on that before we move on?
Only if I'm not going to get interrupted, because it seems like you let him talk freely.
Are you throwing a shot at me, Mia?
You're letting him talk freely every time he talks. But
okay, I'm gonna give you a minute. Go ahead and talk, Mia.
The minute I start, you start interrupting.
Go ahead and talk. Go ahead and talk, Mia. You got a minute.
Okay, so I can't speak on Tennessee laws and how they do things, but what I can say that I heard in the video is that he did not put a paternity acknowledgement on file, which means he didn't submit his DNA. And I do know that the courts do have a process for everything, meaning you cannot come to court when the matter is about child support and say, I took a DNA test, this is not my child. You have to file the proper documents to have a hearing about that. So, but I don't know the ins and outs of that, but it don't seem like he put an acknowledgement on file beforehand.
Are you done, or are you going to continue?
Yeah.
Oh, you're done. Okay. All right.
And then Tanji says, what if he didn't know at first? That's the thing. That's it all goes back to what I was saying earlier. Like, if you take care of your responsibility in the beginning, then you wouldn't be caught up in these situations.
How much responsibility do you put on the woman for having multiple possibilities?
Was on a panel with a man who said that if a woman came to him and told him that there were 2 possible fathers of her child, that he would refuse to do a DNA test. And I told him, that's fine. You can do things that way. But then what happens when they do a default order? He said that he would not care. And I'm like, and that's how we get caught up in these situations where years down the line, you're paying child support for a child that you never knew whether it was yours or not. And then it comes out.
How much responsibility do you put on the woman for having multiple possibilities to be a father?
She should have to pay the money back. She knows who the baby's daddy is.
I would like to. I got to drop denial, but I want to just
go ahead and answer Mia, and then I appreciate you coming on over, and we'll go around the panel, sir.
I appreciate it, man. A lot of times in these things, Mia, you know, it would be very naive to think that our judicial system is anything fair at all. They're the most corrupt thing on the face of the earth, in my opinion. So what they're doing is, if we talk about this again, I will play Cornell Alexander's story, because he was in prison and the court said they served him at an address. So the thing is, how do you serve somebody and they're incarcerated and you said you served them at a certain address? That's fraud. Somebody lied, his name was forged. And let me tell you something, that happens a lot where people, these process servers go out and they are paid under the table to forge people's names to say they got served. Well, the court date comes around, the people don't even know about it because they truly didn't get served. But the court says, hey, they were served, the paperwork says it, and we're moving forward. Next thing you know, they got his social security number some kind of way, and they send in a letter to his employer. Now his check is getting garnished, and he doesn't find out until he gets his paycheck. He doesn't know anything that's going on. Now he's doesn't know the law. He doesn't know how to navigate the system. He's looking for lawyers to try to help him. Everybody wants a $5,000 retainer. He doesn't have it. He's stuck. Now he's $10,000 in reals and facing jail. How in the fuck is that fair?
Well, I don't know. The laws work differently
Shut
across
the
different
fuck up.
states.
You so stupid.
Whoa, Block Sims. No,
I'm
sir.
gone, man.
No,
I'm gone.
sir.
I'm out.
No,
Bye.
stop. Stop
Bye,
talking.
man. Bye. I don't listen to
No,
this
and
dumb
you can
shit.
go. You can go, sir. You're not going to
I
do
am.
that over here. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. The way we do things over here is completely different, and you're out of line, sir. You do not come over here on my platform and do that. I've given you ample amount of time to talk. I gave you the big box, and for you to end what I thought was a good segment from you with fuck and that's disrespectful, and I will not allow it on my platform. And especially to a moderator who helps this channel with what she does. Yes, does she have a particular opinion? Is it always popular? No. But we are not going to do that at all. You are completely wrong. And I don't care if you like it or not. When you start using that kind of language because you're getting triggered because you don't like what someone is saying, you lose the argument. You
All I
should
was
have
gonna say is
stayed.
the laws are.
Please, Mia, stop cutting me off. You should have stayed on topic and on the issue and not bring that kind of language in here because it will not be tolerated. We can have a healthy debate without going down that road. That's it. That's all. But I won't allow it. And I don't like dropping people, but you're not going to come over here and disrespect my moderators of what she does for this channel. That's not going to happen. I'm sorry. And I will protect anybody who is a guest on this platform if someone comes over here and disrespects them. That's not going to happen. Because you don't have to be here. All right. Now we're going to reset the room. We're going to calm down. I'm going to calm down, but I don't like that kind of language. And we're going to go to Y Dave, who is a subscriber. Well, wait, hang on a second. Natasha came up. Natasha, she's a moderator over here. Did you have something, Natasha?
Hey.
Hey.
Shit. I had to regroup myself just now.
Yeah, I mean, that's ridiculous. We're talking and, we're having a good debate, and then the F word's got to come out. And it was directed at me, and I'm not going to allow it. I'm sorry.
I want to. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry, I'm a little discombobulated. I'm working and trying to help out. I just
We
heard a
appreciate what
topic
you do for us.
and I came on. I want to just first of all, let's double tap and get the likes up. What time did you start, Denali?
You don't even want to know. We are struggling on the taps. We started at 10. So we're 3 hours and we got 16,000 likes. And I'm just like so disappointed because we had great conversation about DV earlier. And now we kind of moved into child support and 16,000. And, it is what it is. So I don't know what's going on.
So I'm going to suggest that we all sit here and double tap. We're going to take a minute and we're just going to double tap the screen. We're going to do it in silence, right? For a minute to get it to 20,000. And we're going to have to cut off the comments. And I want to talk about one topic real quick for the minute that we're going to double tap.
Shay tells me to cut. I listen to that. Shay when
So
she
cut off the comments because that's important. People are passionate about their experiences, right? When people come up on this live and they want to have an opinion and they are getting triggered by other conversations, it does not give you the right to cuss, name call. That's what we're trying to get away from. You can be 1000% right, but stick to the issue and not the person. That is so important for this platform, that we do not attack each other when we have a difference of opinion. Now, the gentleman was making inroads with what he was saying until he lost his argument by attacking me. And I know it's frustrating because he's a man, he's probably been through this, he's probably have personal experience with it. And for somebody to keep saying no, 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 it's probably triggering, but you cannot attack the person if you're still in here listening, sir. Or you're in, you can't attack the person, and that's why you were dropped. Not because of what you were saying, but because you cannot attack the person.
Very
Everybody
well
clear on
said.
that? Everybody clear on that? So going forward, let's keep that in mind. So
Yes, ma'am.
when we get to 20,000, you can cut the comments back on. We're gonna keep double tapping to get the live up. I wanted to say something the other day. I was in a live. They had 450 people, right? And they were at, I think, like 4 hours and was only at 50,000.
Wow.
So you guys, we have the ability to do much better than others. So let's keep it going. Let's double tap. Let's support the live. If you don't have money to give, if you can't become a subscriber, tapping is free. While you're sitting there listening, just tap. And let's get it going.
100%.
100%. Okay, now I can shut up talking. I'm gonna go back on mute. You can cut the comments back on. We've reached our goal. Thank you
Okay.
so much for double tapping. Let's keep it going, so I don't have to keep up coming up here reminding everybody. And I'm gonna go ahead and mute. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natasha. She is a moderator over here. She does a great job. Thank you so much. All right. Why, Dave? You've been waiting patiently as a subscriber. Sorry about that you had to witness that. It gets a little passionate over here, but we always want to get the room back in chat. What say you, sir?
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. No,
Good to
everything's
hear from you,
good.
sir.
Unfortunately, like she was saying, he was making inroads, but when you end the conversation in that manner, you lose all your credibility. Now, I mean, for me, I have to question, like, has that guy had any of those experiences, or is this just the troll that's doing, data analysis and thinks he's an expert? I don't want to take away from his experience and the good part of what he was talking about, but he lowers himself when he does that, and then he loses all credibility. And nobody's going to attack the people on the panel like that. We all got your back, both of you. So it's all good. So fortunately, I haven't had this experience. I've been married for 37 years, 2 kids. This wasn't an option, and I think every state and every county and every state has different set of rules. And so what Mia is experiencing and what other people are experiencing across the country, I'm sure are different. And unfortunately, anytime you involve lawyers, attorneys, and whatnot, it's all corrupt. So none of these stories surprise me in any way. And then when you monetize it and you politicize it, and you're giving grants and money to states and counties for the amount of child support activity they have, that's horrible. Instead of trying to deter it, it's almost incentivizing it to where you keep it going on and perpetuates itself. It's just not a good system. So that's pretty much what I wanted to add. The only comment I had for Mia, and this is okay. Remember, I'm joking. Is what I learned from Mia's experience and what she shared about how many kids she has is she needed a good functioning television back in those days, so to distract her from all of those baby making.
Okay, Why Dave is spicy, as you heard. He heard our Mr. Denali After Dark the other day. He was in there, so I appreciate him being a subscriber and everything like that. Birdie Dog, what say you, sir?
I did want to go to White all day. That's why when you heard me talking to that person, and when you hear me talking to people, I always say, well, in the state that I am in, or I always say Colorado. And then what I be trying to list out is just the facts of the experience because I've been through the court process. So I didn't always come out on the winning side in the court process because there are certain things that have to be done in a process. I've been to court where the case is about one thing, but I'm trying to prevent facts on something that I think is relevant, and they're like, no, you can't do that. You have to file a motion for this. That's separate, has nothing to do with why we're here today. So that's what I be trying to say. Like, there's a process to everything, and sometimes the process is not handled the right way. But when I talk, I am referring to the state that I am in,
That's
not
not what
all
you
50
always say,
states.
Mia. That's not what you say. You called him a liar. You also said that men in the family court are not not railroaded.
I said I
So
don't
that
agree with that. Yeah, no, I don't. That's my statement. I don't agree with that.
how
But
can
I
you
always,
how can you say that when you're just speaking from Colorado?
because I have brothers, they live in California and they go through this process as well.
So what about
But I'm
people in
not
Oregon?
speaking.
Or what about people in New York City? What about people in Georgia? How can you discount their experiences?
No, but see, this is the thing. This is what I would suggest if we're going to have child support or family court discussions moving forward. Because I am also on a live that talks directly about this. And what the hosts tend to do is she doesn't allow anybody to come up there with just their personal experience. Like, she gets in, she asks questions, she
Well,
asks
Black
for,
Simp said he helped 6 people
and
in
that's
6 different states.
and that's fine. But when he put the order up, when he said that he pays 50-50, or that he has 50-50 and he pays $1,000 in child support per month, the order didn't support that. In fact, it didn't show 50-50 at all, and it showed that his obligation was $918 a month. So it didn't support his argument of
All
what
right.
he was
Oh,
saying.
okay. Okay. So you don't agree with what he was saying.
No, I
His
didn't.
overwhelming the video that he showed. You don't agree with any of that.
I didn't say anything about the video other than I don't know the ins and outs of. Look,
I
when
think
you
people
have
have. I think the biggest thing and what raised my spidey sense is when you say you don't believe that men are railroaded in family court, and you are only speaking from Colorado and California.
yeah, and I
And
don't
there's
believe
48
that
other states. There's
I don't
48 other
believe that
states.
he's also. I also listen to what people say. I'm a very good analyst, and I listened to him say that he helped 6 people with this process. But then I listened to him change it to where he said he's done it for himself twice and 2 other people. That's only 4 people. So I also listen to things like that to determine when somebody's just
All
spewing
right.
information to
Okay.
try to make a point. So
All right.
that's.
I think that you are very passionate about this, and by your own admission, you're a little triggered by
It
it.
says, so why don't you give your kid's father 50-50? Because he doesn't ask for 50-50.
All right.
I mean, this
All
is.
right. Listen. Hey, Birdie Dog. Good to see you, brother. You still have
Hey,
your in-laws? You still have your in-laws in town?
no, they just left.
Okay. So now you are able to come up on the platform.
Yeah, for a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, you on time? You like
I
Mia?
got a busy day today, but
All right.
I'm
All right. What say you, sir?
yeah, I mean, the thing with this is the laws are a product of the people breaking them. I mean, you've had decades and decades of deadbeat dads and that have gone on for a long time, and that's why these laws were created. Unfortunately, like with every laws, they're just innocent people get caught in the web, and are stuck, having to defend themselves. I think the cases like he showed on TV and stuff like that I mean, I think those are pretty rare. Um, and yeah, I think those men should be helped, but at the same time, what's the slippery slope is like, okay, well, if you adopt a child together with uh your wife at the time or whatever, so when you break up, then that's not your child, so you're not responsible to pay child support. Like, it's the laws are created to stop things like that. Unfortunately, innocent people get caught up with them and end up paying a price for it. But if it wasn't for decades of men running out on their responsibilities, these laws wouldn't have had to be created in the first place. So I think the instances where innocent people get caught up in the law, which happens for every law, are pretty rare.
Right. Well, all right. Sparrow, what
Hey,
say
I got
you?
some statistics for you, Mr.
Hang
Denali.
on one second. Hey, Mia, I know you're passionate about this. I got you 100%. But I know Sparrow, she has a particular perspective. Let's get her perspective, and then we'll go to Sean, and then we'll circle back around. Sparrow, what say you, man?
I'm gonna speak from this about the city or state I'm from, and that's South Carolina. And in child support, child custody, divorce, all of it, the men are not favored. The woman almost has to be just so unfit, it's unbelievable, to the point where DSS has stepped in before they'll remove the child from in South Carolina. Now, I did receive child support. Did not go through the court. We had an understanding, and the check was always there. And everything I ever bought, he accused me of buying it with that child support check. But when my daughter turned 15, she got her permit, I never signed another check. She got them all, the entire amount. But it is not favored for men in South Carolina at all. And I don't think if you are the father, you should put 50-50, both of you equal. I mean, and if you make more, then do more. And don't be one of these people that think because you're paying child support that you can't even buy the kid a pair of shoes or something. That's not right either. Because just as there are sorry men, there are plenty of sorry women. And some of them, they'll use that child for a crutch. If you don't do this, you won't see the child, or they'll deliberately move out of state so it makes it that much harder for you to see your child. I've seen a lot of stuff in the court system happen in the state I'm from. Now, I'm only speaking for that state because I don't know anything else. Never had no dealings with any other states. But South Carolina is not the state you want to go to and try to think you're going to get away with child support, because you will pay it. They'll take your check, put you in jail. They don't mind a bit. That's one thing they stand on. And
All right.
Right. And all I'm saying is there's a reason why the laws are that way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think
it's
that
for the people that are breaking the laws,
I think the pendulum always swings. I think men are also finding out now that a lot of times they are not the father. That's a problem that's going on. It seems like it's been running rampant, that they've been paying child support for 10, 15 years. And they find out that the child's not theirs. And that's a problem. I think the whole thing
But
is a
is that
problem.
in a case where someone it was just like a one night stand, or they weren't married?
I'm not sure, but I think a lot of times, I think women, I think
Yeah, so-
sometimes, this is my opinion. This is based on a personal experience from friends that I know, that I think that sometimes if a woman, maybe it is two possibilities, that she'll pick the one who is going to be a better provider for the child. I'm sorry, Sparrow?
I said she'll pick the one that's financially better off. So
Right,
she can
sure. She'll pick the one that's more
I'll tell you what happened to a friend of mine. He found out the child was probably about 12 years old before he found out that it wasn't his. And the only reason it came up to question and the judge ordered the DNA test was that she was trying to get him for some more money. And he was paying, because he had been there one night. And the child wasn't his, but, he continued to see the child, and the judge did not increase the child support, and he was going to stop the child support, but he continued to pay that same amount he was paying. He didn't pay an increase, never had him, but he did pay, because the child, after 12 years, whether it's yours by blood or not, it's yours. And so he continued to pay. And in South Carolina, when he was talking about adoption, if you adopt children together, you pay child support just like it's yours.
Right, and you should.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you should, because by the time, and that also happened to a friend of mine. They adopted a brother and sister from Argentina, and they ended up getting a divorce when the kids were like 6. So they were his. They got them as infants. I say bought them, but for what they cost to get them, and they raised them, and they knew they were adopted, but they never, he got remarried, they had kids, but he still treated those kids like he always did.
Yeah.
Which they're
And that's
adults.
why, the stories matter, and
Yeah, it
and
does.
people will wrongfully get caught in that web, but you can't write the laws for every single individual case, I mean, and if someone is worried about the laws being one-sided, they have only other males before them to blame. It's not about the system. The
And not
system
only
is a
that, but
product of the law.
Well, I think
Brittany,
I've
have you been like, because like I said, on the other panel where child support is the main topic, like she runs that topic like every day. And you get mainly men speaking on that topic. And what I like that she does is she breaks down each of their individual situations. So she dives into questions that are relevant. And it all comes back to like them having a bunch of excuses for why stuff happened to them in
Right.
this system. Some of them, like I said, some of them will say like, yeah, I got the letter, but she was sleeping with this person. I've heard so many of
Yeah.
these stories. So that's where I stand with it. Like, no, take care of your responsibility. Like, if to me, not all men, but a lot of men know that there's a possibility that they have a child on the way. So therefore, it starts right then and there. Submit your DNA right away, so that way nothing can be established.
Well, are we victim blaming?
Oh my gosh! Like, can I please finish this with Birdie?
You don't
Like,
want to answer that question?
I don't see these.
Who's the victim in this case? You
I
mean the
don't.
She's
men?
saying that the men didn't handle their responsibility and get the DNA, so that's why it went on for so long.
I
But
mean, there's going to be in it, like with every law, every thing, there's going to be like innocent
okay,
people
Birdie,
blamed.
one second. Do you think men are railroaded in family court?
As a rule, no.
No. So when there's thousands upon thousands of men who say they have been railroaded in family court, what say you?
I notice it's mostly black
I
men
mean,
that
it
say that
depends
too.
on their case. Like, I mean, if like, you know what I mean? Like,
If you had a son, or you do have a son, and he gets old,
I
do
mean,
you
give me
think
an
he would fare?
instance,
Do
and
you
I'll
think he
say
would
whether
fare
that's a
well in
railroad or not.
family court versus a woman? Who do you think fares better in family court?
I don't. I mean, I don't. I don't study family court.
Just based on general experience from talking to people in your daily life.
You know,
I don't. I don't
You don't
know.
know.
I don't know. I don't think I'm an expert on
Let
that.
me
No, I'm
answer.
not asking you to be an
Yeah.
expert. I'm just saying you're not an expert on a lot of stuff, but you have
I mean, but
opinion.
I've heard, like, I don't know, like I've heard stories on both sides. You know what I
You've
mean?
heard equal amount of stories about women being railroaded and men being
Well,
railroaded.
yeah. Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
and
I
Birdie,
mean,
this
and
is
in the
what I
past,
noticed
it used to
too.
be much worse.
The
I've heard
main people that complain
countless of
about child support
stories.
are black men. If the system is so against men in general, why is the masses and the majority all black men only
All
complaining?
right.
So
Hang
let's
on. Let's get Dr. Shay in here. Dr. Shay.
So I do agree that in all states that when it comes to child support, the men get the rough end, like they do favor women. And in the state of California, when my brother was doing tours, by the way, 5 kids, one of them was a twin, 5 kids and a total of 4 no's. And I say 5 kids because, like I said, it was twins. State of Mississippi, 2 times in Georgia and 1 in California.
Can you
The
explain
kid,
what you're saying, Dr. Shay?
yeah. When it came to the DNA, the
So someone
children.
accused him of being the father.
Yes, and guess what
He
was
took
the
a
hardest
DNA
state?
test.
But guess what state was the hardest?
California.
Absolutely, the absolutely, because the girl was in the military, and I always believe that men should get a DNA test up front, regardless. And yes, we're gonna make sure the kids taken care of, and even probably help you after the fact. But I think men should always get the DNA test. But in the state of California, that was the hardest. trying to get that to get that situation where they were going to get ready to start taking money out of his check, and he kept petitioning for a DNA test, which the original request was placed for DNA, and they stated that, oh, we didn't get your request. Okay, cool. So we want to do a DNA test. Oh my God, it took about 6 months.
Would you say he was doing what he was supposed to be doing to get this situation taken care of?
Absolutely.
Because me is saying that a lot of times men trying to drop the ball and they do not not take care of their responsibilities. That's why they're getting railroaded possibly in the family court.
No, definitely when it comes to child support, I believe that women has it better than men. And unfortunately, there are men that get, especially the men with a great job, oh, you about to get suckered. I don't care whatever the situation is. You got these deadbeats that they're not really doing anything to, because you know why? They don't care. However, women do live off their kids' child support, which some of them don't even get the right type of support. The system is corrupt when it comes to child support. They need to get it a better handling. If there's somebody that's, properly getting their due share, great. However, it hurts me to see somebody get screwed over by the justice system. And I understand what Bertie Dog is stating, that there have been so many years where people or no good deadbeats wasn't doing their thing, so they put these laws in place. Well, don't profit off of it. I get it. We should just do the right thing. And the system, there should be a system in place immediately when paternity is established. You immediately need to stop child support. There's people who is married and they sign that birth certificate and they stick those people with that child support because they signed the birth certificate.
Dr. Shay,
And
in instances of marriage, they don't have to sign the birth certificate. It automatically goes on there.
Well, because that child has that person's last name. Okay, cool. But guess what? Why should that person pay child support when they find out that child wasn't theirs?
So this is the thing about it. I don't know about those incidents, but I got a brother that lives in California. I have a niece that lives in California. She's 13. For the longest time while the girl was pregnant, my brother was telling my mother that that was not his child. But my mother didn't step into the paternity. In fact, when that child was born, we took that child in. She is actually still a part of our family. My brother didn't get a DNA test on that child until she was 8 years old to confirm that it was not his child. But I can also say my brother wasn't forced to pay a dime in child support the whole time. So until paternity was established, which it was established that it wasn't his child, so he's never paid a dime for that little girl. I still consider her my niece. She's been a part of the family for so long, but it turned out that DNA says that she is in no relation to us.
And that's a great situation, but unfortunately, there's people that are stuck in the system. And I get it that we can't say, well, sometimes some people get the bad end of the stick. No, we can do a better job. There's people, unfortunately, like when I tell you they sent my brother the letter that he was about to start paying for child support, and then he has to pay all this money for legal assistance. Guess what? He didn't get none of that legal money back. These is attorneys he had to pay for. He didn't get it back. The state of California should have paid him back. He requested for the paternity in the beginning. Like it's just not fair to men, unfortunately. Now, that doesn't mean that there's some people that should, because it also helped the people that's supposed to be helped as well. And I guess in your case, your ex-husband, your kid, I guess that's your first child, first kid's father does his thing, so that's cool. That's great. But some people are getting a really bad end of the stick. And it's an unfortunate situation.
I mean, and there's remedies for it. It's just it can be costly.
Right.
But,
exactly.
Like anything, it's like if you're gonna dip in, there's a whole list of consequences every time you do it.
Well, I'm sure you would agree that if it's found out that the woman lied on this particular man, she should have to pay back what she cost this man.
And a lot
I mean,
of times,
but the problem is it's so nuanced. Like every story is different.
Well,
Like
she's saying that
it's the
hang on a
difference
second,
between a
everybody.
one night stand.
She's saying that he's the
if I could
she's
just finish
saying
my
he's
thought.
the father, and she didn't have relations with anybody else. There's no other possibilities, and that happened. I've seen it. She lied.
Well,
Right,
She
but are
took
we
she
talking
took a
about
That's
a
family
one
not
night
how
hour
stand, or are
family
time.
we talking
works.
like 5 years later when
What?
you
Whenever we
raise the
find out
kid
what the
at?
truth is, she
Well, I
lied.
think it's different situation. I mean,
No,
after 5 years,
I'm
and
giving
you
a specific one.
and you're
I'm
you're the
giving a
husband or
I'm
whatever.
giving a specific situation, and I've seen it happen, where she says there's no other possibilities, and then it comes to find out there were two other possibilities.
Well, then that goes
Right, but are we talking about your
because it's
husband
different in
or
every
like
state.
a one night stand?
And
Like
it's
those
different
matters. Those
legislatures
details matter.
in every state.
can
Like
I
Dr.
add
Shay's
something
brother was
to
paying child support versus my brother, who's in the same state, who never was ordered to pay child support, even though my brother's name is on that baby's birth certificate as the father. But the state of California never established a child support order for him. In fact, I think the mother applied for child support when the kid was like 3 or 4, but they never even did the paternity test until this kid was 8 years old, and it was determined that it was not my brother's child. So if he was to come and speak on this topic, which he can't right now, he would say he's never paid a dime for that kid, even though his name was on the birth certificate. Now, I don't know the process that he would have to go through to get his name off the birth certificate, but he has never paid for that child. It's never been ordered in the courts or nothing like that. So it I guess it's different based on the experience, but every
Right.
state has their laws set in place. Listening to different people make me think that Colorado is like one of the better states for these type of issues. Because I'm hearing in the South, like Sparrow was saying, a lot of people are railroaded and stuff like that. But I don't know.
All right,
Like,
Natalie.
listen, if you tell me
hello.
there's like a
Let's let Natasha get in here.
okay,
Natasha.
okay.
Um, well, I got a very different opinion on the whole thing. It goes back to when we're talking about women that are pregnant and their control over their body, their choice, their this, their that. I've always felt that the reproductive system in which we live, if we're not going to go by sex is for marriage, having children is for marriage, and it kind of eliminates these things if we're in a different climate where we're having one night stands and things of that nature. I've always believed it's not fair to the man. Because if a woman has the right to choose, she has the right to control her body. If she gets pregnant from an encounter with a man and he's upfront and say, "Hey, I don't want this child with you," she still has the right, to say, "I'm gonna have the child, and then I'm going for the next 18 years, I'm gonna make you pay child support." I think there's something should be done about that. And then I also think that child support is very unfair, not even from state to state, like Mia is saying, it's from judge to judge. Because you could be in the same courthouse and be with three different judges, and they have three different ways of handling child support in family court. So it's not even a matter of state to state, it's judge to judge. And whereas it is not fair for a man to be married and his wife could go out there and have an affair and get pregnant. And under the law's eyes, it's still considered his child. And he will be held accountable for that child. No questions will be asked. No DNA will be ordered because he's married, and that child born in that marriage is automatically assumed to be his. These are antiquated laws that does not match with the times we live in. So therefore, you have a lot of men who, that, like the gentleman who was on the live before, who, for the most part, I did not agree with his behavior at the end, but that can be frustrating to be someone who has a job, who has a life, who has a living, and is being falsely accused of being the father of a child, and they go and take money from you, and you have no say, and you actually have to defend yourself. You have to go pay a lawyer or go pay for all of this DNA testing. Just prove that you're not the father. That's kind of like proving that I'm innocent. And it's very frustrating for a man to go through that and the cost associated with it. So there does need to be some overhaul on how child support is done. I never understood why, with the initial complaint of a child support case, there should be paternity established, period. Because the mother is automatic. We know whose hoo ha the baby came out of, but we don't know who put the baby in there. So, so in my view, and only in my opinion, with the initiation of a child support case, whether it be state, whether it be the state that's doing it, whether it be whoever's doing it, there should be a paternity test attached to it from the beginning, not asked for by the father or the mother. With the establishment of a paternity trial, there should be, with establishment of child support, paternity should be one of the first things they go after, because everybody ain't honest. And most women don't even understand about the way women get pregnant. Women are pregnant and you know, it just depends on when their cycle fall. Whether they might believe I got pregnant in June when they actually got pregnant in May. So all of that accounts for what we're dealing with now and the difference of times and old laws that's on the book. You're talking about state to state, it's judge to judge. Because one judge might say, well, I'm going to do it this way. Another judge might say, hey, you're going to be responsible for this child until I don't even want to hear it. And that is not fair. I'm sorry. I don't agree.
Dutch says it's frustrating that a woman has to take all the responsibility anyway. I don't understand what that means.
Out of shape. You know that like in states like where you're not married, there is. So when you're married, of course, the father's name automatically is added to the birth certificate. I don't know about every state. I know I have my twins in the state of Nevada, and I didn't need my ex-husband, well, my husband at the time, he was actually on a trip in Colorado. He was supposed to be back before the birth, but didn't quite make it back. And so his name was automatically added because that's how they do in marriages. But in instances where you're not married and the father does not, paternity has to be established before a child support order can be issued.
That's not true.
The only other way, and you can go and research this, is a default order. And that's where I put it on the responsibility of the men to be handling their business, because there are default orders where they feel like you're avoiding, getting a DNA test, and they're trying to get you to the courts to submit your DNA, and you don't make it down there. I know in Colorado it's 3 that has to be issued before a default order is established. I don't know about other states how many times they issue it, but after that, then a default order goes in place saying that you are that child's father, therefore you are responsible for paying. So I do know they do default orders if they can't get the father to the courts.
It's just no. I'm saying overall, the whole system of child support and child support with DNA testing needs to be overhauled. Period. It's not even. It's no way in the world it's fair for a man to have to. It's easier for a woman than it is for a man in a paternity case. It's just easier, and it's not fair,
Why?
and it's
Hey,
costly.
y'all mind if I cut in because I'm on a
It's
lunch break and I ain't
costly.
got long.
No, wait a minute. Let me finish my point. It's costly, it's frustrating, and it can be triggering to a man who knows good full well that that's not my child, and I'm ordered to pay $400, $500 a month, and per month, cases take 6 months to even get before a judge, and if they get a ruling, it could be anywhere for a year before you get before that judge again. That is not fair. I don't care how you slice it.
I'm just going to raise my boys to be careful where they're spreading their secret sauce, because with that comes responsibility. So
Exactly.
I'm a different type of mother. I'm not raising my boys to avoid their responsibilities. If you stuck your Peter
No,
Whacker in that woman,
no,
you need to
ma'am.
start handling your
No, ma'am.
responsibilities
Hey,
The woman
hey,
need to
can I
close the
cut in
Peter
for a
Whacker.
second? I'm short on
Whoa,
time.
Hold on,
everybody
not a shade. She
quiet.
was about to say something.
Everybody quiet. I know that this is a passionate debate, but we still have to be in order on this platform.
Hey, I'm
Okay?
short on time. My lunch is almost over. Can I cut in for a second?
Go ahead, Duke. What do you got to say, sir?
Okay, I got plenty to say, but I only got a short amount of time. Um, Having been on child support is a scam. I'm gonna say this for just like an instance. I'm gonna give you one instance, and this is a personal instance. I have many of them. I was in the military in Georgia, and I got married. I used to go off on deployments, and when I come home, the amount of time that I was gone was equaling out that the time that my wife was pregnant. So, me and my wife had a child, and this is the law in Georgia. If you are signed the birth certificate as a father, then you are assumed automatically the paternity. So me and my wife got divorced. I went back to Texas. My wife asked for child support. Okay, I looked at the picture of the child and automatically seen that wasn't my child. I seen it. So she contacted the authorities in the Attorney General in Georgia. Georgia contacted Texas. They said they wanted automatically to have child support done because I signed a birth certificate. Texas said not so. In order for them to establish that I'm the father, a DNA test need to be done. So the swab was done in both Georgia and Texas. Found out I was not the father. These laws across the states are different. It just depends on how they can get the man. And a lot of times, men are excluded from becoming the father in a custody battle when the woman is clearly not capable of taking care of a child. I have been to court where the woman doesn't have a place to stay, doesn't have no food or water or anything. She's on substance abuse. The court will give her time to get herself together. When there's a man there who's the father by DNA and has all the provisions, and he's denied and the judge will say because the mother is nurturing more than the father, we're going to wait and give the mother the child. And that's frustrating to the men. That's all I have to say. Thank you for allowing me to say that. I have to go back to work, but once again, I'm gonna say this: child support is a scam. It is not. It's against the father.
Who's next up?
Natasha, I'll say something before
Go ahead,
D.
Natasha.
Remember what you were trying to say?
No, I'm done with it. I just feel like, I think the whole system needs to be revamped. I've seen a lot of things up close and personal. I've seen men who are good men. I mean, there are bad apples in every bunch. There's men out here who do not take care of their children, but there are also women out here who put paternity on the wrong guy. And I don't know, I can't speak to whether it's purposeful or not. Women do make the decision of who's a better provider. I do know that that comes into play. It's actually a running joke in some communities about, you know, who's the better provider for their children, who would be the better father figure for the children. But at the same time, you have to think of how fair is that for a man to have to spend money? Child support is not a joke. Number one, it could be a large portion of your income to support a child. And for men who are trying to do the right thing by actually paying child support for their children only to find out that that child wasn't theirs and they're out of $30,000, $40,000, and then there's no system that make the woman accountable for that money. It's very um hard to deal with.
So
It's
what?
just
So
not.
why is taking a paternity test out of line?
Yeah, so
I
not a
didn't say
shame.
it
Would
was.
you
I
like
didn't
Because
say
as
it was.
far as Duke's story, he said his wife claimed it was her child, and he had to take a paternity test, and I'm sure he's not paying child support
Well,
because
brother
of the
Gerald,
results of
what I was saying was, in when you file the child support case across all states, across every court, it should be filed with a DNA to establish paternity that will kind of wipe out all of these people getting caught up in a system. But like someone else was saying up here, I wasn't paying attention 100%. There is money attached to these child support cases. There is funds that exchanging hand behind the scenes. So they don't care about that. If they're getting paid
like
per
what
child,
funds though? Be
there
specific.
were, I don't have to
Shay,
be
let me
specific.
let
I
me
don't have
give
hold
you
on.
this
One
example.
Well,
second,
if we're,
Mia.
none of us
Hold
are going
on.
to be
Hold
specific, then
on.
what's the
Hold
point
on.
of debating?
Well,
I could tell you.
let me finish, Mr. Birdie Dog, because there was a gentleman up here who was explaining it, and I don't have that information. And if you want me to get off to go find it, it might take me a few days. But I'm saying if there's money exchanging hands, if there's anything nefarious in getting child support claims, it will be wiped out with attaching a paternity a DNA test to every filing.
But look at this now, to share. I'm not married to my 1-year-old's father. So when we went through the court process, he had to submit a DNA to be added to the birth certificate. And once paternity was established, yeah, they put an automatic order in place, but his name was not automatically added. I didn't just give them his name and they're like, you are going to pay child support. Like, it was literally a whole process. He had to go submit his DNA. Me and the kids had to go and submit our DNA. And that happens when they don't sign the birth certificates. They can't just pick somebody out of the blue because this woman said that this is the father and then establish an order. I also think for those men and those women that aren't in a relationship, that are sleeping around, I feel like responsibility is actually on both sides, because these should have been conversations had before laying down with the other party. You know, it's not just like, oh, she slept with 5 people and I'm not the father. Like, no, you should have known that. Why did you choose to sleep with this person unprotected? Why does nobody think about the consequences of their actions until after a child is created? That's where I think the real problem lies, is that nobody is taking responsibility for anything. And then it goes to one party wanting to put responsibility on another party when the responsibility was both theirs in the first place.
I mean, isn't that what the pro-lifers always claim? Like, you know,
Yeah.
you knew that you had the chance of being pregnant when this happened on both sides. So
Yeah, and that's why I say responsibility is 50-50. It's no, see, the problem is men want to put more blame on the women want to put more blame on the women, but the responsibility is both of theirs. Before conception, it is a choice that.
Okay, can I say something about what Bertie asked about the money?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I have 5 children from my first husband, and my baby boy just turned 30 this year, so this is like a long time ago. But when I left him and got child support, the state actually paid me child support, and then they went after him for the child support, which he ended up passing away. Oh, and that only happened for a few years, and then he had to pay the state back with like his income tax and stuff. But then he ended up owing me like 50,000 when he passed away. So that was like maybe what the man was talking about. I'm not sure, but I got money from the state in child support, and then he had to pay the state back.
so it sounds like you were the one that got screwed. Like you were the one 50 grand out at the end.
Absolutely, because once I got
Right.
off of, the welfare and the food stamps, and I was working and supporting the children all on by myself, oh yeah, I totally got screwed in the whole
Right,
deal.
which is normally the case. That's normally what happens, you know. Rarely men get wrongfully accused and end up in these situations. But, like I said before, the rules are skewed one way because there was a lot more men walking out of their responsibilities. The women can't walk out of having a baby. The only way of that is abortion. So either way, they're not walking out.
Yeah, and I
They
actually
somehow have to deal with it.
and I'm actually have child support against the father of my grandchildren that I'm raising. I put actually their mom and him on child support 7 years ago when I got the children, and since my daughter passed away, that's it's 0 now. But he hasn't paid any child support in 5 years. He moved to Oklahoma. He gets jobs that pay him cash. So yeah. So I'm my whole life I haven't
You know
done
what you
really
do to
well in
somebody
the
like that?
child.
You know what you do to
Huh?
somebody like that? And I didn't know this. I had to learn this myself. But what you can do is, you said he gets jobs working under the table, right?
Yeah.
You can make the court subpoena his bank records and his tax records. And if they see that there is money or other income going into that account, they will establish an order based on that.
Well, when he had my grandson, for about a year and a half. And when he had him and he filed income tax, he let his family member claim my grandson. So he didn't actually file because yeah, they would have taken his income tax and given it to me because I had custody of his two daughters. So I don't know. There's some dirty people out there is all I got to say.
And you can get him for tax fraud too.
Oh, the IRS went after him because when I got my grandson back a few years ago, he actually filed to claim him. His brother did. And they stopped my taxes saying somebody was filing. So I had to fight to prove that I had my grandson, put him in school, and I had to prove I had him. So, yeah.
I mean, and I would also say in many of these cases, the woman is the one that, like, if you have kids, if you're married or whatever before divorcing, the woman is usually the one that kind of agrees with high child care and everything, that kind of agrees to stay home and take care of the kids while the man works. It's been normally the case. I mean, today it's different. It's most families, both people are working, but childcare is still extremely expensive. So in most cases, when the man leaves, um, the the woman is kind of stuck. They haven't worked for 5 to 10 years, and now all of a sudden they have to go out and get a job. Of course it's going to be, since that's the norm, it's going to be like the courts are going to be skewed to make the man responsible. Every case is different, obviously, but you know, um, in most cases, the laws are going to be set for the norm.
Let me
You
ask you
know,
this, Bertie. Do you feel like the divorce judge was unfair in my case? Because in my case, what my ex-husband's excuse was is I wanted 50-50 custody. That's the only thing I was asking for in my divorce, is that we divide, the time with the children equally. Well, his excuse was that he works, and at the time I worked full time too. I didn't give him set days to get the kids. I gave him the option to determine that. Now, the judge ended up putting him on child support because he refused to come up with a schedule to get his kids. Like, he kept saying, well, I work. I don't know what my off days are. Like, it was excuse after excuse after excuse. So in the end, she just ended it with, you're going to pay child support and get your kids whenever you can, I guess. But some people will say, well, that's unfair because you didn't ask for child support. Where the judge sees it is, I can't determine on paper when this man is going to have his kids, so therefore this is what we're going to do. Do you think that was unfair?
so you mean you divided things 50-50, and then you were you were kind of the provider and he got visitation, or was it joint custody, or what?
No, that's what I wanted. I wanted 50-50, but since he couldn't come up with a schedule, and I don't know, I don't think they do this in every state because I've never heard of it either. But what he has is discretionary visitation, meaning that there is no schedule in place, but he's allowed to see the kids at his convenience.
Right, but then it's like, how do you decide, like, who buys their clothes, who pays for school stuff, who pays for food? You know what I mean?
And that may be the reason that she ordered child support, is because she can't determine that with not determining, when he's going to get his children or anything like that. I think that's where, because, when the divorce was initially ordered, he did think it was kind of unfair toward him, because his thing was, well, you're not even asking for child support, so she shouldn't have put me on child support.
It's
And I'm
not
like,
for you, it's for the children. That's what the judge goes by. The child support is just for that. the child.
Right.
The judge orders it anyway, whether in most cases where I'm from, they order it regardless of whether you ask for it or not. Whoever has the child most of the time, the other has to pay child support because it's for the child, not the parent.
And I think that's the
And
part he
he was
wasn't
like wishy-washy
understanding.
about the details.
Yeah, I think
So, I
that's the
mean, when
part he
you're doing
wasn't
50-50
understanding.
like that and you're not having any child support, it's got to be like he's, you know, 3.5 days at your house and 3.5 days at his house, and you are paying for the food for the 3.5 days, and he's paying for the, and then you got to decide who's buying the clothes. He buys an equal amount of clothes at his house, and you know what I mean. It's like there's so much detail, and if he came up with a contract and you guys had a plan, then maybe she would say, okay, this is fine, plan. But his lack of a plan to make it even 50-50 triggered the child support.
Yeah, and I know he kind of thought it wasn't fair because he thought, like, in those kind of cases, a woman should have to ask for child support. And since it wasn't something that was requested by me but established by the judge, he's like, she can't just do that. That's not fair. You're not even asking for money, but she's going to give it to you anyway. And I was like, no, I kind of see her point. Like, I see what she was trying to do. Like, she can't determine when you're going to be a father. Therefore, she
Right.
set something in place.
They're going to act in the best interest of the child.
Birdie dog, you ever stick up for the bros, man?
Listen, when the bros are right, I
You
stick
are
up for them.
always standing by a woman no matter what. It don't matter what it right or wrong. You're always sticking with a woman. You had never got a bros back, man.
That's not true. I just think it should be
I
fair,
have never
right?
heard you have a bros back ever.
So
When
he
did I
should,
have to have a bros back?
so he should defend them in cases where it's wrong, just because he's a guy.
No, I'm not saying that, but I think he's wrong in what
Well,
he's
let me ask
saying
a
right
question.
now.
Hang
The
on one
guys
second,
do
guys. Whoa, 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 Eric.
get screwed.
Give me a second right here. Birdie Dog, how you doing, sir? I got a question.
Good.
When we had a discussion about 50-50 debate, right? You know the discussion that happens 50-50?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And if a woman is doing 100% of her responsibilities, paying for everything, and a man comes in and he's going to be take 50% out of the way, he's going to pay 50% of the household responsibilities. Did said woman just earn a 50% raise?
So wait a minute. That's very confusing. So
Hang on,
you're saying,
let me go ahead and unconfuse it. A
okay,
woman is paying $1,000 a month. She gets with a man. They decide to cohabitate, and now he's going to pay 500 of the 1,000. Did that
okay.
woman just receive a 50% raise?
Yes, but so did he.
No, I'm not. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, did the woman
You're not
receive a
talking
50?
about logic?
No, I'm not
Yeah.
talking about because the man's not complaining.
No, but I'm saying like if he moves in and has to pay 500, if he was living by himself, he pays paying 1,000 too.
Correct.
So right
So, okay,
now,
they both got a raise.
his living expenses between
Gotcha.
him and her,
Okay,
right?
they both have a raise. You agree with that?
Yes.
Mia, what say you?
I knew that's why you asked him that question. So, Birdie Dog, this is my thing on it.
And I want to hear what Birdie Dog has to say to your
In
thing.
my unpopular opinion is that
Don't preamble, Mia. Just say your opinion, ma'am.
my unpopular opinion that people don't agree with is that I personally would not settle for 50-50 only because if I want to go 50-50 with somebody, I can get a roommate for that same purpose. I feel like, that partner is receiving more benefits because there's a lot that goes into there other than the money. But that's just my personal
Like what?
opinion. Like you're sleeping with this person, yet like you guys are splitting everything down the middle. I can have a roommate that's not as much stress on me or as much like pressure to be in a relationship and have them pay 50-50. What's the
Listen, you're
purpose?
not going to win with me either, Mia, because I mean, listen, relationships are 50-50, you know. You get the good and you get the bad, and at the end it should be 50-50 as well, unless someone is doing more,
Right.
like if you're like
I mean, and every good marriage is like that, you know. Sometimes the man is the cook and he cooks the stuff, and the wife does other stuff. You know, does the decorating and the whatever, or the man is the handyman and the woman is the cook. You know, I mean, it's everything is 50-50 in a good relationship. And it should be 50-50 at the end, unless someone has to take care of the children more
Right.
than the other.
And that's where I kind of get into the situation because in the relationships that I've been in, which is why I said it's my unpopular opinion, yeah, you're splitting the household finances and everything 50-50, but the responsibility of caring for that household, meaning keeping it clean, taking care of the children, I'm the one taking the kids to doctor's appointments, doing this, that, and the third. It doesn't really equal out to 50-50. So therefore, I would not put myself in a situation where somebody's offering 50%, thinking that that's going to be a compromise when in my eyes, it's really not. But that's just from my experience with the men that I have dated. I have rarely seen a man step into a situation and say, I'm going to take responsibility for 50% of everything. It's usually just the expenses of the household. So therefore, it doesn't equal out to 50-50. So I think that's where that
Well,
whole
I mean,
50-50.
listen, that's like the problem is that, you know, that gets hard to quantify. And then, you know, at the end of it, listen, you're going to make a decision. Like, I'm taking the kids, um, I'm taking this, and you're whatever. And whoever has those financial responsibilities should be compensated for it, you know. But
How do you get compensated
it's
for
hard to
something like that,
quantify,
though?
like, oh well, I fix the drywall and I paint and I do this when you cook and take care of the kids. Like, we both work equally, you know, and whatever, it should be just, it should be what it is. You know, listen, if somehow, you know, you work, but you only work part time, and that's because he can't be around because he works full time, then you have an argument. You know, I had to work hard, like full time, because his job was demanding. Therefore, when we break up, he needs to subsidize the money that I did not make, and now I have to get a full time job to, you know, do, you know. Listen, it's so nuanced. This shit is like, you know, so nuanced. That's why people always feel like they're getting screwed, because, you know, laws can't be super nuanced,
How do you
you know.
be reimbursed for that? You said that they would have to. How do you get reimbursed for your time? Um, your like for you contributing more to the household other than financially. How would you reimburse that? I don't get
I
that.
think it's all about responsibility. Like, you know, who, like, when you break up, if you're not, like, I think if you break up, unless the woman was, you know, and you don't have kids, unless you have, then it should be obviously just like, you go your way, I go mine, you
Okay,
know.
so can I jump in here?
Yeah.
So in this conversation, when it comes to 50-50 in a relationship or financial in a household, it's only when there's children not involved. So if you
Hmm.
say in 50-50 gives a guy or a girl a raise based on their cost of living, it's only when there's children not involved. When that said woman has a child by that man and she's going half with him on the bills, but not half with him on the nurturing of the child or taking care of the child, then it becomes unfair.
Well, it depends, you know. I mean, if you're both working full time, you're both not, like, you're not fully nurturing your child by yourself. You know, you're paying people to do that. So when they're home together, I mean, how do you quantify, oh, well, I'm being more nurturing than you,
Well, it
you
depends
know?
though, because I've always worked from home. So in my situation, I was always home with the children, and my partner worked outside of the house. So I'm still,
Okay,
so
well,
that's even
then
more
you could
responsibility
argue
because
that
I had to maintain.
you could argue that you need the childcare because you have to make certain sacrifices, to take care of your kids. You know, when you have your lunch break, you have to feed your children, you have to take care of them, you have to take them to school, you have to do all that stuff, you
But
know.
that's the point.
So then
That's the
it's
point, though,
different. It's a
sir.
different situation.
That's
So
the
what if
point.
Birdie,
Yeah.
like, what if the household finances doesn't permit for childcare? So you got the man that's working outside of the house, he gets to work his 8 to 12 hours cuz most men work between 8 and 12 hours a day. So he
Hmm.
gets to go outside of the house for that 8 to 12 hours and work freely without any distractions.
Right.
Meanwhile, you're at home working, and yeah, you got to do all that stuff. Like, you got to keep the house clean, you got to keep the kids, because work from home jobs, they kind of get kind of testy if you got a loud background and stuff like that. So you
Right.
have to basically sacrifice more to keep your job and support to this 50-50 household, and that's
Right.
where it doesn't come out as being 50-50. Now it's
Yeah,
more.
you deserve to be subsidized for that child care. The kid is there. You're taking care of them, right? So
But then
you
you're gonna
deserve to
hear
be
that, well,
subsidized for that.
but then you hear that, like, well, you're their mother, that's what you're supposed to do, because
I'm talking in a
some men,
situation
believe it or not,
where both parents are out of the house
not
and
all
you're
men.
paying for child care, right?
Yeah, but Bertie, not all men.
Yeah.
Some men believe that even if they have a child with the woman, they still feel like the caregiving part is mainly on the mother. Like, like, you're a mom. Like, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, but I mean, you kind of agree to those, you kind of know that that person is that way before you even get involved. Like, you take care of the kids, I do what I do. You know what I mean?
That's why you don't date for 50-50. If you're dating someone and splitting the apartment with them and sleeping with them, there's a possibility that a baby could be involved. So if
Yes.
you're going 50-50 with a guy and you're sleeping with them, and the possibility of this baby come along, you already know what type of man that is.
Well, I mean, I think it's 50-50 until that variable comes in, until there is a child. And then you got to decide what you're going to do. I think if it's you're going to bring the kid to daycare and you're both going to work full time, whether it's I mean, listen, me and my wife both worked. I went to New York every day, and my wife worked at home for the most part. Um, but we still sent our kids to childcare because it was like she had to be in meetings all day long, on the phone. So we had to send our kids to childcare because she couldn't deal with, three little kids and being on a conference call with, like, clients and stuff. So, um, so even, working at home is one thing, like having kids with you and taking care of them is another thing.
And that's why we're saying 50-50 does not pay off when you're saying it's a $500 raise because we split $1,000 in bills. It's not a
No.
$500 raise
Oh,
when it
hang on
comes
a
to
second. Whoa,
involving
whoa, whoa,
children.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop talking.
Who?
Please stop talking. If you have $1,000 bills and the man comes into your home and says, hey, you meet this man and he's going to go 50% of the bills, what are you doing with that other $500, Nia?
Okay, so while you were off doing what you were
Please,
doing,
please, I'm asking you
we're
one simple
past
question,
that.
ma'am.
We were
No,
past
I'm
that.
not past it because I asked a question.
Yeah, and we're still kind of bringing it up,
I
so
got
we're
you,
not
Birdie
really
Duck. I'm
past it.
asking a question because she made a specific comment that that's not a raise. And I'm asking you, what are you going to do with the other 500?
So
Yes.
it's only a good thing when you do not have children, which is where we were at in the conversation.
Give me 1 second.
Well, okay, I'm out of this
But and then
conversation.
I would
I'm
just
gone.
No,
argue.
Nia,
I would
stay
just
up.
argue
I'm
if
sorry.
you
I was
have
trying to help you with this conversation because I agree with everything that you're saying, and I get it
yeah.
because you have
I
children.
think I think we're
Yeah, I
on the
want
same
you to
page.
stay up, because I think what some people don't understand is, like, we're in this modern world of dating, and sometimes I think the conversation gets lost with, like, the generational differences. Also, I think the conversation gets left when you have married people speaking on single subjects because they're not out here in the dating world
Exactly.
how things are going. But I'm in the modern dating world, so that's why I'm like, no, 50-50 for me, that's just a deal breaker. But that's my personal experience. Now,
But
that
what do you
doesn't mean
but
Hold
what
on,
if
you
a guy
talking
hold on,
comes
about?
hold on,
around,
Birdie Dog. Let her
Yeah.
finish.
Okay.
if
Thank
a
you.
guy comes around and says like they make it seem like, oh, you're putting these men down because of
Oh, she got a phone call. Hey, okay, so let me jump in real quick right here. I don't know what's in the Kool-Aid water today. Everybody chill. This is a conversation.
I
We
think
ain't
I've been pretty
changing.
chill.
Right,
Me too.
we're not doing rocket science. Hold on, y'all. Let me speak. We ain't doing rocket science. People are so quick to draw their sword and get in their feeling. Let me leave. I'm going. This is a conversation. If y'all don't agree, laugh it off and move to the next subject. But don't get angry because guess what? Nothing changes. When we get off this live, it's still gonna be what it is. We're just having a conversation and debate, guys. Okay? Everybody cool with that? Now, let me get y'all to double tap the screen. Let's get to the next live goal, which is gonna be 35,000. Can we do a minute of just straight up crazy tapping? We're gonna let our new panelist, Nia be Nia one. Yes, you got it. We're gonna let you go ahead and finish with your perspective. Then we're gonna hear from Birdie Dog. We're gonna let Mia jump back in, and then everybody else can jump in. But we only just having a chat, y'all. Okay? Don't get mad. Don't draw your sword. It's a chat. Everybody Yes. with me? Everybody with me? I get you. I All get you. right. A You with me, Mia? conversation is different from a debate. A Right. debate. If You you're with me, just Mia? talking, yeah, I'm with you 100%. But what I don't do the extra. I'm over the top, and I don't do all that. I'd rather be Yeah. out first. Don't be out. Listen, just now she was saying something about the women, the men. Listen, or who dating and who older and whoever. People come to these lives, to these conversations, debate with different experiences, and we're all at a different stage in life, so we can offer good perceptions and good our viewpoints. But don't get mad because it's just a viewpoint. I mean, I got a whole y'all ain't ready for what I got to say about it because everybody gonna hang up and live be over. So that's what I'm saying. Don't get mad. Don't draw your sword. Let's double tap and get it to 35,000. I don't
And
see no hearts.
that wasn't coming from a place of being mad. It's just to say like based on like what generation you're in and dating, you're gonna have a different viewpoint on things. Also, if you're married, you're not out here in the modern dating world, so you don't know how things are going right now. So that also can skew your opinion too. Now, if you're actively dating right now in this dating pool, then you pretty much know what it's like.
But
And then the cost of living, like think of the cost of living now compared to the cost of living back then. Like we're dealing with different times here.
Okay, but this is what I was trying to say though. When you say it's different times and different things, like I said, my viewpoint on dating and child support, man, it might come down like the sledgehammer. But it's just that's what makes us great. Everybody comes with different experiences, different perspective, different I can add this, she can add that, and we can all come together. But we just chatting at the end of the day. And I don't want to see people get so hyped because it's twice today. And I'm watching, I'm working, I'm doing a lot of stuff. The conversation is just went awry and it's not necessary is all I'm saying. So let's give each other a chance. Let's double tap the screen. Let's get to 35,000. Let's everybody take it, go get some tea, some coffee or something, chill, and listen to each other. Maybe try to learn from each other opposed to getting angry and getting mad, over talking and all that stuff. Are we cool with that? Can we get it to
Absolutely.
35,000? Can we double tap the screen and get it to 35,000? Can we share it live to get it past 37 people in the room? Let's do those
Absolutely.
things. Let's do those things. And then we're going to go ahead and let our guest, our new guest, who I've never seen on the panel before, Miss Nia B, you got the floor to explain what you were thinking. And then one by one, we can come in and we can have a conversation. Is
Did
that cool with
Nia answer my
everyone?
question? Because I had to step away and I didn't hear
Sure.
you.
I'm going to go ahead on mute now.
Were you able to
But
answer my question, Nia?
but double tap. Okay, guys, we double tap and I see hearts. Double tap, guys. Thank you.
Nia?
So I answered your question throughout the conversation that I was having the whole time that you were off and out and about. But
No,
what
I
I
heard
was
you. I'm
saying
saying
is,
I heard you say that it was not a raise.
It is not a race. What I was
So I was trying
saying
you to
was,
quantify that for me.
in the conversation that we were having, it only helps when there are two single people together without children being involved. If children are involved, it does not help.
Can I say one thing? Are those
Yes,
children that man that is saying he's coming in to pay 50%? Are those his children?
I would assume so.
Well, no, no, because in many scenarios, like take not you, a woman with children, and she meets a man, and he comes in and says he's going to pay 50% of the bills. Those are not his children in most cases, because probably that man who is the father is probably paying child support. So I'm using the scenario of a man who's coming in meeting a woman who has children, and then he says, "Well, I'll be able to pay 50% of the bills," and you saying that is not a raise to that woman.
Uh, to me, it is not. I don't know about no other woman on this panel or nobody else
Do
who
you have
is
children,
talking
ma'am?
because I have one child. She's
Okay,
16, 2 years.
great,
She's off to college. So
great.
me dating someone,
I
they come
got,
in and they're saying, "Okay, I'll pay half of your bills in 2 years." Yeah, that
I
possibly
got
can
you.
help.
I got you. So
In
when
2 years, that can help, but right now it
when
wouldn't.
she was 10 years old, and you meet a man, he's not the father, and he's going to come in and pay 50% of the bills, would that not be a financial raise to you?
Financial raise, possibly, but
Wait,
mentally,
hang on,
probably
stop right
not.
there. Stop right when you say possibly. Tell me what
Possibly.
that means.
It depends on what living looks like. It depends on what's his
Your life,
lifestyle.
whatever you have, he's coming in and taking 50% away from you. You don't have to pay it. How is that not a raise?
It is.
Please, please, everybody, I need to have this with me because I'm trying to make sure I understand. How is that not a
Yeah,
raise?
well, you're getting me to get to your point, but yes, it okay, fine. It's a race. Got
But I
it.
mean,
It's a
why was
race.
that hard for you to
Because
say that?
it's hard for me to say because you're not looking at any of the nuances. You're going straight to financial. If
That's what I
lifestyle
said. The
changes, if
numbers.
he comes along and he says, "Okay, well, I'm gonna do this, but here you need to be driving this more expensive car," it's not a raise because that car payment still got to be paid. If he comes along and he says, you're doing too much for your child," or "I'm not going to help you with this or that," you're looking at it directly as if these people are not in a relationship, and costs come with that.
I
It
don't
comes
know
I
with
what
also think
expectations.
I do not know what an expensive car and time has
He's
to do with the
saying
numbers.
you got to be comfortable with accepting a man as a roommate nowadays, especially if you come with children.
Mia, I need you to be on mute for 1 second while I have
Yeah,
a
and I
conversation
get
with
what
Mia.
he's trying. I understand it completely. $500 more in my pocket, great. How is your mental statement? How is your mental? How is your thought process? Are you
Do you
crazy?
have
Is this
mental
man not worth
challenges?
that five
Do you
hundred
have
dollars?
does a person have mental challenge when they can't pay their bills or they're stretched for dollars? Is that mental? Is that a
Yeah,
mental
that can
problem?
hurt. It can definitely
So
hurt.
it can. So if someone took 50% of the bills away, would that not help your mental state?
It could if they're not adding more of a headache than the $500 that they're giving you.
Well, you chose them.
Oh, well, there you go. Choose better. Got it. Don't
I
choose a
know I'm not
roommate.
saying you. You
And
said
that's
if
where
he's
it
not.
comes. That's
You
why me and Mia
said
gets
please
along
stop
because
talking when I am talking.
sure,
You said if he's not more of a mental problem. I'm assuming that you're choosing a person that's good for you.
if a
Because
person
it's your
comes along
choice.
and is only giving you or is only offering you half of your bills to be in a relationship with you, most likely they're not going to be a good
Then why
choice.
would you choose that man?
I wouldn't. That's what we're saying. That's what Mia
I'm
is saying.
assuming that when you're choosing a man, you're choosing the man that's best for you. All this other stuff, I'm assuming you're already flushed out. I was specifically talking about the financial aspect of it.
Exactly.
can I
And that's,
pose something that might get less pushback?
Go ahead, Birdie.
Um, so would anybody have a problem with saying if someone like that moved in, a man like that moved in, that it would be a raise for both people?
We already established that it's a race for both people. He left his house. He's
But does
coming.
she have a problem with that?
Well, I think she's
Does
saying
Nia
about
have a
with the
problem with that?
women. With
Saying
oh,
that?
Nia, do you have a problem with that?
what I'm saying is he's probably not worth it. He's not worth the raise. He's not his headache. The headache that he caused, the Tylenol that he's providing for that headache is not worth it.
Okay.
Wait, how do you know he's going to be a headache?
1 second. I am assuming that you have chosen this man to be in your life. That's what I'm assuming. I didn't say you pick somebody up off the street. I'm saying somebody that you're dating, you are entertaining, you guys are together. And I'm assuming that if you chose that man, that he's not a headache to you. Is that a safe assumption, Nia?
If it could be a safe assumption, yes.
Okay,
It
so
could be.
assuming those things, he's not a headache in other ways, but he's coming in and paying 50%. Is that a raise for you?
So now, the pushback that I would give you on this,
Sure, go ahead.
the pushback that I would give you on this, a man who pays 50% of the bills and live with you, most
Well, you
likely,
guys are living together. You guys picked the place out together, and it's both of yours place. So he's not moving into your place. Because I feel that if a man moves into a woman's place, he soon will find himself homeless.
so that he's still homeless.
I'm
At
sorry.
the end of the day.
Wait.
Oh my God.
What was that joke you said? I didn't hear it.
He still would be homeless.
Why would it be
So
homeless?
it is if he lives
if both
with her,
if both your
it
names
is
are
for
on the, if
financial.
both your names are on the lease, how is he going to be homeless?
If it's financial.
What do you mean?
If it's financial, if you're with some, because you keep adding different things and moving the
add
goalposts
anything.
when you're talking.
Okay. Let me just say it out for you. You guys meet each other. You guys want to cohabitate. You've decided that it's going to be 50-50. You guys go find a place together. So it's 50% your place, it's 50% his place. And you move in together, and he's paying half of the financial bills for the house. And you're saying it's not a raise for you.
If there's children involved, it's not. Which I have a child.
Those are not his children.
Which I have a child, so it's not. I cannot provide him with the lifestyle that he is looking for as a 50-50 type man because I cannot split my time with my child.
So how are you able to date him before you guys cohabitate?
Don't you have
the same child? Don't you have the same child?
I'm not a 50-50 type chick. I'm not a cohabitator.
I don't know what that means.
He would have his own. I would have my own. I'm talking about you in the scenario.
Again, you have more responsibility when you're living on your own.
Yes.
Right. So if he came in, you'd have less responsibility.
Depending on the type of man he
is.
Lord, this okay. You win.
No, can I ask you something?
I think everybody's hearing.
No,
you win.
Can I ask you this?
Listen, listen. Hang on one second. You don't have to placate me.
And I don't have to argue with you either. So ain't no point.
It's not an argument because the numbers don't lie.
Well, tell us how it's not. Just tell us how it's not. Then maybe.
I would like to hear. I would like to hear what you would consider a prime relationship and how that would look, opposed to what it would not look like. Can you tell us that, Nia?
Two people shouldn't be together unless they're in the process of getting ready to get married, and we know that don't really work right now because you have people who think they're doing more than what they are, and sometimes that $500 just is not worth it.
Are you participating in those type of relationship, Nia?
I absolutely am not.
Okay. Your last relationship, how long were you with him?
11 years.
Were you married?
We were not married.
So you participated in that type of relationship?
Somewhat, but there was a child involved.
No.
And that's what I was trying to explain to you. When it comes to a child being involved, it is very different.
When you say somewhat, what does that mean?
I said somewhat because we lived together once the child was established in here.
Yes.
So the conversation and the goalposts change completely when there's children involved. That's what I was saying from the beginning.
Why didn't you marry him?
Because he didn't fucking ask.
Why did you stay for 11 years?
Because we have a child. We have a family.
So why did you leave now?
It didn't work out. Like, I don't know what
I'm saying. The first 11 years, you said because we have a child. Do you still not have said same child?
Yes, we still have said same child.
Well, why did you leave then? If you stayed for 11 because you have a child, why did you leave?
Well, one reason why I left is because I wasn't happy.
Right. So you first said because we have a child.
The reason why we stayed, yes.
Right, but you still have the child and you're not together.
Oh my God.
Am I wrong about that?
Nowhere.
What do you mean it's going nowhere?
Do you not realize that people grow? You have children?
I said to you, why did
you have children?
I have a child, yes.
Are you with that child's mother?
We were married, and no, we're not
So
together.
why did you get a divorce?
Because we grew apart.
There you go. It worked for you. Why ain't it the same for me?
Because you said to me the reason that you stayed for 11 years was because you have a child.
That is one of the reasons. Yes, we were a couple.
Well, hang on a second.
11 years with a child.
Hang on a second. When you go to the store, right, and you buy something, you buy a loaf of bread, and when you read the back of the ingredient label, what does the first thing you read represent to that product?
Flour.
What does flour represent to that product?
The base. The main ingredient.
Right. So that's the number one thing. So when I asked you why you're not together, the number one thing in your mind is that because I have a child.
And that's the reason why we're not together also, is because I have a child?
I don't know. It's your story. I'm just going according to what you said.
Don't pry in folks' business. Please don't. It's not helping you. It's not helping the conversation. Nothing.
You're not going to tell me what's helping the conversation.
I can tell you what's going to help me in the conversation.
That's fine. You know, I find that people, they say things and they don't want to be held accountable. I asked her specifically, why didn't you get married? She said, because we have a child. The child is still there at 16. Now it's because I wasn't happy. Fine, whatever the reason is, I go according to what the answers are. That's what I do. So I assume she can't handle the heat, and did somebody drop? Please tell me nobody dropped her. I don't think so.
I didn't drop anybody.
Yeah, she couldn't handle the heat of logic, and she had a problem with it. I didn't ask her. She said, "Don't pry." I mean, ma'am, you're up here on the public
No,
platform.
yo. I don't do the back and forth. You want to have a conversation?
Ma'am,
We can have a conversation.
Please don't interrupt me when I'm talking. If you want to stay here, you can, but please don't interrupt me while I'm talking. That's what we don't do over here. I asked a simple question. You decided to drop down. I'm glad that you're back. But I just I followed the questions that are asked and the answers. I didn't pry in anything. You have a right not to answer anything. I did not do anything to make you answer any particular questions now. But let's bring the room down, because it's very passionate today. It started with the DV conversation I was having, and then it turned into child support. And then it went to 50-50. So let's bring the room down. And I want to go to my good friend, Dr. Shay. Dr. Shay, what say you?
Two things. For one, the comment. I don't think that he was arguing with a woman. He was just asking.
Who said that? Who said I was arguing with a woman? Name names, Dr. Shay.
Bay_Bay Love.
Bay_ please come up if you have enough followers. Bay_ please come up if you have enough followers. Can someone please invite Bay_ up to the platform? Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Shay.
So yeah, I don't think you was arguing. It's just that you was asking a question, and I understand sometimes when you're questioning, people are questioning. Even me myself, I get very emotional and defensive on my stance, right? But sometimes I think about like, dang, that does make sense, because me and you have had similar conversations about the income.
Now he want to argue with me. You can, man. Why don't you come up? You got enough followers to come up. Why don't you come up, Bay_ Love? Why don't you come up and let's have a conversation? Anything that doesn't fit your narrative sounds like I'm arguing. I ask simple, very simple questions. They're not invasive or anything, and everybody has an.
They are invasive.
I'm gonna drop so I can pull her up.
Yes,
hey,
bring her up.
So let me jump in.
Nia, you said they're invasive?
They were very invasive. But
do you have the opportunity not to answer them?
Yes, I do. I do.
Why did you
and when I didn't answer, you cried even more when I didn't answer. Why did you
answer if you felt they was invasive?
You cried even more when I didn't answer the question.
Why did you answer if you felt they were invasive?
I'm not scared of invasive.
Well, you're saying that they were invasive.
They were invasive. That don't mean I'm scared of the question.
Then why are you saying it's invasive?
Because it was.
To ask you why you didn't marry your 11-year relationship is invasive?
But you screwed it all up. You screwed it all up.
Tell me how I screwed it up, because I want to learn. Please
Because
teach
when
me.
I dropped out of the box, you added your little spin on it and you said things backwards.
Can I ask why did you drop?
For one, I would have stayed gone. Honestly, I would have stayed out the box,
No, I'm
but
saying
you
why did you
mixed my
drop?
story up because
Why
you're
did you
not going to talk on my
why
story without me being present.
why did you drop?
I just told you. I left because I was not happy with the conversation. The same way I left the relationship that I was in, children or not.
Well, we don't have 11 years on this panel right
It don't
now.
matter. We had 11 minutes. It was the same goddamn thing.
You comparing that to your 11-year relationship?
Yes, sure. That's the
I think
smug
that's
stuff
unfair.
that makes people leave the panel right there. That smug.
Ma'am, okay, let me explain something. You don't have to be here.
Yes, I don't, and that's the
Right.
reason why I dropped the first time. But you're not going to talk on
But
my
you're
story
back. You're
without me
back.
being here and
That's
present.
fine. I think that when you spend, I think that when you
What?
spend 11 years with a man and don't get married, that could be challenging.
It can be, and it was very.
Right.
Okay,
The same way that you were in a marriage and you got divorced. It's the same thing.
No, it's not. Did you want to get married?
In the beginning, I did, yes.
Right. Why didn't you then?
Mr. Denali, I
What
mean,
you
my
want me to ask myself?
situation.
And they're going to be invasive conversations again. Why did you divorce? Why did you stay divorced? Why didn't you stay with your wife? Why didn't you do all these things?
Well, one thing I don't do is I don't talk about her because number one, my son listens to this conversation. So
My
anything
daughter was right here when you was asking.
well, okay, that's fine. And that was your choice. Natasha, please give me 1 second. That was your choice to stay and answer the questions.
So it's your choice to speak this manner about other people, but when it comes down to you
Tell
and
me
we're
the
being
manner.
abrasive
Tell
on you,
me.
so okay,
Tell
so
me.
why are you not married again?
Tell me the manner which I spoke to you in a disrespectful manner, ma'am. I asked a simple question. What manner was disrespectful to you? Nia, you may answer.
Oh, thanks for the
You're
thank you.
welcome.
So it's the demeanor. It's how smug you are when you're talking.
Mug, I asked a simple question.
Yeah. Oh, yes, sure. And I gave you a simple answer that you had to pry more into to try to figure out and dig and get something that you need for your live stream to keep going. But that's completely fine.
First of all, ma'am, you don't have to be here.
I don't. Neither do you, but you're here talking.
I am talking because we have created
We're
one of
two
the
grown adults having a conversation. This is not a
hang on a
debate.
second, let me give a quick commercial. We have created the most inclusive platform on TikTok. That's what we're doing right now, where everybody has an opportunity to speak. Your experiences will be respected, but if we hear something, we might give a little pushback.
The same way I'm doing to you.
That's fine. Okay, you can push back. Well, okay, go ahead. Ask me a question.
No,
Yes, so-
I'm gonna have to stop this right now.
Go ahead, Nia.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Natasha.
I'm
What are you
sorry.
gonna say?
We're gonna stop it because number one, we are not we have 62 people in this room. It's not
Right.
about just one person.
No, I know that.
Okay, so let's do this. I'm not sure I've been listening, trying to figure out what the pushback is and I'm looking at the comments, I'm listening to this, and I just kind of want to put a pause in it for a second because I don't understand how we got so far off the
Do
rails.
you want to? Is it something particular
Yeah.
you want to say?
Yeah, I want to say that I don't know, Nia, if you've been watching the live, if you just watched it first time today or you've been watching. Is that something you want to answer? Have you been watching?
Honestly, it don't matter. You're going to come to your conclusion. Go ahead.
Well, I'm asking you, have you been watching this live before today?
I've been here once or twice, yes.
Okay. So then we know the structure of the live. And we know that when somebody is saying stuff, he does come in and say, hey, whoa, or bending yourself in a pretzel. These are all of the things that come along with the live. So what I've been trying to do is de-escalate this from
I don't think it's escalated, Natasha.
You're doing a good job, Natasha, trying
I
to
really want to
de-escalate.
de-escalate it because we do have 66 other people.
I know. And I appreciate
because
you.
they like it. I want her to question you.
But Natasha, I want Nia to ask me the question. Hang on. I want her to ask me the question. I really do. Because I want to flush this out really quickly. Just give me a couple minutes, Natasha. Nia, what is your question for me?
My question is, you were married. Why did you get divorced? Besides the fact that y'all just grew apart.
I'll say like this, and you can take from this because you are in pop culture. She wanted to be outside.
She wanted to be out. Oh my God. So
Why? I don't know why that's funny. What do you want me to say?
She was a married woman who just wanted to be outside. Nothing you did wrong though, right?
No, I did plenty of things because I was a young man and I did not always handle things correctly. And I have apologized for that to her because I was younger and I have made many, 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 many mistakes. Okay? But when I do make a mistake, I will apologize and attempt to do better the next time. But I find it interesting whenever I tell women, especially that, they say, "What did you do?" Right? But when it's a man, and he said, or a woman says that, my husband wanted to be outside. Girl, I know exactly what you're saying. But when it's a man, what did you do to her to make her want to be outside? Right?
No,
Isn't that the
I don't care
narrative
if she
generally?
wants to be outside or not.
Well, why'd you say a married woman wanted to be outside? What did I do? You immediately
Because
put it
that's
back on me.
when there's married women, they choose a lifestyle of being a married woman. So that's kind of surprising when you say she just divorced you because she wanted to be outside. It sounds like you weren't taking
No, no,
accountability
no,
for
no,
what
no,
you were
no. She
doing.
didn't divorce. Wait a
I
minute. She
divorced
didn't
her.
divorce him. First and foremost, right? She didn't divorce him. And guess what? She don't want to divorce him. And she was the one that left. And guess what he did? He stayed and took care of his son
Thank
for
you.
years.
Thank
He
you.
kept that house and he took care of his son.
Thank you.
And this is somebody that knows for a fact. He's a
Thank
great
you.
dad. And unfortunately, she wanted some younger person.
Whoa, Dr. Shay.
Oh, my bad.
My son listens.
I am so sorry.
You know my son. That's why I don't want to get into that because my son does listen. I will never say anything against his mother because that is his mother. The
Sorry,
question,
I got very defensive because
the
we always go
challenges, and
against the man.
I got you. But the challenges between my son's mother and myself are between the two of us. I don't put that on my son because that's his mother.
So when
Any
it
other
comes back to
questions,
me,
Nia?
can you consider that in your conversation when you're talking to women? Can you
Consider what?
consider that? Can you
What is
consider
it?
your
Well,
feelings about your child's mother the
what
same way you're talking to women?
what should I consider when you tell me that you've been with a man for 11 years
The
and you
same way your
say
wife was with
and
you.
you say to me that you want to be married?
I want it. Past tense.
You said, okay, well, there was how long into the 11 years did you want to be married?
About the first two. But there you go
So,
prying again. And my
hang on a
child is
second.
around. So please take into
Hang
consideration
on
that
a
my
second.
child is
Hang on a
around.
second. Hang on. So 2 years, that
Oh
leaves
my
9.
God.
So who is talking? Who just said that?
I'm sorry. I'm
Put
Trotter. I'm
yourself
just
on mute,
listening.
sir.
I'm listening. I
Put
just came
yourself
in.
on
No,
mute.
I'm just listening, man.
Put yourself on mute,
Go-
sir. Thank you so much. So for 9 years, you stayed in a relationship that was going nowhere, according to you.
And here we go prying again. And like I just told you a minute
I'm
ago,
just
my
doing math.
daughter
I'm doing
is
math.
around. Well, because
I'm
keep
doing
your
math.
math, do your work, show your work later when you can sit there and think about it. But as right now, I don't need to think about that. I have a child that is around who could be listening to your conversation. So please take in consideration the same way that you take your
Well,
child in
the
consideration,
child is
you take
16.
mine in consideration.
You're not
I'm
talking
here,
about the
I'm having
father
the
here,
conversation,
ma'am.
but my
Nia,
child is here.
Nia.
Yes.
We haven't said anything about the man, have we? Have we said
How
anything about the man?
how long were you in your marriage?
17 years.
And you were in a 17-year marriage that didn't go anywhere.
Didn't go anywhere. I mean, we were married, so we did build things together.
And you're divorced. So at the end of the day, you're still a single parent.
I'm trying to figure out what your point is, Nia.
That's what I'm trying to figure out too. What's
Oh,
your
I
point in
have to
saying
say
I was
something.
in a
No, no, no.
9-year
Let's
relationship that
stop.
didn't
Hold
go
on.
nowhere? What's your point in that?
Hunter Gorilla, hang on a second. I'm saying that you were in a relationship for 11 years. 2 of them you wanted to be married. So 9 years you spent not getting what you wanted. And I'm just
And you
questioning
were
why
there
would
for
you.
17 years and your wife wasn't getting what she wanted.
That's true. So she decided to make a decision, but she
And
didn't
I had to
stay.
make the same decision.
But it took you 9 years?
It took her 17.
No, it didn't. Because we were good up until a particular time when we had a lot of death in the family and she felt her
Well,
mortality
that's
out.
funny because that's about the same time too when we had a lot of death in the family and things had to start changing. So yeah, it was pretty much the same thing.
No, but you were there for 9 years wanting to be married or not wanting to be married. You see the difference?
I was there for 9 years with that off of the table. It was off the. I mean, if it was asked, maybe I would have changed my mind at the time, but it was not there. The option wasn't there for
You
me, so
said
I
to
didn't do
me,
that. But I still have a child that needs to be raised with both parents.
you said to me that you were there for 11. Two of them you wanted to be married. So 9
Mm-hmm.
was where you weren't open, or maybe you're
No,
open.
9 was because life started lifing. We had a child to raise. We had to work. We had to provide a lifestyle. We had to provide a house. Life goes, and it goes fast.
Okay. All right.
And
Anyway,
it goes fast. It goes 11 years fast. It goes 17 years fast.
may I ask your
It's
age?
no different.
May I ask your age?
What does my age have to do with anything?
I'm just asking. I'm trying to get to know you.
No, I'm not going to answer that invasive question.
Age
Next
is
question,
invasive?
please. Yes, all your questions are invasive. I'm not going to give
He's
you
trying to
that
say
part of the
with her not
conversation.
being married, you being married, I've been married. The
Mia,
end
please
result
go on
is
mute, Mia. Please go on
It's
mute,
still
Mia.
somebody is single raising
Mia,
a
please
child
go
at
on
the end
mute.
of the day, Mia. I get you 100%.
Yes, I know. Okay. Any other questions from me, Mia?
No.
I'm
No,
open.
I'm sorry. I was reading the comments. I wasn't laughing at you, but
No. Any other questions from me?
no, I'm done with the conversation. I'm actually done with the live. I hope you guys have a great
Yes.
live and a great time.
Hunter Girl Rhea has something to say. Hunter Girl Rhea, go ahead.
No, I don't have
She's
anything else to say. I think Dr. Shay said it all.
okay.
What,
Thank
Probably
he
you.
thinking
was
about
married
everything
before,
that she
and that's the
said.
difference.
No, he had a very successful marriage, but he did tell you exactly the truth that she did want to be
How is it
outside.
successful if it ends in divorce?
Well, he can't help what she wanted to do.
But it wasn't successful if it ended in divorce, right?
Once again, he can't help what she wanted to do. He has a beautiful home. He stayed there. He raised his son until he's getting ready to graduate this year. He kept his home. He's a business owner. He cannot help the other party.
And listen, Hunter Girl. I have a business. I have a child that I stayed and raised. I own the home. I kept it. So what's the difference, really? Is the fact that he was married?
No, I think the difference is that you said I was in a relationship for 11 years and didn't get married.
And the difference is you was in a relationship for 17 years and your wife was not happy.
That's okay. You
My
you
thing,
also
okay,
said
baby, why are you bitter? You've been through it.
Oh my God, here we go with the bitter conversation. This conversation would be happening if this man didn't ask me the questions that he asked me. I am not bitter in this situation. I'm having this conversation with this man because he asked me very invasive questions, and that is it.
Yeah, but you do make us look really bad by.
Oh, now I make you look bad?
Yes, you do. I'm sorry, you do.
Yo, I'm out.
I really apologize, and I'm gonna just be honest. And I'm gonna be truthful to the comments, Mr. Denali. You probably want to read them, but yes. And the reason being is because I can answer the questions, and I can even take ownership of stuff that I did wrong. But when you're just sitting up here like, oh, well, why would you ask me this question? Because we're on a platform that you can even talk about anything here. People go down this road, we go so deep, and this is what people do. It kind of feels good to talk every day. Like when you talk to people that go through some of the things that you go through or some things that other people go through, you see it from different lenses. But it's so authentic when we can just be able to answer the questions and talk through it, right? Instead of attacking him. Like, I get it, the way that he does it. Because remember, also, this is entertaining, right? But this is really him, how his whole demeanor is. But for real, I understand because I get mad when he asks me questions sometimes, but I come back later and we have a conversation and we'll talk through it. It is what it is. So I apologize for saying that you make us look bad. It's just that you're stating that you're not going to come back and we really want you to come back. Oh, she left.
she left.
Oh, okay. Well, people said bring her down anyway. So it is what it is. Let's go to the next person who can handle some questions.
Nicole, welcome. Nicole,
welcome. I don't even remember what I was about to say. I don't even know why I even came up anymore.
Okay, no problem.
I don't
They
know
said you
what I
like
was
to
trying
poke
to
the
say.
bear.
Me, I
I'm
like
sorry?
to poke the bear.
Yeah, she said you like to poke the bear.
I don't know how it's poking
You
by
do.
asking a
I'm
question.
telling you.
Oh, Nicole, you think that? Okay, hang on one second.
It was in the
Nicole,
comments, but Nicole.
No. I think
yeah.
I think you can be a little aggressive.
Tell me what was aggressive about that conversation.
Well, I mean, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. My mama used to say that to me all the time. It's not what you say, it's how you say it.
By asking
You have a
questions in a
very
very calm manner is aggressive.
no, your calm is not everybody's calm.
Yeah.
I've seen calm from you, and I've seen not not calm.
Okay.
And your tone sometimes is not always the calm one,
With Nia
but
was my
neither
was
is mine.
his my demeanor is
Just
always condescending.
I did
Wow.
not say that. That's not.
No, I know you didn't
Oh,
say it. I'm talking.
well,
I'm
that's.
reading the comment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just saying.
All right.
Um,
Okay.
I'm. I get where you're going. I get where you're coming from.
I think that
But
sometimes logic. Whew, that was giving me a headache. I think sometimes logic triggers people because they have to hear what they're saying, and I always liken it to. I always use this analogy when you have to go to court for, let's say, a small claims court, and you got a story, and your friends are sitting there with you. It sounds really, really good in your living room. Yeah, you tell a judge this and you tell a judge that. Man, that sounds like a great story. But when you go sit in front of the judge and he asks you a couple of questions, your whole story falls apart. All I did was ask simple questions. She's the one that said, you know, people should be together for marriage. And I said, how long have you been in your relationship? 11 years. Were you married? No. Make that make sense to me. Then she said, because I have a child. And I said, well, do you still have the child? What happened between 11 and 16? You still have the same child. No, I'm being invasive. So, I mean, it is what it is. And she wants to attack me and everything like that. My wife wasn't happy. You know, I can tell you one thing. That woman wants to get back here so badly. So badly. I usually don't talk about her, but Dr. Shea did let the cat out the bag. But it is what it is. But she wants to come back.
You should be like, yeah, because you really want to come back.
You said now I'm attacked? Well, you did attack me. You said that my wife was she said my wife wasn't happy.
That doesn't make a valid point because, when I say that me and my ex-husband is divorced and he wished we were still married, I get attacked for saying that. Like, I get attacked
did I attack you for saying that?
I mean, it's been on the panel before when it's like, oh, why, how come you're not married? And, your husband left you. And I'm like, no, he still wanted the marriage.
I don't know if I said that to you.
I didn't say you personally, but I'm saying it's not a valid defense to say she wants to come back when, there's
why would you want to come back to someone that was unhappy?
There's plenty of people that I can pose the same argument like I said, when I say my husband would still rather be married than divorced, then it's like, oh, well, you guys aren't together or blah, blah, blah. So I think the point that she was getting at is when you were prying into why she wasn't married, her whole point was the end result is still the same. Like, you guys are both single parents and this, that, and the third. So I think it was kind of offensive to come at her for not being married.
No, stop right there. I'm not going to let you do that to me, even though you're a moderator and I love you. She said you should not be in a relationship if you're not going to get married. That's what she said. I use her words and asked her the question. She said that.
She didn't say that.
She did. You know what? I will clip it tonight and I'll show it. I hear very well, Mia. The same way I heard. Let me finish. The same way I heard Kind G say that I was married to an aggressive woman who would not let me lead. And then Kind G said that she didn't say that. I clipped it. It's up on the page because I hear very well. That's what Nina said, that you should not be in a relationship if you're not going to get married. And that's what prompted me to ask the question.
No, what prompted you to ask the question is the 50-50 debate. She wasn't willing to do 50-50. And then you went into the whole...
You, Mia, are triggered again.
No, I'm not. But you know what? I'm going to drop down too because I can have this conversation with you off air. I know exactly what was said because it was me, her, and Birdie on this conversation.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the last conversation between Nina and I when she was asking me questions.
I listened to that whole thing.
She said, if you should not be in a relationship if you're not getting married. She said that.
Yes, she
did. That's why I asked how long has she been, when was her last relationship? She said 11 years. How long did you want to be married for? 2. So she spent 9 years in a relationship.
I heard the part that she spent 9 years. I heard that. I heard all of that.
You act like people cannot learn. Fine. Of course people can learn. I just asked the question. I just ask. All I do is ask questions, and wherever the answers are, that's where it leads me to the next question. This is no gotcha. This is no aggressive tone or anything like that. I'm asking very, very simple questions about people's lives. People ask me questions. They ask me questions. So that's it.
But
Can
see,
you allow
what
Mr.
triggered this whole
Hold
thing
on,
is
hold on, Mia. Can we allow Mr. Albert Trump, whoever this person is in the
Yes,
bottom?
let him go. Go ahead, Albert.
what
Yeah,
if he's
Let him
gonna come
talk.
up here
Swatter.
and call her bitter
Hang
and
on.
all that?
Hang on.
No,
Listen, Mia.
No, no. See,
I don't let people call
I
people
sat,
names.
I sat and I just listened about them going back and forth, back and forth. He's a single father. He's doing this, blah blah blah. But it went back to her. All you have to do is listen. You're not gonna learn anything by talking. All you do is listen. She's bitter. She was bitter about something, this, that, and the third. But even if she is, take it out on me. She's gonna get off her chest what she wants to get off of, and then you ask her, okay, how you gonna be better? You dig? Because I don't care. In a relationship, marriage, I've been married 2 times. Marriage is work, man.
It
It
is.
is.
It's a
It is
partnership.
work.
It is work. And the only way I gave up on my two two marriages, I couldn't give up unless I did everything I could do. Then I left it. I left it. I felt it was a failure if I couldn't give up on it, even though it was wrong. First time I was too young, 17 years old. Second time, a woman 15 years older than me. You dig? It it depends on the situation and the people, but at the end of the day, it takes work
Whoa, hang on a
between
second.
two
Is
people.
she what hang on one second. What is Nina saying to you, Dr. Shay?
Well, she think because I said her last comment was,
She's gonna make you look bad? What do you mean
no,
she's gonna make you
no.
look
She
bad?
said because I made that statement, she made me look bad. All I am saying is her last comment is correct.
Oh,
Like, but I guess she don't agree, and I get it. You already, I know,
okay.
how
I
I
was just making
feel
sure
about
that you weren't being attacked.
how I feel about certain people and their because their ability to not understand and just continue to talk, right? Because the point is your last comment is right. We all make mistakes. The fact that we can admit it is the biggest thing.
Right.
And just because you make me look bad doesn't mean I don't like you. You think I don't like you? You come to our platform? You're crazy. That would
Yeah,
be the craziest thing ever.
yeah.
Wow, she
My
says
ex-wife, my ex-wife loved me until about 5 minutes into the conversation, and I'll say something that pissed them off. And then my daughter called, "Daddy, what's up, baby? What you say to
I
mama?"
am. I
And
am.
it
I
made me
am.
step
How did
way
Dr. Shay
back.
make
But
herself
see,
look bad?
she goes,
Yeah,
hold on, she
right,
goes
right,
down
right. I
memory
want to know
road.
that. I want to know that I am I can't
Wow.
Miss Asia, is it baby? How did I make myself look bad?
This
I'm
is a
just telling
range
you.
farm. What does that
I'm
mean?
just
This
telling
is
you it was another
a
female
rage
on the
farm? Oh my
panel
goodness.
that
Oh,
was
I don't understand how women say that they're bosses but also victims all at the same time. I'm a boss, but then they're victims. A rage farm?
They pull that Karen cord. They pull that Karen cord real quick.
A rage
There's
farm?
no
I haven't
victim.
raised my
There
voice
are
not
no
one
victims
time
in life.
in that
You
instant.
feel me?
Wow.
That's that Karen cord.
All
Are you a
right.
Karen? Are you a Karen? Come on. You can say it. I ain't gonna tell
Way
nobody.
the
I ain't
way
gonna
Okay.
tell
you
nobody. Are you a
attack
Hey,
Karen?
me.
Nia.
Mr.
Hey,
Albert.
I gotta
Mr.
say
Albert.
this though. Hey, Nia, one of our most famous people that come in here, always come in here, gets really upset and say, "I'm never coming back," and he snap and he leaves and come back. But we love him to death, and I always tell Mr. Denali, I don't care what happened, make sure he has the ability to come on this stand.
Either Hunter Gorilla, can you drop and bring up Sparrow? She said she has an answer for something. Hunter Gorilla, can you
Well, I
bring up
have to say that because people think that because you
I
disagree
got you.
that you don't like someone, right?
Let's let let's let
Girl, I
Hunter
want you to
Gorilla.
come in here. Nia, I need for you to come every day. We're 10
Yeah,
to
go ahead
2.
and drop me.
I'm
Okay,
glad I
bring up
found y'all,
let's bring
man.
up
I'm glad
Sparrow.
I found y'all.
Let's bring up
I'm glad you
Sparrow.
found us too, but
I'm just gonna
you got to
sit
be
back and
mindful.
listen.
Hold
You
on,
feel
hold
me?
on. Mr. Albert, You got to be
Yeah.
mindful when you come into the live, though. I'm glad you found us, and I hope you come back and all that good stuff. But
Mm-hmm.
what I've been trying to say all morning, and I'm not going to say it no more because my oxygen is important to me.
I'm
We
glad
have
you're
to
having a great
we
time.
have to stick to the issue and not result to calling names. Just like I see in the comments when people are saying you hijack the conversation when you come in and say somebody is bitter. Maybe say she acting bitter, but don't call her bitter because it's
I
not.
feel you.
We
I
don't
feel
call
you.
we don't call we don't call names. Once you call
Okay.
a name, they're
Cook
not
it.
focusing on what you're saying. They're focusing on the fact you call me a name. So even in the
Right.
comments where people are saying, "Oh, he's aggressive and he's this," I would think that anyone who is in the comments or anyone who's on the panel has watched the live before and knows exactly how the live goes. Just like if you go to any other person live,
Right.
there's a platform, there's a, they got a catchphrase, they got things they
Okay.
do
Well,
to
you know
make
what?
you.
You
Albert,
just
I
told me
appreciate
I
you
am so sorry. No, I
for
am so
taking that.
sorry. You feel me? I do like the live. Hey, we're having the
Where you from,
conversation. You
Albert?
feel me? And
Where
it
you from?
me, I'm
Yeah.
from Akron, Ohio, by way of Atlanta. I'm in the ATL right now.
You live in Atlanta. Okay. You married?
Yeah. No, I'm single.
How old are you, sir?
I just turned 59 3 days ago.
So you're gonna get a lot of inbox because there's a lot of women that come in here say that they're single. So we always ask where you're from and your age because there's a lot of people that we trying to put together. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, look here. Like I said, I'm single. Don't I? Do I seem happy? Don't I seem happy?
I like the
I'm-
fact that you took Nana Shay advice and you accepted it and we kept it moving. That's what we do around here. So y'all hear that now? Albert is single. Is it Albert Trotter? Because it cut off. You're single and you're
yeah,
59
Flutter.
in Atlanta by the way of Ohio.
By Akron, Ohio. But
Akron,
yeah, I'm in
Ohio.
Atlanta. But I'm in
Absolutely.
Atlanta.
What's your
Yeah.
type? What's your type? Or
I don't have a type.
okay, all
I've
right. Well,
never
then
had a
you
type.
single. He don't have a type. 59
No,
in
I
Atlanta.
don't. I mean, I was military. You dig? For a long time I dealt with both of my wives were African Americans. A lot of my girlfriends were European. When I was in Norway and Iceland,
So we go both ways, right? We don't care about the color, right? You
no, I care about the person. I care about
absolutely.
the
You my
person.
brother from another mother. You girls hear that?
All right.
He's single. He's single and
Let's
he's looking to mingle. 59 years old in
Oh
Atlanta,
Lord.
Georgia, and he said
let
any race would do.
Oh,
let's
you just put me out there, huh?
give me 1 second, Albert. I want to bring my good friend Sparrow. Sparrow, you wanted to say something, ma'am?
Yeah, I got you. I got an answer for y'all. Cause I'm probably one of the oldest on the panel. Men think different than women. They're kind of one dimensional. And I'm not. I don't mean that in an ugly way. It's just a fact. They don't. Women read things much deeper. When you say 50-50 on the rent, you mean 50-50 on the finances.
Finance, correct.
When women think 50-50, they're seeing 50-50 on the finance, the
No,
bedroom, the children.
I disagree because women can articulate that they do not want a man who makes 40,000, $50,000 a year, so they understand finances very well.
No, I
They
didn't say
know
they don't
exactly.
understand them. I don't say that. No, no, we understand. Believe me, we understand finance as well. It's the fact that we don't think about our 50% includes way more than money. It includes your time with the kids, my me time, your me time, the whole 9 yards. That's the way women think. Men, when this is what I understand, and I sat back and listened for a while. When
That's
you're
why I'm
saying,
single. Go ahead.
when you're
Albert,
That's
saying
why I'm
Albert,
single right
50,
Albert.
now.
We got to let Miss Sparrow
One more
finish her
shot and
point.
one more person on this
Mm-hmm.
panel, I'm dropping you because you've been warned multiple times.
no, 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 don't drop him.
He's been warned multiple
No,
times to
no,
stop
no, no,
insulting
no.
people.
Hang on one
I'm
second.
listening. I'm listening.
Hang on. Okay, listen. Let's just bring it down. Sparrow had the floor. Sparrow, you may continue, ma'am.
No, I'm not talking about that. We don't understand finances. I'm saying when you're saying 50-50, you're meaning finances. When women see 50-50, we mean the whole package, everything. That's like say if when you say use the analogy, the rent is $1,000 and each one's paying 500. you do have the 500, but that's not the way we see it. We want 50-50 of the entire man, the whole thing. And for instance, like my daughter, of course, she's married, but her husband, he takes the kids to daycare in the morning because she leaves earlier. Then she picks them up. He's probably changed as many diapers as she has. That's the whole package of 50-50. But in my time when my children were small, women did that. I worked, but I was still, we paid daycare and all the bills were paid. And he probably actually paid more than me. But the responsibility of the children was more my job. And that's just the generation I'm from. Whereas the younger generation, they want 50-50 of the entire package. Your time, your love, the bedroom time, the out time, the me time, the whole thing.
So, Miss Sparrow, would you agree that some women do not leave or I'll say men or women, do not leave the relationship because that portion that man or woman is paying is so substantial that it will put a dent in their pocket if they have to do it 100%?
Oh
Mm,
yeah. Now,
mm,
anytime you're in a
mm.
relationship, good or bad, if you're paying the bills together and one leaves, you're gonna feel it in your pocket. Because now I've been divorced, and
So is that a financial gain for the person who is staying in the relationship?
if you're in a relationship, whether it's be a roommate relationship or a partner, if somebody leaves, the money's gonna change. And for me, that's what I think men
That's
think
how
more
Mr.
of.
Denali is asking. Is it a financial gain or not?
Oh yeah,
Can
it
I
is
can I ask
definitely.
can I
I
ask a
mean, that's
question?
like having $1,000 and you give 500 away. You've lost 500 and somebody gained it. Anytime money is coming into the house and you're in a now, this is the relationships I've had, and I know my relationships may have been different from everybody else's, so I'm only going to speak for me. But if somebody was living with me, we were married, we're both paying bills, we're both like making meals and different things like that, and then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, we separate. I'm going to feel it in every aspect. I'm going to feel it in my pocket. I'm going to feel it in my bedroom. I'm going to feel it with the amount of time that I don't have that I did have again before. It is both ways. The women just think different. Women think deeper, and that's just like that book they had. What is it? Men are from Mars, women are from Venus, or something like that.
And
We
that's why my ex-wives hate me. Can I just say something?
Hang on.
I'm an Aries man. I'm an alpha dude.
All right.
But I was raised by my mother and five sisters. I think like a woman. What you guys are saying is correct. It is. But what is 50-50? If I make the money and I mess it up, who who handles money better? If she handles money better, guess what? She's gonna handle the money. She's gonna handle the money. If I do this better, I'm gonna handle that. That
So,
is
so,
a
so, Albert, can
relationship.
I
That's
ask
a
you a question?
relationship. You feel me? You
Albert,
gotta.
so you and the people in the audience that is saying this, right? Of course,
Mhm.
before we met the guy or the guy met the woman, yes, you was taking care of your own home. Fine, you was living the way that you were living. And if this person came into your house and took 50% of the load off financially,
No, I'm talking
no, no,
about
no, 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 you're
with
not
that
paying
woman,
attention.
with that person.
Yeah.
That's a big change.
All
That's a
right.
big change. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Who does what
So we
better?
all can
We have to
agree that
divide it.
50% is massive, regardless, because
It
I
shouldn't
don't
be
care how much money
50-50.
I
It's
make.
it's
The other
it's a
half
job.
money
It's
is
teamwork.
always amazing.
Okay.
Hey, what do
I
you
agree.
do better? What do I do better? How are
Okay.
we gonna? It's teamwork. We are a
100%. Teamwork.
partnership. You feel me?
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Let's
100%,
It
go on. What's
Albert.
does,
next? What's
Every.
going on next, Mr.
man. Look
All
Denali?
right,
here.
guys. All right.
Look
I
here.
get it. Teamwork is a dream work. 100%. I appreciate everybody who has joined. We went into overtime, and I didn't ask for any donation because I thought the conversation was good. Okay. So we are ending the live. It generally will go between 10 to 2. We did an extra hour, and I didn't even ask any comments. I mean, any donations. So that's fine
I
because I
got
do.
I got you,
But see,
brother.
people still should subscribe because that
Well,
Friday
I mean,
night.
you know,
No, that Friday night,
No, I'm gonna do it right
subscribers.
now, for real.
Thank you, Mr. Albert. But that Friday
Yeah.
night,
see the clips up on the page. So
subscribers only. That was amazing. I thought
Yeah,
that was
I
a
got
real
to
good
hear a little bit of
conversation.
it, but I was working, so I had to listen during my
yeah,
break. But
no
it was a
problem.
good conversation.
We the next one we need Mia to be involved because Mia was driving to her kids to Denver, so she was not able to be as active. But I am very interested in what Mia has to say in a situation where the filters are off, and because Mia is definitely very very spicy. So
I
and
dropped in
Natalie
on
is
the
spicy as well.
nasty Sean
You
Yeah,
dropped
I
in
think
on
that's
what
what I
part,
think
Birdie
that's what I
Dog?
got
Birdie
the
in on
Dog
that
said.
nasty
part.
Sean section. The nasty
Oh,
Sean.
Sean was a highlight. Sean had a lot to say.
Yeah,
Him and Miss Angie, they do
Stacey
that. I see why they've been married for 28 years and got 3 kids and 4 grandchildren. I was glad that people that came into the room were able to let their hair down and say what was on their mind. And we found out some very interesting things about people. I had my backdrop open, my home was open back there. I felt very, very comfortable. People were able to answer questions nicely. And I didn't have to whoa, 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 because I said I wasn't going to whoa, 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 because I wanted to be free flowing and let people have their peace. But I think it was a success. We found out a lot about people. We're going to have more of those coming up. But don't forget, this Thursday we have Mr. G, Malijah G, who was incarcerated for 37 years. This will be our very first one-on-one interview. It'll probably go an hour and some change, and then we'll bring up some panel people to ask some questions. We're going to be respectful. We're going to represent this platform well, because I will not tolerate any foolishness. If you go on the page, you see Mr. Royal had some foolishness, and I was very unhappy with that because he's our guest, and I want to make sure that we give him the opportunity to say what he needs to say as a person who has lived what we talk about with prison reform. So he deserves our respect. He deserves us to listen, not to reply, but to understand. He's going to give us a little glimpse of how the sausage is made behind the doors. So that's what we got coming up this Thursday. Make sure you are here because I have to believe that it will be must-see TV. Okay? So I appreciate everybody who has come up. Thank you so much for the conversation. Mia, you know I love you, even though you're very passionate and things like that. But you know I do love you 100%. And we will definitely have a conversation off the air. Nada Shay, you know I appreciate you. Dr. Shay, you know I appreciate you, Dr. Shay. And my girl, Hunter Girl Rhea. The thing I had last week was some people said that I had a problem with strong women. And I thought about it last week and I brought it up to Mia that 4 of the 7 moderators are strong women. And we talk and we converse. So I don't know how that makes sense for people to say I have a problem with strong women. I do not have a problem with strong women at all. I want my mate to be strong, but I think strengths for men and women are completely different. That's why we kind of works a lot of times. So, but I found it interesting that people say I have a problem with that. But 4 of my 7 moderators are strong women. Mia, are you strong? Mia? Oh, where's she at now?
Definitely. No, I'm driving, but yeah,
Oh, okay.
definitely.
Natalie, are you a strong woman?
Absolutely.
Dr. Shay, are you a strong woman? Dr. Shay with that phone of hers, man, I'll tell you. Anyway, she's on the phone. But yeah, I'm just saying, when people say that, they help me run this platform. They give me advice, they give me counsel, and I value their advice and their counsel 100% because I don't see everything. I don't hear everything. And sometimes they pull my coat and say, hey, you might want to try this or that. And I respect their counsel to this platform. As we continue to march towards 10,000 followers, and we continue to march towards having the most inclusive space here on TikTok. Okay? So I want to thank everybody. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for we didn't get any subscriptions today, but thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. Thank you for listening. Thank you for coming here to the most inclusive space here on TikTok. And we'll be back tomorrow again at 10 a.m. That's going to be our time as of right now. This is the start of our 7th week of consistent shows. So thank you so much for joining, and we will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.